night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Nobody is coming to save you. Get up. Be your own hero.
All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, coming to you 250 miles above your imagination from the International Fake Station. I've got my good friend Somting Wong behind me here to make sure that I toe the line and do not upset the Communist Party of China. So how is everyone tonight? I've already got somebody backstage here. We're just going to freestyle it. We're going to talk about all kinds of crazy shit going on in the world here. We got bridges collapsing. We got solar eclipse doomsayers coming all over the place. There's all kinds of crap. Red heifers being sent from Texas over to Israel. The altar for the burning of sacrifice of these red heifers being built. Oh my, what strange times we live in. With no further ado, I'm going to go ahead and bring Stinky Cash up onto the panel with us here tonight. How you doing, Stinky Cash?
What's up, my brother? How are you?
Finer and Frog here, split three ways. How about that?
Very nice.
So there, I just loaded up the fucking board there for a second with a few things. Ain't that a lot of stuff going on? We got this
man.
Comet coming, the devil comet supposed to be around with this eclipse going on, and we just had this big super moon thing. I guess there was a lunar eclipse somewhere as well. Lots of signs in the heavens, man.
Right. So the lunar eclipse happened a few nights ago during the full moon. And then, 14 and a half days later, it's going to be a new moon. And we're going to see the solar eclipse, especially if you're along the line of totality, which anybody watching this stream right now, I'm telling you, it is worth driving several hours out of your way to go to the line of totality and watch this eclipse. It is an experience like nothing else, and you're not going to get another chance for 20 something years. So do it. Make a road trip.
Absolutely. That's what our plan is we're going to Ohio to watch the eclipse come through. And that's I don't know what we figured. It's going to be about a 5 or 6 hour drive normally, but I don't know. I expect maybe there will be a little bit heavier traffic and whatnot. I'm not worried about it.
There will definitely be some eclipse traffic. That's a real thing. I experienced that 7 years ago.
So do you think there's is that the reason for, do you think these states of emergency, that all these places along the path all the way from Texas up into New England, they're closing schools, they're The FAA is saying there's going to be travel disruptions with aircraft. What, you don't fly at night ever? What's up with this? You know?
I don't know. I don't know why they would be closing schools unless they're just trying to say that they want to give the kids an opportunity to observe the eclipse. But they could do that while school is open. So,
well, what a great opportunity to push their globe nonsense at the school. Come on, kids, we're gonna. I mean, I can remember that there was one came when I was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
And they showed us on TV and everything, and in school how to make a viewer to be able to see the eclipse by using a box and putting a piece of paper in the one end of it and a hole in the other end and everything. And they had, it's very important you don't look at the eclipse with your bare eyes or anything like that. And I got to thinking as I got older, I'm like, there would be a lot of people that have been blinded by eclipse.
So I agree with you. And 7 years ago, I remember looking at the eclipse with my bare eyes. I didn't go blind. I think there's a sinister reason why they tell you to use the glasses that block out 99.9% of the light, and they tell you not to look directly at it because they don't want you to see something. They're hiding something.
I think there's more to it than that. And I think it ties in with this blocking out of the sun that they're doing too. I believe that the sun is directly related to your consciousness.
Okay.
It's part of our natural circadian cycle. I mean, until the Industrial Revolution and this idea of being governed by the dial of a clock, we were pretty well governed by the circadian rhythm. And we've been taken off of that. This is why even people to this day, third shift people that work nights, in order to sleep, they have to black out their room. That sun is giving energy to you. And I'll tell you, I get boost in consciousness when I sun gaze. Yeah. And I'm assuming that there's more to it, just like there's more to the 6 foot distancing than people realize. It wasn't about bugs jumping back and forth. That just happens to be your 3 foot radius of your heart magnetic field. And if you're not in the proximity of someone else's electromagnetic field of their heart, you're not communicating.
Oh, yeah, I totally agree. I read a meme today that said before the electric light bulb, the average human being would sleep 10 hours a night.
Sure.
And this whole 8 hours or even less of sleep, that's a very modern thing brought on by electricity and, artificial lighting and stuff.
Yeah. Well, it was even to the point where at that time, a woman's menstrual cycle was governed by the moon.
It's supposed to still be, but
it's supposed to be, but it's not. We've been taken out of our natural circadian rhythm. This is why people are going crazy. This is why people are so nutty.
I agree. I actually think I noticed during COVID, you talk about getting thrown out of our circadian rhythms. I noticed during COVID that anytime I had to walk into a building and they would hit my forehead with one of those, laser thermometers, and they would do other people too, everybody was coming up cold. Everybody was coming up like 97.5, right? And I remember as a kid, human beings were 98.6. And so to me, it's like in 20 years, the human being as a whole, we've dropped about 1 degree. And what is heat, right? It's vibration. So if we're running colder than we used to be, it's possible we're vibrating at a lower frequency than we're supposed to, right?
Well, there's other medical shit that's going on now too. I mean, with this Mandela effect, now our heart is in the center, not on not on the left side. Our kidneys are up under our ribs now. What the fuck? I mean, there's a bunch of weird shit like that, and a temperature too. But I think you might be onto something with that, because what was that I was reading earlier on Flatsoid? I got this thing from space.com that said that that they're going to have to adjust the clocks because the rotation of the Earth is speeding up.
Oh, I heard it was slowing down.
Yeah, slowing down or speeding up. They're going to have to add a leap second or some kind of
leap second.
I'm like, what the fuck? Come on, man. But
Do you
yeah, I
think?
think that we're seeing some really strange things. Like, yeah, I'm almost 60 years old, and just until recently, I'd never seen a smiley face crescent moon ever in my life. I'd never seen that, and now I see it in every other month or so.
Oh, where the bottom of the moon is the crescent, and it's like,
Yeah,
okay, okay.
yeah, it looked like a Cheshire cat or a smiley face, and I'm like, that's not right. That's not
Or
how that looked.
like bullhorns.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Exactly, exactly.
Good stuff.
So there's some crazy stuff going on with all this. And I think also I just remembered, um, not that it's related, but it's just another thing that's happening that's a rare event. These cicadas that only come out like every 20
Oh
some odd
man,
years, they're coming out this summer. They're coming out this spring.
it's actually worse because there's two types of cicadas, and I think it's like one comes out every 17 years and the other comes out every 13 years. Like somebody in the chat can correct me on the numbers, but there's two different types. They come out in
Yeah.
two different periods, and it overlaps this year. It's a common factor this year, so they're both coming at the same time this year. So it's going to be like doubly as bad, and it's probably going to hurt the crops, hurt the
Oh,
farmers,
absolutely,
and
man.
the price of food, vegetables and stuff like that could go up. There might be a shortage, but who knows?
I mean, it's sort of some biblical shit going
It is
on.
biblical shit. Yeah, but boats crashing into bridges, like
Oh my God, I know. And there's so much about here. There's so many um, boat experts and bridge engineers on Facebook today. It was just amazing. I didn't know there were that many. Good
well, see,
God.
the problem with that bridge, right? That bridge wouldn't have collapsed had they simply factored in the curvature of the earth when building it.
Right. In gravity.
And gravity. So because they didn't factor in the curvature, that thing crumbled like a
Oh yeah,
pile
it
of
went right down.
like a pile of sticks.
Yeah, I have to say I believe that was deliberate. Absolutely. It falls right in line with all the rest of the things. People don't understand what an important route that was, that bridge,
Mm-hmm.
supply chain. It's not just about the container ship, babe. It's
Right.
about
And we've heard the official narrative, and then we've heard them deny that it was a terrorist attack, but they won't deny or even talk about the possibility that it was an internal controlled demolition of a bridge that nobody wanted anymore, and that they wanted to replace with something better. It's in New Jersey. We have a special term for that. We call it. I'm not going to say it. I don't want to blow up your stream, but it's the J word lightning.
Oh yeah, Jewish lightning. I've heard of that. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
well, you said it. It's Jewish lightning, just like 9/11 was.
Here's the worst. Here's the worst. It's not necessarily to have something new there, but to destroy what's already there. I mean, we look at the number of train derailments that have fucked up the supply line. We had the closure of all the docks due to the protocols of the last few years that interrupted the supply chain. We've had food processing plants and places like where they have eggs, produce eggs and shit, mysteriously blow up, get hit by airplanes, catch fire and burn for no freaking reason whatsoever. And that's put a strain on the supply chain, as well as the rail derailments, disrupting all of the fertilizer transfers to the agricultural areas around the United States to totally disrupt time for planting. You understand? So this is a coordinated effort to limit the supply chain to a point where, see, here's what it comes down to. They need you to need them. I want you to want me. That's what they're after. Okay. They want you to need them. So when you're struggling and can't handle it anymore, and the government says, hey, we've got this nice warm bowl of soup and a warm little shed for you to stay in down here at this camp, there's going to be a lot of people go, yeah, fuck this, I'll go to that. But it's going to come with stipulations. Even if it comes down to a handout on the street or something like that, you're going to have to succumb to certain stipulations in order to be able to get those quote unquote benefits.
Yeah,
This is how they do.
you will own nothing and you will be happy.
That's right. Well, we own everything and just say that shit. That's what they're saying basically. And no, it's look, everything is voluntary. Everything is voluntary. Now you may be coerced, but you can also you're allowing yourself to be coerced.
Now you know what's bizarre about that? During COVID, when they kept using the word mandate and mandatory,
Yeah.
and then I looked and then I looked up the true definition of the word mandate and mandatory. And we've all been taught that the word mandatory means like you have to do something. It's
Right.
mandatory. And when you look up the definition of the word in like a Black's Law dictionary, it actually means voluntary.
Yep.
The word mandatory means voluntary.
Well,
So
it's a strongly worded request that is only valid upon agreement by the
Yes.
requestee.
Exactly. You worded it better than me. So I'm just like, yeah. So it's exactly what is word magic and how they've dumbed us down, and we don't even know the words we're using when we're using them half the time.
No, this is why I suggest this book to people all the time.
Yeah, me too, brother. Hey,
Word Magic by Paul
Word Magic.
Chang.
Hold on, I might have to turn on my camera for this.
Yeah, this is fantastic. This book is fantastic. Like here's a chapter here called The Connection Between Babies, Batteries, and Prisoners. Yeah, there you got it. Yeah. Seems to be there was somebody else had this and talked about it on Flatoid today. That's why I got mine up. Well, actually, mine just happened to be right here next to me on top of I've got it right here with let's see in this stack right here.
I actually posted a video on my channel a couple days ago where I read the back cover of the book, like the synopsis, right? I think you should actually maybe do that right now.
Sure.
Read the back cover for the audience, because it is inspiring and enlightening. And
yeah. So it says here, it says, is there more to words than meet the eye? Let us tumble down the rabbit hole to explore the world of magic, words, and legalese, and I will show you proof that there is more to words than meets the eye. This magical journey will teach you how words can be used to empower or disempower you. Once you learn how powerful words are and know how to wisely apply them to your life, you can effectively use them to exercise your rights, manifest your desires, overcome your fears, achieve spiritual freedom, and motivate kings and governments to bow to you with awe and reverence. What is word magic? Word magic is the art of using sacred sounds and symbols, the hidden forces to direct and control energy to produce certain desired effects or marvels. All words have magic properties. However, certain words have more magic properties for the reason that they carry more energy and intention. This is why during magic rituals, certain words are used more than others, because word magic uses sacred sounds and symbols and hidden forces to direct and control energy. It is one of the most effective tools for achieving desires, programming the mind, or changing reality. Its magic power to reprogram the mind, causing reality to change, is one of the reasons that it is heavily used by corporations such as religious institutions, banks, courts, and governments. Some of the word magic techniques that are used by corporations are shockingly revealed in this enlightening book. The empowering knowledge of the in word magic, the powers and occult definitions of words, has the potential to unlock many doors in your mind, allowing you to explore a hidden world where you can use words to shape matter, control your destiny, and reprogram your mind. This enlightening book is not your average book because it explores magic and the powers of words to the core of reality. By reading and exploring this empowering book, you will know how powerful words are. Furthermore, you will know why using words wisely is important for achieving success and freedom and restoring your kingdom of God. Yeah.
Let me just kind of go off on a weird little tangent, but like someone said, like they don't believe in magic. Let's talk about the power of words. Let's say you go to the doctor for a well visit and the doctor tells you you have cancer, even though you don't. but he's told you you do. Now in your own brain, you think you have cancer, and we know the placebo effect has power. You could literally create the cancer with your own mind because the doctor spoke it into existence. So to think that the way words can affect your emotions, which can affect your physical body, I mean, magic is real, and it's not what you think it is. It's
people
wizard.
think
It's people think it's Harry Potter floating
Right.
stuff and casting, Latin spells, but it's really just manipulation using words and double speak and
using what's already there naturally. It's harnessing and using what's already there, having the knowledge of it. Yeah. Let me give a shout out to a lot of the people that have come in here. I failed to do that right off the bat. And that's my bad. So I want to welcome everybody here. We got like 98 watching all together. I think we got a couple over on the Rumble side as well. But it looks like in here I got Nick, Angela Baby Carson's with us, Thrash Lift Smith, Taking Back Eden is with us. Good to see you, my friend. Chicago Cubby Bear. I see Mr. Super Sidewinder. Malcolm Sheen is with us. And we've also got Jehovah's lovely daughter, Barbara. How are you, my dear? Daniel Becker's with us. Renee Bernays, good to see you. Yes, reading from Word Magic. That is an awesome book. I recommend it. It isn't very expensive. I think, what is it, like $9? Something like that on Amazon? It doesn't really say. Sometimes I used to be able to read the UPC codes, but I don't do that anymore. So got Elite 333, Peter Within, Carrie Woolery's with us as well. Let's see, the Akinator. I like the Akinator. Salute, he says. In REM, in REM, Rapid Eye Movement. Who spells which spells? Let's see, who else we got in here? Got Julio Lewis with us too. Good to see you, my friend. Oh my God, and we'll probably Anson Howard, Shawnee B, Gwag. That's all y'all in there. So I saw a lot of you over there watching the Jaren thing. What'd you think of that? Did you watch it, Stinky?
No. Tell me what was going on. What is the Jaren thing?
Oh, okay. So on Jarenism, he started using. He and I kind of developed together a new kind of method for running the debates where
with the buzzers.
Yeah.
I watched your debate where you were with Dawn,
right?
And that's the last time I saw it.
Yeah, so they're using that format, and it seems to work pretty good. I think what each side needs to realize, the other side realized it tonight, you are on a timer. So make your point and be done with it. Save your time, right?
Brevity is the soul of wit.
Absolutely.
Right. And being concise. There's a lot of people out there that use a lot of words to say very little, and I'd rather say very little, use a little words to say a whole lot, just be efficient.
Yep. But well, there was a French guy. He was a French Canadian guy. So his English was kind of limited, but he did a rather good job. But the whole thing was he got into an argument with McToon, I guess, on Facebook. And,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know.
The name McToon makes me laugh so much.
I know. Well, he wants it MC Tune, but I don't give a shit what he wants.
Right. No, he could be McToon. That's so funny.
Yeah. So I guess they'd been arguing about a hockey rink, and this guy, said that no, a hockey rink is level; it's totally flat. And McToon says, "Well, you have to come with some measurements." Now, this is what gets me. I've heard these guys several times say, "Well, do you have any measurements of flatness?" And I'm like, level is a measurement of flatness, dumbass. What are you talking about, measurements of flatness?
No, but level means curved.
Yeah, sure it does, right? I mean, so I hear him going on that, but I probably would not argue with a Canadian about hockey to begin with.
No, and he'll probably knock your teeth out if you do.
Yeah, right. I mean, but having grown up in Michigan, and hockey's pretty popular there as well. I never got into it, but I would go watch games. I've been to some Red Wing games and whatnot, and also like local leagues. I had some friends in school that they were on hockey teams, and I would go watch their games. And No, man, that's if there's bumps in that ice, if that ice is not level, if it's not flat, you have problems. Especially when you got a puck rolling along that wants to have a tendency to get air anyways. Don't
But
give it
no,
a
but that's what made Wayne Gretzky so much better than everybody else, because he knew how to factor in the curvature when passing that puck to his teammates.
See, that shit's just insane. You got a little bit of a dip somewhere in that fucking ice. That puck is going to go crazy, right? Nobody's going to tolerate that. There's something like that going, and that's why they bring the Zamboni out between periods.
Right.
Okay, it smooths out all the gouges in the ice. It levels it right out. It cleans that ice. It cleans up the blood in the teeth, all that good stuff. But it makes it perfectly level again. And Toon's sitting there, or fucking FTFE, he was going on about, well, no, at the edges, it's got to be curved for drainage. And I'm like, you dumbass, the drains in the bottom of the pool they filled to put the fucking ice in. Yeah, the bottom of that thing underneath is curved, yes, but the top of the ice is level. Holy sheep shit, man. Where's this guy coming from? But he just goes on and makes stuff up. I mean, the best thing with me was when he said that his empirical evidence was showing me a picture of gravity holding air.
I saw that.
Wow.
He showed a video that had inconsistent curvature throughout the video, right? And that was his proof. And
those Zamboni guys would lose their job if the ice was curved. No shit. That's an incredible machine too. When I was a kid, I got to ride on one because one of the kids that I was friends with, he was on a hockey team, but his dad was also the guy that drove the Zamboni around. We had a ice arena in my town. So.
I'm curious to know where that word comes from, because that is a great word.
I think it's the guy's name that came up with it. Was
that
Zamboni.
All right, way to go, Zamboni. Like it's almost like a negative sounding name.
It is
like a slur. Like
you're such a Zamboni, God.
Yeah.
Stupid flirt.
He was like the Italian town, the village. He was like the village idiot in Italy.
Let's look him up here. Oh yeah, we were looking at what was this thing? Theologian embarrasses entire. Oh, okay. So how do I make that go home? I don't know. We'll do it.
But while you look this up, I will say about Mick I think years ago, Mick wanted to debate me. And I've never debated anybody. I've never really had much interest in it because I don't really see the point. But I said to him, you know what, my friend, the day you get more subscribers than I have is the day I'll debate you, right? So then years went by and Mick grew, and he finally passed me in subscribers. And I guess he mentioned me in a video. He's like, well, Stinky Cash, I've got more subscribers than you. Are you going to come debate me? And all of a sudden, his anti-flat Earth army attacked my channel with comments like, when are you going to debate Mick Toon? When are you going to debate Mick Toon?
Oh my God, I know. It's like,
bro, Mick has already lost so many debates to like Austin Whitsitt. There's nothing he can say that hasn't already been addressed. He would just be using the same old debunked arguments, which means he's disingenuous. Like if he's using arguments that have already been debunked and he's just willing to repeat them over and over again, it's like, then what's the point?
I know. And it's like, here's another thing that I see him doing. And I kept putting in the chat of this thing in there. They're always talking about these measurements. And I said, they're calculations. They're not fucking measurements.
Exactly.
You're making calculations, not measurements. Just because your calculation says it should be something doesn't mean that's what it is. That's another one of their tricks. So this thing says that an ice resurfacer is a hand-push device for cleaning. And they also have driving ones on a sheet of ice, usually in an ice rink. The first ice resurfacer was developed by an American inventor and engineer, Frank Zamboni. There's a picture of it.
Nice. I was picturing someone looking more Italian, but
I was too. He looks
kind of Jewish.
Yeah, he does. He absolutely does. I was gonna say that.
He's
in
a Canadian French Jew, a French
in
Canadian Jew.
Paramount, California. Let's see, Paramount City, Los Angeles. Okay, so a guy develops a thing to smooth out the ice in a place where they never have ice unless you make it. Wow, that's crazy. So it says the first ice resurfacer was invented by Frank Zamboni, who was originally in the refrigeration business. He created a plant for making ice blocks that could be used in refrigeration applications. As the demand for ice blocks waned and the spread of compressor-based refrigeration, he looked for another way to capitalize on an expertise in ice production. In 1939, Zamboni built the Iceland skating rink in Paramount, California. And to resurface the skating rink, 3 to 4 workers had to scrape, wash, and squeegee the ice. A thin layer of water was then added for the fresh ice. This process was extremely time-consuming, and Zamboni wanted to find a more efficient way to resurface the ice. So he worked on developing, what's that now?
The little water that squirts out the back of the Zamboni, that's my favorite part.
Yeah.
It's just so soothing. Like, it's so satisfying to watch a Zamboni. Anybody who's watched a Zamboni knows exactly what I'm talking about. It's just satisfying.
Yeah, it is. It is because it smooths everything out. It's so clean looking when it's
and
done.
the drivers are just usually really good at it.
Yeah.
Know?
So he says worked on it in 1947. He built a machine that could shave, wash, and squeegee the ice. Oh, so just automation destroyed jobs. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
You see what happened?
He does look like Alan. He does look like Alan Dershowitz.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, he does.
Chicago Cubby Bear. You're
Wait a second. Let me look at this guy.
And Jonathan, I am your friend, Josh.
Yeah, he does look like Dershowitz.
Because all Jews look relatively the same. But
have you seen Bruce Springsteen? He looks like Woody Allen now.
Dude, yeah, well, that's what a lack of testosterone and a vegan diet will do to you.
I'm like, what the hell, man? So let's see. He was so he patented this thing in 1953. Let's see, how does it actually work? Ice resurfacers are generally composed of a snow container, hot water tanks, a wash water tank, the conditioner, and a board brush. An internal combustion engine or electric motor of the vehicle is responsible both for propelling the resurfacer and also powering the hydraulics that control the various functions, such as lowering the conditioner or raising the snow dump. Most of the actual resurfacing components are contained in a heavy device at the rear of the machine known as the conditioner. The conditioner is hydraulically lowered to the ice surface, its weight providing the friction necessary for a large, sharp blade similar to those used in industrial paper cutters to shave off the top layer of ice. A horizontal auger conveyor collects these ice shavings or snow and funnels them up a vertical auger at the center of the conditioner. The shavings are then carried upward and sprayed into a large snow container, which takes up most of the volume of the resurfacer. So that would be this. Do you think
the old school Canadian hard-headed hockey players, like, they were like really anti-Zamboni in the beginning, like, well, we don't need that thing. That's for cowards, you know?
Yeah, right. Well, think about all the buggy whip manufacturers that were, marching in front of Ford Motor Company because they lost their jobs. Nobody needed buggy whips anymore. They were all done. I want to show one of these in action. Let's see if we can find one.
Maybe like on an NHL rink. That would be good.
Let's see a video.
Like, I know the Zamboni comes out between periods, right?
Let's see here. Here's the one. Here's one.
And they paint the ice white.
Really?
Yeah. I learned that at some point in my life, and now I'm repeating it, and I hope it's accurate.
There you go. See, you tucked that away for this moment.
Yeah.
Anyway, Let's see what we get with this here. Whoops. Wait, let me go back here.
Where's the curvature? Seriously, a remote controlled Zamboni would be even cooler. If there was like no dude on it. Pimp on a blimp. No audio?
What? Y'all can't hear it?
No.
You're not hearing any audio?
I thought my phone was malfunctioning. It was so quiet.
Okay, all right. Wait a second. We have a problem, Houston. Let's do it this way.
It makes me think of The Wedding Singer. Oh, that's a great line. No, not The Wedding Singer. No, Happy Gilmore.
There you go. Let me see. Let me stop sharing that other, and I'll do this one. Now you should be able to hear it.
First to do an NHL.
There we go. Now we're good.
This one can flood an ice surface 200 by 85 in about 12 to 15 minutes.
And chances are, if you drive a Zamboni at a local rink, you do a lot more than just that.
We're in charge of the whole building, from resurfacing the ice to anything mechanical to daily janitorial. When I first started, it took me about 3 months to get proficient with the machine. So when you go out onto the ice, the first thing that you'll do is you'll put your conditioner down, you'll turn your augers on, and you'll bring your board brush out, and then you will turn your water on. So you have to make sure that you do it in a proper order. We cater to the kids a lot, where we're waving at them. You know, they want us to honk the horn or
don't forget to factor in the curvature.
We're here to entertain as well. We're not just here to work. Anything that we can do to make our user groups or the public feel more welcome, we do. This machine cost us about $185,000.
So after learning that this machine is worth as much as 2 Mercedes S-Class luxury sedans, I was a little nervous to drive this 4,000 kilogram beast onto the ice. So what does an ice resurfacer drive like? Not like anything else you can think of. You sit behind the rear wheels and there's a huge hood-looking thing in front of you called a bucket. This adds up to give you pretty bad visibility when negotiating the corners of the rink, but experienced drivers always seem to know exactly where the corners of the machine are. The Olympia I'm driving is full of batteries and motivated by 4 electric motors, 1 for each wheel. Top speed of this one is limited to about 7 kilometers an hour, but that actually feels pretty fast on the ice. Traction is extremely limited, and you can actually feel the back end stepping out around tight turns. Operator Scott Dix says that driving this thing can take some real getting used to.
The first time I thought, oh yeah, it's just going to be like driving a car, thinking you're going to breeze through it. But it bites you in the butt really, really quickly. There's a lot of different moving components on this. You have to be aware of what you're doing, where you are, coming on and off the ice. There are certain things that you really have to watch.
Local rinks are essential to hockey. Everyone that goes pro started by playing in a rink much like the one in Okotoks, but I wanted to see how ice resurfacers were used in top-level hockey. And for that, I went to the Scotiabank Saddledome in Calgary on game night. Here, the Calgary Flames would face off against the Vancouver Canucks. Hockey at the highest level.
My name is Edward Vyshetsky. I am a ice technician here for the arena. Been here about just my 10th season now. When it comes to the ice and maintaining the ice, we have 4, like myself, and 3 other ice technicians, and running 2 teams out of this building. There's a lot of ice time being used on a daily basis. Essentially, like any 4-wheel vehicle, yes, it's like driving another vehicle. But as you can see here with the long hood, you can't see in front of you. So you're taking into point your wide spots, your length, when to turn, speed.
I like that. It looks all clean and shiny after it goes over it. It's so cool.
You know, it's like, what, friends listen to Endless Love in the Dark?
There's another thing. It doesn't go as fast, obviously. 2,500 RPM top speed on these Zambonis. You'll get about 7.5 miles an hour tops. We're under the fine-tooth comb, so to speak, as to maintaining our ice accordingly, as well as the machines, because Murphy's Law can't prevail. Like they always say, you know, if something's going to go wrong, it's going to be at the worst opportune time.
And when it goes wrong, it can go very
shit.
wrong.
What
At
happened
an NHL
there?
game in Pittsburgh in 2008, an ice resurfacer blew a high-pressure hydraulic line and sent red fluid spraying all over the ice.
Yo,
To prevent
pause this.
embarrassing and costly game delays, the Saddle Dome keeps a backup Zamboni in addition to its 2 regular-use Zambonis.
My favorite part of the job is just driving and doing the ice, whether it's a game or by myself in my whole little world and maintaining. So I guess overall, I just love all aspects of it.
My name's David Witherspoon. I'm ice technician, they classify us as. I prefer game nights. I mean, during the day it's okay, but during the night, you got 20,000 people in the stands, the music's going, everything's just hopping, so it's pretty exciting. I really enjoy that part. Yeah, we got about 230 feet to drive from our flood room to the Zamboni gate. We have to drive down the hallway, we have to go in, you have to dump all the snow out of your bucket, turn the machine around, fill it back up, get it ready to go for the next period. On the back of this one, we have a latex laser leveling system. We have fast ice, which
What kind of fucking leveling system?
A laser leveling system, my
Yeah,
friend.
and McToon and FTFE told that guy that a laser is the wrong type of instrument to be leveling ice because it can the refraction of the cold air isn't that and FTFE brought it up, and then even shit for brains MC Toon went and backed it up with some kind of fucking mathematics, and there he just said it that you're using a goddamn laser level.
I wonder if the laser factored in the curvature
And the refraction and everything.
Ah, yeah,
Right?
the refractive gravity.
Yeah, they specifically told that guy because he showed an experiment that he did using a laser and a distant object on, with a ruler on it, showing that there was no deviation in it from one end to the other. And they were saying, oh, well, you're using the wrong kind of thing to because that ice has a high refractive index and blah, 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 blah. And here's a guy that runs the fucking Zamboni saying, yeah, it keeps level with a laser leveling system. Dumbass.
I mean, it's literally Alan Dershowitz himself is telling you that the Zamboni, like Mr. Zamboni himself is like, this shit runs on level lasers, my friend.
Right. Oh my God. Well, we just busted their argument out the fucking water. I'll have to send this. Let's see, that's at the 5:30. I'm going to put it at the 5:30 mark. I'm going to send this to Jaron about that.
Oh, good. Yeah. That is that. Did we just stumble across that?
Yeah.
That's amazing. That was
That
live.
was just one, in case people didn't know what a Zamboni is,
That's
here's
how
what it
people
is.
that's how people with ADHD learn new shit.
Yeah, man. That's me, man. I smoke and I know things.
We smoke, and I'm hitting my pen too, and it's like, yo, Zamboni is a cool word. Yeah, Zamboni is a cool word. Let's watch a video about Zambonis.
Yeah, let's find out a little bit more about it, and how good. Well, we found out that they use a laser leveling system, right?
And all of a sudden,
two large spray bars that are either simultaneously controlled or independently. So you can either run the top one, the bottom one, or vice versa. With the laser system, it's really good. Even if your floor is uneven on the bottom, it keeps your top surface level. So when you're out there doing a flood with two machines, it actually does a little bit of a better job cleaning up in between. The machine itself is easy to drive, but all the underneath, the how much to shave off with the blade, how to work the augers, how much water to put down, how fast you have to go.
It's obviously not something you could pick up overnight. How long does it take a guy from zero experience to NHL Zamboni driver?
I don't know how some of the other NHL buildings work, but usually here, we usually like to train a guy for about a month or so before they start driving.
One thing that surprised me was that Zamboni operators at any level weren't exactly crazy hockey fans. For the most part, the operators are people who just happen to be working for an arena or municipality and found themselves driving a Zamboni. But more than that, these people really love their jobs. And can you blame them? They get to go out there and be the team that everyone roots for, the Zamboni. For driving.ca, I'm Clayton Seams.
So that's pretty cool. I got to send that to Jaron now. Tell him to go to the 525 mark.
That's amazing.
If anybody wants to clip that, I'm going to put the link in here.
Yeah, so you know who you need to send it to is the robot polisher.
Yeah, right.
Just
right?
let that guy clip it up. Make like a 2-minute Zamboni video.
Absolutely.
Not everybody. Hold on, let me do my. Not everybody can be a robot polisher.
Let me see if I got him on.
Angela, baby Carson, what's up?
I do. I got him on Messenger. I'm gonna send that to him. Go to 525 MC Tune and FTFE said you can't level with a laser. Oops. On ice. There we go. And I want to copy that real quick. I'm going to say copy. Let me go over here to Facebook real quick. I'm going to say paste there. And let me pull that up again. This copy. Bring this back over. Now he is aware. So too bad for you guys. Guess what? You can't. Apparently, the laser isn't affected by the cold enough to fucking dumbasses.
Yeah, the cold bends the light.
Oh.
Attractive gravity. No.
Listen, man, these guys.
Cavendish.
Yeah, Cavendish.
Cavendish.
Baking dish. Pizza dish. Deep dish. Oh my God, I know.
Melodome. I've heard a lot about this Melodome.
Melodome's cool as shit. What's up, Melodome? What's going on? Good to see you, my friend. No longer on the balls here. No longer on the ball has the True Earth Wiki. Have you checked that out? Let me pull that up real quick. Let's see, where's my favorites? I gotta find it here. I really do need to organize my.
You know what's one of the funniest videos of all time is Owen Benjamin's Globe Earth Sniper.
Oh, I know. I have that. Yeah, I have that.
That makes me laugh every freaking time, dude. I just can't get enough of that. There's just something about just factoring in curvature. It's just hilarious to me.
So here's the I put it in private chat too. The True
Nice.
Earth Wiki. That's what No Longer on the Balls works on.
Oh, nice. Am I a part of that? What is that?
You can be. You can be.
What is Welcome to True Earth Wiki? This is
Yeah,
the main page for True Earth Wiki. This is the most complete wiki of all things related to our realm and the cosmos, including scientific facts and theories. Very nice.
Yeah, and there's more and more going up on it all the time. If you go over here to the index page, like it says right here, frequently asked questions, cosmos, Earth, FE, content creators, scientists, discoverers, shills, etc. Agencies, governmental agencies, space agencies, observations. So like if you was to go over to Earth, right? And in here right now, they got a category of Antarctica. This is still being worked on, right? It's still under construction, but you've got, let's see, if you go to Antarctica, then it brings this up about Antarctica, Freemasons at the South Pole, Thule Society, all this shit. It's really and it's getting better all the time.
Oh, dude, we're getting so much more organized and just making the best coherent arguments. And it's the community's come so far in 9 years.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
What's this? Mars asteroid impact creates 2 billion craters. What's this about? Hold on. Just ran across this. We might have to. Okay, I'll just agree to it. Okay, so where am I? Oh yeah, there was another thing. There's this thing they're saying that people are coming down with, where it used to be a rare condition where people are seeing other people as demons.
What?
Yeah, and this thing is called prosopometemopsia or something. It's a rare disorder that makes people think they're seeing demon-like faces everywhere, with people's eyes and mouths stretched out, ears pointed, and deep grooves carved into their faces. And I'm sitting there going, they're saying, yeah, more and more people are having this. And I'm like, maybe more and more people are actually seeing the ones that are demons.
Like it's like straight out of They Live.
Yeah. The veil's ripping, man.
Yeah, the veil. Yeah.
Oh, Lord. Well, that's confirming to me. Let me show you this craziness. Giant Mars. There it goes. Creates vast field of destruction with 2 billion craters. An asteroid struck Mars 2.3 million years ago.
Oh.
Throwing debris across the region. Now, is that Mars years ago or is that Earth years ago?
Now, I think whenever they do stuff like this, I don't think it's random. I think a lot of it is word magic. Mars isn't just their ball planet, right? Mars is the what is it? The Roman god of war.
Yeah.
So you almost have to try to read their double speak. You have to get the esoteric out of the exoteric.
So they got this picture. I guess they said it's threw debris across the region of the planet equal to 4 times the length of the Grand Canyon. Holy crap! Look at that.
I don't know. Maybe that means that we're going to war and 2 billion people are going to die. Like, you know what I mean? Maybe they're trying to convey a message because we know what this is bullshit.
Well, how in the fuck would they know how long ago? Over 2 million years ago.
Because the speed of light, they have the telescope so they can see back in time.
Spectroscopy. Regravifractalax.
Yeah. The spectroscopy. Yeah.
You got the regravifractalaxical index and the gravimetrical flux capacitors that respond to.
It's what makes time travel possible.
That's it. The flux capacitor. God damn. So this is the stuff that makes you over 2 million years ago, a giant asteroid slammed into Mars, scarring the surface with one massive crater and around 2 billion smaller individual craters. Look at that. Look at all those little tiny individual craters.
I can see the burn mark.
Yeah. Wow. It's amazing. Secondary craters appeared across the region of 1,000 miles, making this asteroid event one of the biggest impacts seen on the red planet in relatively recent history. So nobody saw this happen. You're just saying it happened. I mean,
all space news is like that.
It's always like that.
They always, whenever they say it's, and whenever they make a claim about anything that happened billions of years ago, how the fuck do you know that? Have a little humility.
Why are all the craters like 90 degrees, like straight in? They're not angled or anything. I don't see any evidence of, a debris field scatter. I see
that texture is a result of casting.
Yeah.
Anybody who's ever poured metal knows what I'm talking about. When you pour metal, you can get that exact effect where you get crater-like dimples along the surface of the metal that you're pouring. It's from escaped air from the bottom, not from impacts from above.
Well, look at them long enough.
And what is the Bible? What is the Bible? The Bible talks about how God casted things. You know what I mean?
Are they craters or are they bubbles?
It's basically the same thing. I just said craters are it's formed by air, I think.
No, I mean, it's easy to assume that those are indented, but maybe they're not. Maybe they're poking out. Look at these ones down here to the bottom. These would, like a bubble that hasn't popped. But yeah, I know it's Yeah, I've done that. I've seen this. When you weld too, it's the little bits of weld spatter that spatter up too. Crazy. Over 2 million years ago, a giant, oh my God. Asteroids massive enough to create widespread destruction like this are estimated to impact Mars just once every 3 million years.
Oh.
How
And,
would they know any of that?
Right. And we have 6,000 years of recorded human history, so they can just, it's so convenient. It's they always do that though. The space news is hilarious. And I actually put out a video several months ago where I talk about how in the news they're always saying that an asteroid comes close to passing Earth, or an asteroid almost hit Earth, and they compare the asteroid to the size of weird objects. So they'll say the asteroid the size of 5 elephants nearly collided with the Earth. And it's like, why would they use elephants as like a unit of measurement?
So yeah, I've seen those. They look like just like geysers. I know what you're saying. I know what you're talking about, Mojo. Yeah. It's like, how the fuck? Where's it? I'm gonna have to find that clip. I gotta find that clip. This is just dumb. I can't believe that there's actually people are getting paid to write this crap. There's that many hopeful people thinking that shit is real. Oh my God. I gotta find that. Where is it in my FE vids? Where is the old guy? Where is the old guy? This guy, he makes. Oh, I got Globe Earth Snipers in here too. Yeah, cool.
Globe Earth Sniper.
That was funnier and shit.
Seriously, you name an object. If you Google asteroid the size of.
Oh, I recently saw one here not long ago. We made fun of it like crazy on here about. They said there was one the size of 33 sheep.
33 sheep. Yeah. Or 500 refrigerators. Like, dude, they come up with the most ridiculous things, and they'll make it like related to whatever current event. So they'll be like, on Easter, they'll be like an asteroid the size of 1,000 Easter bunnies. It's like, what? You're using artificial things as units of measurements to measure other artificial things?
Yeah. That's exactly what they're doing, and people will
science. It's science. 200 Darth Vaders.
Yeah, 200 C-3POs. 27 R2-D2s. Let's go with all the Star Wars characters. They'll go through all of them. Why not? Oh, I can't find it. Damn it. I had this one of this guy. He's like, how in the fuck did they know that?
It's like, don't fly through that asteroid field.
Older than the Earth, but
hey. Here, I found it.
Yeah, there's always a jack-o'-lantern comment every Halloween. They do corny shit like that all the time.
You got that? All right, check this out.
the sun may be older than the Earth, but the water we drink on Earth is older than the sun.
Here's another example of shit that they have no idea. No idea. But they call it facts. I believe this shit for 49 years.
I love this guy.
I begin to fathom how. With the way my brain works, how I ever thought that they could possibly know that water is older than the sun, which is older than the Earth. How can they possibly fucking know that? I mean, just use a little common sense, just a little bit, and say the Earth had to be here before water, because water couldn't exist on Earth if Earth wasn't here. That brings me to the question: how did the water get here? Just magically float through this space and go through our atmosphere and land on Earth? Come on, guys.
Kinda. I think the official story is that water came from comets striking the Earth.
The sun is. I mean, really. Stop assuming this stuff, man. Start using this little fucking thing you got called a brain.
Yeah, they know how old the sun is, right? Parallax.
Oh, I love it when they say parallax. That's the other one. It's like refraction, gravity, parallax. Oh my!
Where is it? I got that one for you. Hold up.
The funny thing about parallax, when you ask them for a proof and they say parallax, one word answer, it's like they don't even know what that means, and they don't even realize that it actually proves the flat Earth. So they use a proof of the flat Earth as a so-called proof of the globe. And that's what they always freaking do. That's what like liberals and Jews are always freaking doing. It's crazy.
Now, see, this shit's funny as hell, and it's a shame the guy Owen had to turn into such a turd. You know
what
He
makes
really did.
what makes Owen a turd? I haven't been in the loop.
Oh, we'll get into that after this. I'll
All right, let's.
tell you.
He's still a funny guy, so let's watch it.
We only have one shot at this guy, okay? A little left. Okay, now factor in the spin. No, god damn it, man. Okay, what direction are we? East, west, north, south, northeast? Factor in everything. We need to know exactly the direction, the spin of the earth, and how to combat it, or else we're gonna miss. There's no spin of the earth. Take the shot, retard. But that would mean Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and you miss every single shot when we do this. If we miss this shot, our location will be blown. We've been here for 4 days shitting in little cans. Tell me the spin of the earth. Like, okay, down to the left 16 inches. No. They saw us. I missed the shot. I guess it was spinning a little faster than I thought. Oh. Globe, Earth, sniper. I can see the mirage. No, that's the target. Must be a mirage. Wow, I've done the calculations. 8 inches per mile squared. I wouldn't be able to see him. It's a mirage. I'm not taking the shot. It's him. Like, every sniper just shoots people. That's a fucking mirage. And that means Neil deGrasse Tyson, the bike thief with the answers, is leading me. Globe, Earth, sniper. Okay, if you factor in the curve. This is clearly a mirage.
The best line is he says, "The bike thief with the answers."
Yeah, I saw you're going to be on that show Saturday. I got that bookmarked, man. I try to make it. Shit, half the time, it's like I go on, oh, there's Melodome. Fuck, I missed it. You know, it's like I can't get notifications from anybody. The other day, I was trying to get on Flatzoid's channel, and I thought, well, fuck, I'm not going to look through all my subscriptions. So I just started typing in the search Flatzoid. I put in Flatzoid's perspective, hit the enter, and he was like the fourth fucking thing that came up. And I was like, are you shitting me, man? And he doesn't even show you the in my history. Like, I'll be watching him and then I go pull up my history on my phone so I can continue watching it. It's not even there. And I'm like, this is fucked, man. This guy's getting shadow banned hardcore. But,
Who were you talking about?
Flatzoid's perspective.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna go sub to him.
Yeah, he's really a good guy, man. You'd like his show. He's in South Africa, and he might pop on here later. Probably in the next little bit. We've been on about an hour. He asked if I starting my show earlier, and I was like, what? And then it occurred to me, they don't have daylight saving in there in South Africa. So to him, yeah, it is early. I did have to adjust my time, but for us, it's the same time, you know? So yeah, he and I are going to team up and do a debate on Jaronism here pretty soon. He's going to be on there on the Debatism show. What is it? Tomorrow or Saturday? Let me look real quick. Because I definitely don't want to miss that. I have to set myself little reminders. It's so crazy. The older I get, the more shit I smoke. But I don't know if that's because of let me see. There we go. Let's see. Lives he's got coming up. He might not have set a link to it yet. No, he hasn't set a link to it, but I believe it's sometime between now and this weekend. So whenever that is. I'm sorry if I forgot. Hopefully he'll pop in here and set us straight. But yeah, thank you guys. They put Flatzoid's link in the chat. So if you can go over there and subscribe, pretty good show. I was on there this afternoon. He like I discussed a lot of topics. He and I are on the same page as far as like We know this Achilles heel for these guys, and that's their damn gravity and their gas pressure. And that kills the heliocentric model right off the bat. I mean, from its inception. I mean, you're never going to get a ball of gas to form anywhere for any reason. Never. So there goes your sun that you claim is a gob of helium or hydrogen that collected together for what reason? I'll never.
Well, you got me. It's actually you're the one who got me thinking about the reason they say outer space is infinite is because they have to say it's infinite. Because if it wasn't infinite, that means there would be some sort of like edge or wall to it, and then it wouldn't be a vacuum. It would be a container, so there would be air in outer space. So they literally have to say that space is infinite. That way they can claim it's a vacuum. It's like their lies always back them into weird corners. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So but then because they have other lies like the Big Bang Theory and expansion, where they're saying, well, it's expanding. So it's infinite and it's expanding simultaneously. Light is a particle and a wave simultaneously. Up is down is up, level is curved. Gravity, refraction, parallax. It's fucking nuts, dude.
Oh yeah. That's you might not know that, but even from the inception of this show right off the bat, it's a kind of a little inside game we've got here that anytime a Glober mentions gravity, refraction, or parallax, you have to take a bong hit.
Dude, I would be way too high for that.
Oh, dude, I get wasted quick. Because that's
But it's funny because I've watched you multiple times, and I've been in the flat Earth, community for I've been doing this 9 years, so I've heard every argument, and it's funny you can walk them, you can lead them right into it, and then you gotta eventually, it's like they're gonna say it, it's like they start with atmospheric gradient, but eventually they're like, well, what is holding the pressure? Gravity. And it's like once they say that, they expose how stupid they are.
Well,
that they're just puppets, or not puppets, but parrots, just they're not capable of thinking for themselves. And it is very interesting that Sav, you and I pointed out that they're not capable of steel manning a flat Earth argument. Remember when we had what was the guy's name? Liam or Timothy or whatever?
Yeah, Timmy.
So I asked that guy to steel man circumnavigation, and he couldn't do it. And then a Robot Polisher put out a video with Witsit during a debate where he basically used the same tactic. All he wanted them to do was steel man a flat Earth position, a simple one, and they won't do it. They can't do it. It's so bizarre.
It's like it would kill him. Like they cannot let those words come out of their mouth like it's blasphemous. You
don't have to agree with it to understand it. In fact, you have to understand it first before you can make an informed opinion on whether or not you agree with it.
Yep.
So it's insane, man.
Well, this is the thing that gets me too, is I'm listening to these guys and they are so worked up in their math and all this other shit that's based on its math that involves presuppositions of curvature to begin with.
Yeah.
And it's like, listen, you got to get out of that fucking mathematical shit. You're not living in that. You're not living in that. You're not looking. You're just the measurements, those are not measurements. Those are calculations. Stop it. It's the same thing when I try to explain to these bozos about their maps. None of your maps are right. Because it's a mixture of actual measured distances and calculated distances based on observations. So it's like, and now they're set. Okay. They can't change any
a lot. And a lot of what you say are calculated are based on assumption. Which they're backed into a corner because of some of the lies they've told. And I've done this spiel a bunch of times, but it all starts with that Copernican principle. That's like the starting point. They had to say the Earth's not special. That's how they remove God. Earth's not special. Copernican principle. we don't hold a special place. So how did they accomplish that? Well, it's like, if the sun is going around the earth every day, how do you get rid of geocentricity? Well, the sun's not going around the earth. The earth is going around the sun. It's just an illusion. Well, how can that be? I don't feel, and then each step they have to create another lie. Well, how do you get the earth to go around the sun? Well, you have to make the sun larger than the earth.
Yep.
Well, if the sun is larger than the earth by 109x, right? Why does it look the size of a quarter? Oh, well, it's really far away. Oh, well, if it's really far away and we're orbiting it, how come Polaris never moves? Oh, well, that's really super freaking far away. If it's so far away, how come I can see it? Oh, because it's really freaking big. It's like it's all reverse engineered.
Yeah, exactly. It is. And this is why they've had to change their distance to the sun so drastically over this period of time, all the way from Ptolemy to present day. We've gone from 3 million miles to 93 million miles. That's 90 million miles of error in calculation for something that that globe earthers claim is a very easy calculation. Oh, it's real easy. But then when you try to pin them down on it, you get idiots like Sean Hawkins yelling out there, oh, we shot radar at it. Oh, shut the fuck up. You shot radar at the sun.
How do you shoot radar at a light?
Yeah, I know, right? They've done it. They've done it. You just deny science. That's what he's got, right?
Deny science.
Somebody said you was on Zetetic Warrior. Was that a good show? Did you have pretty good discussion? I didn't want to spoil your show and spoil tonight by getting into it. It was kind of heated at times. He kind of went a little like psycho on me. But we don't have to talk about that tonight. That's for another. That's for another time. Although I know the people are interested. Yeah, I can dig it. I've had my experiences as well, so I dig where you're coming from. No worries. Well, yeah, I think also there's some other stuff that's pretty crazy too. Is we're seeing. Did you hear about these? They built this massive altar in Jerusalem, where you can see the Dome of the Rock, and it's in the right place. And this is going to be for the sacrifice of these red heifers. And
it's kind of weird that you always have somebody in your chat, Diane Red Heifer.
Yeah, ain't that funny? Yeah, I got some people with some pretty sarcastic names, man. I really do.
No, I thought that's her real last name, though.
Oh, I don't know. It could be. But they're sending these things from Texas. They bred these things in Texas. They're on their way to 7,000 miles away to Jerusalem.
Okay.
And this is supposed to be what precedes the building of the third temple. See, but there's a problem. There's something on the site of the third temple.
Oh, I think it's like a mosque or something?
Yeah, I think the Dome of the Rock. Yeah. So what kind of shitstorm will that cause if they destroy that? But here's what I'm thinking, okay? Theory, little prediction out there. Throw it out as a long shot on our little pool of whatever disasters are coming in the coming month. They're going to say this eclipse and everything is going to trigger some earthquakes, and it's going to be a fucking earthquake that's going to take down the Dome of the Rock, and it's going to be directed energy weapons. But an earthquake will take down the temple, and this is going to be there. Oh, look, this is our sign from God that we can build our third temple there now. And all these brainwashed Christians here in the West are going to go, oh, yes, not realizing that Israel is crowned Trump, the Moshiach, right? Mm-hmm. They got him on a coin. This guy's walking around the world, totally breaking protocol, walks up and just slaps the old Sheik of Arabia on the back there, which is a death penalty to touch that fucking guy. You don't do that. His arm would have got, anybody else, their arm would have got chopped off immediately as soon as they touch that guy. He goes to Buckingham Palace, meets the Queen, walks ahead of the queen, and she walks silent and submissive behind him. Who is this fucking guy?
It's bizarre. I've seen that there's a documentary, The Greatest Show on Earth, about Trump. Have you seen that one?
What's it called?
I think it's called The Greatest Show on Earth. It's about Trump.
No, I have not seen that.
Dude, you got to look into that. I think it's on like Rumble or Odyssey or one of those alternate YouTube sites. But that's wild. And they talk about how Trump has visited all these different countries, including like, England. He met with the Queen, and he goes to the Middle East, and all those world leaders take a back seat to him.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. Listen,
that's all in this documentary. I'm almost positive it's called The Greatest Show on Earth.
When it comes to the monarchy, okay, and especially I know while the Queen was alive, that there's protocol that must be adhered to. For instance, you do not reach your hand out to the Queen. She offers her hand to you, or she does not. Okay? You do not offer your hand to the Queen. Trump did that. Okay? Another thing that's really weird, if they're at one of those state dinners with the Queen, when the Queen is done eating, everyone is done eating. No one takes another bite. When she pushes her plate away, you're done. It don't matter if you've even finished or not. You're all done. So there's specific protocol. You do not walk ahead of the Queen. You walk behind the Queen. And then I saw them coming out. She's walking behind him and had a very submissive posture about her. And I'm wondering, man, is this guy the fucking Antichrist, man?
So,
I mean, you got all these people believing in him and acting like he's the Messiah. Had a minister. I saw this thing on stage. Flatzoid showed it today, where this minister said God talked to her and told him that Trump is his beloved son, and that he's got his blessing and all this shit. And I'm like, what the?
Do you remember the story in the news a couple weeks ago where it was I think it was an Israeli American serviceman, Aaron Bushnell, lit himself on fire?
What? No.
Outside, it was it was an American serviceman outside the Israeli embassy, and his name was Aaron Bushnell. And I'm thinking to myself, a guy named Burning Bush. Yeah, you're a truther, so it's you're quick to see it. It's a burning bush outside the Israeli embassy, and his first name is Aaron. So while Moses is up on Mount Sinai getting the 10 commandments from the burning bush, right? His brother Aaron is being commanded by the people to create the golden calf. Perhaps the red. Now, who's the golden calf in today's society that everybody's begging for?
Trump.
Yeah. We're begging for him. We're asking for him. We want him because of the incompetence of Biden. Even Democrats are going to vote for Trump.
And it was so contrived. This whole losing the election shit, he was in on it. Because he even said, boy, if you get this other guy, you're going to know misery for 4 years.
He never actually lost. He never actually lost power, according to this documentary.
Well, wait, listen to this, though. He didn't put up a fuss. He only put up a minor little fuss. And for the amount of rigging that we saw, and that was put out there for you to see, right? Because they know you idiots will go out there and do it again.
No, Trump doesn't just have a golden toilet. He released limited edition golden shoes.
Yes. Yeah.
I've got a commemorative golden $100 bill with Trump on it. Like, Trump has always been connected to the color gold. I mean, always. It's his logo. I mean, you ever go buy a Trump like a Trump tie? It's got a
who else is associated with gold?
Who else is associated with gold?
Yes. even in alchemy. Okay, it goes like this.
Oh, like Newton?
The sun.
The sun. Yeah, the sun is gold.
Represents gold, and so does the Christ. In fact, the allegory of Saint Christopher, which is basically telling you that the connection between gold and mercury increases the current, whereas the Christ was gold, and
the sun,
right?
The Son of God, the sun, gold, the sun. Yeah.
Right.
And what was the gift the first gift presented to Jesus?
It was gold.
Gold.
Yep.
Frankincense and myrrh, right?
Listen, so this is all deception. What you had happen was Trump was in on his own defeat. In other words, he wanted this to happen. Okay.
Yeah.
So that everybody would be just so fucking miserable after 4 years of this. And it's not the president himself. He's a great punching bag. Let's put this dottery old man out there. And hell, the American public actually believe the president has all this power. He doesn't. He doesn't. The economy is not bad because of the president. It's bad because of the people that are controlling the purse strings. And those are the people that nobody pays any fucking attention to. You understand? So they got this punching bag up there, and Trump's like, yeah, okay, so here's what comes out. I'm going to come in like a knight in shining armor. These people are going to, even the people who wouldn't have wanted me before are going to vote for me now. Okay. And it's not so much about the votes. It's about getting the people, their hearts and minds behind this guy. And they are in a cult of personality because this guy is an excellent salesman. And what has he sold the most? Himself. He's always selling himself.
Yeah.
He's always talking about
and they're going to want him. They're going to want him to be the one in power when America collapses ultimately.
You damn right.
Essentially he'll be part of the, when America collapses, that's where the New World Order is born. That's where the one world government, and with Israel at its command. That's what the prophecy has always said. Or people
will go along with it because they're gonna. Already, there's people. How many memes have you seen associating Donald Trump with Christ? I've seen literally hundreds of them by these magatards, that are so enraptured into this whole.
Hold on one second. Someone said it's already a one world government, but it's not. It is, but it's not, because it's not just about the one world government. They want an official one world government, but they also want the one. They want the one world currency, and they want the one world Luciferian religion. It's more than what we have now. We're not in their final stage yet. We're leading up to it.
Let me kind of clarify, because I know where he's coming from with that.
Yeah.
We've been in a one world government now, at least since the 40s, if not before.
Okay? Yes. Yeah. 47.
But we're under an illusion of international sovereignty. What they're going to do is put more lockdown and remove that veil.
The illusion. Yeah.
They're going to remove that because really we've been under this. Everybody agrees with the Antarctic Treaty, even if we hate each other. Everybody agreed with all the protocols of the last 4 years, even though they hate each other, right? Mm-hmm. There's so many instances you can point at that show that there's too much complicity amongst nations for them to be separate. And this illusion of they're our enemy or anything. Listen, it's the same thing as when we were kids, okay? My elementary school, the Cooley Cobras, and we were smarter kids than the other school a few miles away in the same district. And we'd fight them vehemently, and we rooted for our team, and they rooted for the Bobcats, and we were convinced that we were smarter and better than them, and they were convinced that they were better and smarter than us, and they were all run by the same goddamn superintendent and school board, getting the same teachers and the same fucking books, but convinced in their minds that they were actually a separate entity and not part of this one overall district. And the only reason they're in there is by volition of where their parents decided to buy a house. That's it. Same thing with our own nationalities. I'm proud to be an American. What the hell did you have to do with it other than be shit out on American soil? What? Nothing. How do you take pride in where your mother birthed you? That's stupid. How do you take pride in your color or your race? You didn't have anything to do with that either. Or take pride in accomplishments of men or women in the past based on their similarity in ethnicity to you. That you still didn't do that. And even though a white guy invented a certain thing, doesn't mean you did. You know what I'm saying? This is this unwarranted, and it's part of the mind control that so many people suffer under. They really do. And I try to break that out of people and realize, man, this is how they keep us separated and arguing with one another. And it's not Republicans and Democrats and blacks and whites and men and women. It's us against them. And there's very few of them. That's why they got to run this fucking mind game on us, man. Because if we ever realize that, if collectively, which I believe people are, but once people realize that, game over for them. Game over. Because all we have to do is take our ball and go home. That's all we have to do.
And they keep coming up with new ways to divide us.
Mm-hmm.
Like masks. Think about how masks and the opinion over masks created a whole new set of division for people to have. You know?
Yeah. And nobody really realizing they're arguing over a purpose that it wasn't even the purpose of having it. They're arguing over the efficacy of whether or not it stops a transmission of something or not. And that's not even what its purpose was. The purpose of it was isolation. It took away your micro expressions. That's a huge part of human communication is micro expressions. And you cover up your face, you've taken that away. Now, if you eliminate the heart field and the resonance with other people's heart field, which we know goes out 3-foot radius, and if you have a 3-foot radius and I have a 3-foot radius, that if we're 6 feet or more apart, we're not communicating on that level either. So we've isolated ourselves from one another on two important types of communication that we use.
When two people hug, they're pushing their chests together, like their hearts together, right?
Yes.
So yeah, that field, that 6-foot field is like
yeah. I mean, we this is why moods are infectious.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah. I mean, and when you get a lot of people resonating on the same mood, I mean, have you ever been to a Black Baptist church service?
Have you ever been to a playoff baseball game?
Yeah, I mean, that energy, there's energy there, man, and it feels good, you know, and everybody's fucking vibing all together. That's what it is. That's resonance, man. We come together, we're real powerful, especially if we have the same intent. We have more power than you can actually imagine. If we could put our will and our intent together for a positive thing, literally change the fucking world.
We can make a ball go through Bill Buckner's legs and win the World Series.
Or realize that shit's just there to distract us away from.
No, I know. But I have a whole theory that I think Shea Stadium, where the Beatles played in the 60s, that thing wasn't just a stadium. That thing was built as
amplifier.
It was something when I was traveling through Israel, I was in a little town called Titzfet, and there was a Kabbalah artist. He had a studio, and he painted these Kabbalah images and symbols and stuff. The guy's name was like Avraham Lowenstein or something, Lowenthal. Okay, and I look at one of his paintings, and it's literally Shea Stadium, and I'm like, what the hell does that?
Look at you remember that? You remember the deck speakers you'd have in your back windows?
Yeah.
Don't they kind of look like little stadiums?
Dude, I'm telling you, Shea Stadium was built for some sort of weird occult. And if you know the people who built it, they were all Freemasons, Yale Skull and Bonesmen, like the Bushes, the Harrimans, the Paysons, the Whitneys. All those old freaking Yale Skull and Bones Freemason families were the ones who owned the team.
Yeah, that's another interesting
Think
thing.
about think about the name of the Mets. What do you think? What do you think Mets is short for?
Metropolitans.
How about Baphomets?
That too, I guess.
Doesn't that kind of make more sense than Metropolitans? They told us it was Metropolitans, but
Right. Well, yeah.
super,
I mean, if you were like hanging out with Baphomet, that's kind of a lengthy name. I mean, you would shorten it down to "Hey Met" or "Hey Bath." You know.
that's what I think. I think it's the New York Baphomets. Even their logo, that NY logo, is kind of in the shape of the Baphomet with even horns on. Like, dude, I'm telling you, man, the New York Mets are fucking satanic. They even have orange, as a team color. Orange 33. It's always connected to all this stuff. All the hoaxes have orange. I don't know if you've noticed that.
Yeah, man. Listen, man. But back to what you were saying about those cathedral or those stadiums and coliseums and amphitheaters and things. Yeah, those.
It was
are
modeled
set up
after. It was
for-
modeled after the Colosseum in Greece.
Sure.
In Greece.
Well, and there again, it's a cavity resonant magnification device, man.
Yeah.
You get all these people, all their energy flowing in this thing, and it's reverberated directly upward. So I find that really interesting, toward the energy.
Yeah, brother. So I want to respond to this guy, Tony Coriolis. So the original two owners of the Mets were a guy named George Herbert Walker. That's George Bush's cousin. And the other owner was Joan Whitney Payson. So she's from the Whitney family and the Payson family. They're all Yale Skull and Bone families. All of them.
Huh. Yeah, we're getting deep into some shit here.
Yeah, dude.
But yeah, so now I'm tying a lot of this stuff together because, man, there seems to be, I don't know, is it an inordinate amount of what we would call fear porn being put out around this eclipse? Or
I'm going to see it. I'm going to upstate New York. I'm probably not gonna go to that Flat Earth meetup because they're in a little town called like Salamanca or something, and they're not in the middle of the line of totality. I want to be dead smack in the middle of the line of totality. So I'm going to a spot in upstate New York along Lake Ontario. It should be pretty awesome.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and it's just weird that they're calling this thing the Devil Comet that's going to accompany the eclipse. Like, are you kidding me? What's with the language? What's with the word magic?
Oh, I know. And this is another thing too, is I want to look for. I'm going to do a couple of things while I'm there too. I'm taking a compass because I want to see if I wonder if a compass gets affected.
I'll bring, you know what? I've got a really interesting compass device that my grandmother gave me. I'm going to bring that with me. That's a great idea. And I've got glasses and I've got solar filtered binoculars. I'm going to film it. I'm going to view it. I'm going to do everything I can to figure out what the hell is going on up there.
Yeah.
Is it the moon? Is it a third body?
I think it's a third body. I really do. Listen, during a new moon, this is what's so really weird. For about 40 hours during a new moon, the moon's not even detectable, not even with infrared.
Where the hell is it?
Yeah, you don't see like a black circle in the sky blocking out stars or anything like that. It's just not fucking there. That's what it is. There's people have said this for decades that top scientists, by the moon shouldn't even exist. By all observable evidence, the moon should not even exist. I mean, it's just one of the silliest things, and it's always perplexed the hell out of me, mystified me to look up and see this thing, and I'm always wondering, what is that? What is that really? Why can't I see through the damn thing? I mean, look at the background that I have on here. Let me just take you back, both of us back off for a second. I mean, you can see
translucent.
Right,
it's always taking on the color of the background sky. And what's interesting is during a full moon, the way the full moon is lit up, wow, you just glitched out worse than they do on the real ISS, dude. That was wild, bro.
That's how you know it's real. That's how you know I'm really up here.
Yeah, man. But anyway, During a full moon, the way the full moon is lit, completely evenly from middle to edge, all around, evenly lit, that is only possible in two scenarios. Either the moon is flat or the moon is lit from within. Because I see spherical lights on lampposts all the time. It's spherical glass with a light inside, and when you look at it, it's evenly lit, just like the moon.
Yep.
So the only way for that, and think about what that is. That's a glass sphere with an internal light source. Now, what if that internal light source worked kind of like a Fresnel lens, like a lighthouse, and rotated internally? Wouldn't that create phases of the moon as we see?
You know, I'm starting to get the idea that a lot of what we're seeing up in the sky is actually projected. Man,
the North Pole, they make like LED lights for your living room where you can project stars onto your ceiling.
Yeah.
From a central
thing. You go to a planetarium.
Yeah, Polaris it's almost like Polaris projects the stars.
Oh, cool. 11, 11, 11. Ha.
Oh, make a wish, everybody.
Awesome. But think about this, man. You go to a planetarium.
Mm-hmm.
You're on a flat level floor, and you're looking up at a domed ceiling.
Yeah.
And it's a perfect recreation of the sky. And where is it being projected from?
I don't remember.
Where the North Pole would be, right in the center of the fucking room is
of
where
course
the projector is at, right?
Yeah. Maybe that's what causes the aurora.
You know, so I'm wondering, you know, is this like the shit we're seeing in the sky? Is that some kind, are we seeing a projection from the North Pole, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, I see it as altogether possible, you know, shit, we can't go there. That's another place they don't let you go. And like we were showing earlier on Flatzoids, we were looking at the Urbano Monte map. And that's 1587, and they're depicting the North Pole. I mean, that's really something. Let me bring that thing up. I don't know if you've ever looked at that map, but it is really cool. I'll close some of these tabs because I got
the first thing I would want, you know, the first thing I would ask about when I look at a map is the North Pole. Sorry about that. Is the North Pole a point on the map like it is on the flat Earth map? If you look at the flat Earth map, the North Pole is a singular point on the map, the center.
Right.
But look at a Mercator map. Where's the North Pole on a Mercator projection?
Yeah, right.
It's not a point. On a Mercator projection, that entire top line of the map is a pole. So the Mercator projection literally turns a pole. It turns a point into a stretched out line across the top of the map. You can't distort a map any worse than that. Even
so, check this out. This is really badass. Have you seen this map? So when we zoom in here to the north.
Yes, I've seen that vaguely, yeah.
You know, hang on, it takes a second for it to resolution to come in. This is really good high resolution too. But if you see, this is just like what Mercator had with this North Pole map. You see the four lands here. And I want you to look, this is really interesting. Right here at the very north at 0, right? Look what's being used. It's a G, just like the G on the Masonic thing.
You're gonna have to send me that this link. I want access to this file. Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's let me see here. I don't know if this will.
But yeah, at some point in history, probably around 1958, maybe 1947, but right around that time, they removed the land from the North Pole.
Yeah.
So if you look at, you know, like Google Earth or whatever, it's like right now the official narrative is that the North Pole is ocean, that there is nothing there. But
So
but on old maps there's land.
Yes. Yeah, well, here's some other stuff too. All right, so here's Iceland right here. Here's Norway. Here's a place called Friesland. Where
Hey,
the
by
fuck
the way,
is that at now?
by
It's
by the
gone.
way, do you remember the guy that we were on with when the first time I ever came on your show? There was a Norwegian guy on the show,
Mm-hmm.
Osram.
Yeah.
I spoke to him today on the phone for like
Oh.
2 hours.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, that's a great guy.
But this is what I wanted to point out. You see here, you've got Friesland, which is
Friesland.
gone. It's no longer on any maps at all. And right up here above the Arctic Circle, this is the Arctic Circle right here near Norway.
What is that
They have
spiral? What is
a
that spiral?
virago.
What the hell does that? What does that word mean?
A virago is a vortex, a whirlpool, a vortex.
Interesting.
Yeah.
This is a
that's
wild.
kinda-
This is a wild map.
Yeah, this is really cool. This is 1587. And of course, here's England, Ireland, right?
But that's exactly why. Who said it? Christopher. That's why they tell us Santa Claus is at the North Pole. They have to fictionalize and make the North Pole this fantastical place in our imaginations. Oh, that's where Santa Claus is located, and he's got elves building toys. It's like, no, the North Pole is a real place. It's not Narnia. It exists, but they had to make it fantasy in our minds to like make us not even think. Who the hell even thinks about going there?
Well, look at down here. Okay, this is
This is an incredible map.
This is where Argentina's at now, or what they call Argentina. But you see this little area right here, Región de Gigante, the region of
The giants. That's amazing.
And here where Antarctica is, it's depicting flora and fauna, plants and animals, not ice. What's this place called? Terra Galilea?
C3PO says
Galicia.
C3PO Golden Calf says Santa means Satan. He's running things from the North Pole. I've always kind of said that too. Like Santa is obviously an anagram for Satan. They tell us Santa is at the North Pole. So maybe that is Satan, the bearer of light. Maybe he's located at the North Pole, kind of like they tell us. And look at the map. What is the North Pole? It's the bullseye.
So
it's
this
like
is, I think this is Terra del Fuego right here.
Terra del Fuego, the land of fire.
Land of the fire. And look at the crazy shit that they've got here. Giant fucking grasshoppers, giant rabbits. They got some kind of bird carrying an elephant.
Maybe the Easter Bunny is real.
I mean, look at that dumb shit, man. What's going on there?
Well, listen, dude. A lot of the Bible talks about hybrids and altering DNA and giants mingling with the women on the earth.
Yeah.
And then but also hybrid animals. All those depictions of like griffins and centaurs and all those half animals. I think that was real because I think these people with these ancient technologies, nothing really upsets God more than messing with DNA. He wants us to replicate and reproduce of our own kind.
Yeah,
and when they start mixing the kinds together.
Now you got to imagine though, you're lonely and you're traveling here.
Is that a monkey with tits?
Through the Terra del Fuego, and this little honey comes up and starts, putting the moves on you. Depending on how long you've been there wandering around the Terra del Fuego, you might take it up, So I don't know.
In prison, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
And what is that guy? What is that guy right there?
I have no idea. Some kind of
It's a bird. It's a giant bird. Like an emu or an ostrich or something.
But this is really fascinating.
But it almost looks like a half and half.
You see, this is detailed coastline. on the other side of what we say is Antarctica, with these little passages through. And we see this all over this map too, little passages through.
Yeah,
There's
and
one
why does Australia have the weirdest and the most unique animals?
I know, right?
Like, what the hell is a kangaroo, and why is it only in Australia?
Oh, what is this here? Terra de Vista. Terra de Vista is this little area of land here. And there again, another passage through.
A passage.
What is
What's
this?
what's the closest
Hold on,
what's
wait, it
the
says-
what's that closest landmass to that passage?
Just a second. It says Oceano Australia Giaciato. Giaciato. Is that some form of giantism or something? I don't know. That is right at the tip of Africa.
Gotcha.
Right down.
Because it does seem like the tip of South America is the preferred way to Antarctica.
Yeah, I mean, look how close.
That's where the Nazis. That's where the Nazis went. That's where a lot of Jews went. Like, that seems to be. That's close to what they call Deception Island.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why would you name something Deception Island?
That was called the Terra del Fuego in that area. Now there's another area called Terra de Australia. Because let's see, Australia would be on the regular map, would be like over in this region.
Is there
right?
no Australia on this map?
No.
Bizarre.
So let me see. Let me flip this upside
Well, I
down.
guess Australia hadn't been discovered yet in 15 something.
All right. So here's where Australia would be on the map, would be over in this area. Am I right? Yeah. Yeah.
It's like on the it's on the opposite side of the tip of South America.
So let's see.
Go basically 180 degrees from there, more or less.
Over here.
Yeah, like over there. Yeah, like where that rectangle is, that white rectangle thing, right? That's basically where it should be.
This right here?
Yeah.
Right here.
Right. Yeah, right in the middle of your screen. Isn't that like where Australia should be, more or less?
Let me see.
What the hell is that square?
Yeah, it should be. Okay, so yeah, this right here would be what is one of these land masses here. Let's see. This is the Philippines.
What the hell is it? Yeah, like who the hell made a platypus?
Look at all the weird shit on this. What is this place called? Hold on. Let's see. New Guinea, Brasilia, Regino. Usually they have Terra de.
This is wild.
Yeah, man.
What is this called?
It's called the 1587 Urbano Monte. I put a link in the private chat back there.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah.
You can go to David Rumsey, and let me just pull up the main page for that.
See, here.
If you like old maps and shit.
Yeah, I like this map.
This is a great place right here. I'm going to put this in the chat.
I don't think the flat Earth can be infinite though, because for everything you've said, for air pressure to exist, there has to be a container. So at some point there has to be that fucking dome, you know? You can't have an infinite flat Earth any more than you could have infinite outer space.
Right. Yeah, I think that this is, I'm looking for, usually they have more of a label. Sometimes they're Terra.
What am I listening to?
A dog drinking water.
Oh, okay. Cool. Good boy.
Land of New Guinea. New Guinea. Nova Guinea. What do we got down here?
Domes inside domes.
Got all kinds of crazy pictate. What the fuck is going on there? Look at these crazy ass looking people. Some kind of monkeys.
Some kind of monkeys.
This is okay. Yeah, this is the Tropic of Cap. Is that the Tropic of Capricorn?
Yeah, that's probably what it is. I see the sun on it. It's indicating the sun's outward declination.
Yeah, so I mean, why is the land so different now? You know what I'm saying? As opposed, I mean, this obviously, I mean, these people have mountain ranges and
Well,
shit
you have to
listed on here.
our brains picture the continents in the shapes of the Mercator map projection, and that projection's retarded.
It is.
So it's probably this map is probably closer to the true shapes of things than what we're used to seeing on a Mercator map or on a globe. Why are the shapes of the continents almost identical on a globe as on the Mercator map projection? That shouldn't be. A globe, the North Pole is a point. A Mercator map, it's a whole line. It would distort the land even worse. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, so Australia should be up here where my pointer's moving around, right up
Yeah.
in here.
Yeah, I agree. And what do they have there? Like, what is that animal?
Well, let's see. They got some kind of fucking half dude, half fish thing going on, like a merman people. See, that's what's so crazy is that there's, it's not just, I mean, there's detailed mountain ranges and shit on these. Like they'd look this over where there's different types of plant life that they depict. So, what the fuck are they talking about? Nobody's been there and shit. It's unexplored. That's a load of crap. But yeah, this is great. This is a great map.
I like it. I like how detailed it is.
Oh, I have a replica of this.
This is very high resolution.
I have a 30-inch by 30-inch, but the original is 10 foot by 10 foot.
That's incredible.
Why I say that David Rumsey map collection site is awesome, man. You can find so many different maps. You can even find maps of the county you live in, going all the way back. I mean, this guy's got everything. What is this going on up here?
Yeah. So they got the sun, and they've got the wandering stars following the sun. I think. Look, go scroll back up a little bit. Are those the wandering stars, the planets?
Yeah. Okay, so here's the circle of Mercury.
Yeah, because the wandering stars circle the sun as the sun circles the earth. They're all on their own timers, so they all circle at different speeds. And when you plot their different positions day after day after day after day, they create that beautiful symmetry that you see, like those flowers of life patterns that you see from like Venus. I think it's the Tycho Brahe model, the Tychonian system. That's true. I've already proven that with observation. I just I have no idea how to make a video about it.
Okay, this is saying something about the sun, Soleil, Luminary, the Luminara, and the Luno.
Moon.
See, I gotta learn more of this fucking.
It's almost we're doing pretty good though. I think with how many people are in this right now? I think together we could put our brains together.
Something about an eclipse. I think this word right down here at the bottom might refer to.
Can you zoom in on that even more? No, but now we're losing. Yeah, eclipse.
So here's what it starts out with, and I'm
Terra. Look, Terra. Quando, the time of the earth.
Luminala, which would be stars, luminaries, and Luna. Vedendosi. What is that? Vedendosi.
Yeah, we got to figure out some of these connecting words, but a lot of it.
Come on, chat, help out. You know,
Who's the genius in the chat that knows Latin or whatever this
right?
is in? I don't know what language this is. Italian? What is it?
I don't know. There's something about the luminaries in the eclipse, and it's showing this what's going on here in this little chart. See, that's another cool thing about this too. You got all these little controls up here where you can, you know, change your orientation. Right?
So like Earth goat tress. It's almost like I don't think the moon reflects sunlight, but I think the moon gets its charge from the sun, right? Because the sun is positive, the moon is negative, right? So it's almost like the moon.
Yeah.
It's almost like the moon gets charged and discharged from the sun.
Well, wait a second. Now, I never noticed this before, and I don't know why, but look at this down here. Now, all through around down here, I got these different royal figures and whatnot, right? And reference the different armadas that belong to different kings and things like that. But look at this bird down here. Who the fuck is this guy? He's got a real special little place on the map. I mean, it really kind of stands out, doesn't it?
I would love that on my wall. And I think we have somebody in the chat that's working on translating that for us. So
okay, cool.
Earth goat tress, I believe.
So what is this telling us?
What if it's the opposite and the moon charges up the sun? I mean, I just don't think that would intuitively, logically, that doesn't really make sense because the sun is always the sun, where the moon is always, you know, growing and you know, it's charging and discharging.
It's the guy that made the map.
That's incredible.
Urbano Monti. Okay. Well, he deserves a special place on this. This is awesome.
Yeah. I like how he included himself on the map.
So much detail.
Do you think this was made by a giant?
Oh, wow. I don't know.
Like, do you think like are the giants the geniuses? You know?
God, you know, well, there was a whole thing of the Book of Giants, and it said that the world was ruled by these mighty men of renown, and that the men could not sustain them anymore, so they started devouring men.
Maybe there were giants in what's now New York, and that's why they're the New York Giants.
New York Giants.
Yeah, because not just football, there was the baseball giants too.
Maximo, Sommo Pontiff Maximo, Optimo Maximo. Looks a little bit small hattish, but I don't know. Maybe noses were just hard to draw. He hadn't sharpened his little crayon for this. But man, this is really detailed. Yeah, I love looking at this thing. I can get lost up in this goddamn thing for hours.
I'm gonna spend like a good hour on that probably tomorrow.
Oh, it'll be longer than that. I guarantee you. I guarantee you, man. Once you start fucking around on that thing and looking at stuff, and you're like, "What is this?" And then you'll see some words and it intrigue you, and you'll try to translate it out, and you'll see, wow, yeah. That's crazy. And I see a lot of I mean, it was obvious that they had been to these places. And let's face it, if you're commissioned to make a map, you can't just put whatever the fuck you want to on it, because these people that commissioned you to make the map are powerful people that rely on this somewhat accurate information so that they can have trade, avoid war, all kinds of shit. And if you're depicting mountain ranges and woods and shit in a place where it's not, you're going to end up with your fucking head on a spike. Somebody's going to say, you fucking lied. What are you pulling? You're working for our enemies. You're trying to get us lost, So,
what year was the printing press invented?
Oh God, I don't know.
Was it after the map?
Oh no! I mean, these people were actually hand drawing these maps, man. Yeah, this was quite an art. And what gets me is, how they could do it and be as accurate as they were
It's
without
unbelievable.
any kind of aerial, or we assume they didn't have any kind of aerial reconnaissance. You know, but you can't tell me that nobody went up in the air before a hot air balloon, or that the hot air balloon came about recent. I mean, I'm sure there have been people trying to figure out how to get up in the air for a long fucking time, and realizing that hey, even just hot air balloons. I think that technology's been around a long time, man.
Mm. Where's our translation in the chat?
Yeah. What happened?
We're waiting.
Yeah, we're waiting. Where's my translator? We could use Google Translate.
Shouldn't C3PO be the one translating this for us?
He might be doing it. Doing it.
Did you get it though?
Oh yeah, right. That's right. That's what his job was, wasn't it? Good one. Oh, I see what he did there. Yeah, this got me intrigued. Was this Virago when I saw that? And I know, of course, Friesland. It's on the Mercator map, Friesland. And now it's no longer on the maps anywhere. And of course, up here we've got this is Iceland, and then Greenland up in here. And then, of course, you're coming back down into the Americas. This right here could very well be the Fertile Crescent right here, the Gulf of Mexico. You know, Noah's Ark was made of a very specific material, gopher wood, and this is the only place in the world where gopher wood comes from. It's kind of interesting, isn't it? So I don't know, man. I've been looking into, you know, I keep seeing all this shit. It's getting closer and closer to us going for this trip for the eclipse. And every day I'm seeing more and more fucking bullshit going on little headline alerts coming up, you know, about, there's going to be, the FAA is warning that, you know, there might be delays in travel and shit. And I'm like, airplanes don't fly at night. I mean, you're going to have like 4.5 minutes of nighttime. What the fuck? Is that a problem? Why is this a problem? And this is why I want to see, because there's some interesting effects that go on during eclipses. I think there's more to it than just this visual that we get. I think that I think it's going to be a boost in consciousness. I think that there are other effects that take place.
I agree.
That's why I want to see in the electromagnetic field. That's why I want to see. I'm going to have a compass, and I want to see if that compass is affected by the.
So I noticed something interesting on your screen. Can you Google?
Yeah.
Can you Google?
Hold on a second. Yeah, Iron Horse said that. I was just about to say that.
What?
Pendulum goes backwards during an eclipse, man.
Is that a joke?
No.
Or is it? They say that
it does happen. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So what do you want me to Google?
So if you Google what location is going to have the longest totality?
I don't know. Let's see.
Totality can be anywhere from, I think, like 2 minutes to maybe upwards of 4 minutes. But there's going to be one town specifically that they're going to say has the longest totality.
Ooh. Texas.
Oh.
4 minutes and 26 seconds.
Interesting. Fucking Texas.
And isn't there? Where's that place they call? I think where the X crosses is a place called Rapture or some shit like that.
I think that of the two eclipses.
Yeah.
I think the two eclipse paths cross in Carbondale, Illinois, if I remember right.
Oh Lord, that's a vacation spot, isn't it? And why is this one going to be wider than the last one? If the last one was 70 miles wide, why would this one be wider?
So, all right, so let me think about that. So the last one occurred in August.
Mm-hmm.
So the sun would have been, just south of the Tropic of Cancer,
Mm-hmm.
but not at the equator yet. Somewhere between Cancer and the equator, right?
Well, I'm saying from a globe standpoint, right? If you're looking at it from a globe standpoint, we're using the same light source, same object. Why would its shadow be different? That don't make sense. It shouldn't actually be smaller.
Well,
than
they're gonna say that the distance of the Earth to the sun is different in April as it is in August. That's what they're gonna say.
Let me see. Trying to see what for the path of it. Let's see detailed maps of totality for the 2024 eclipse. Here we go. Let's see what they say. Ooh, that is pretty detailed. So how wide is this thing going to be? Let me bring.
I think
this
it's
up.
roughly the same, but it's not exactly the same.
It's bigger. It's going to be like
the
2 or 3 one was 70 miles, and this one's going to be
74 or something. I think it's close, but it's not exact.
Way bigger.
Oh, way.
Bigger. That's why I was kind of. Let's see. How big is the shadow? Okay, here's something. Click on a map below to expand for a larger view. That doesn't give me, well, there's kind of a difference, a distance. So the scale down here says that little line down there at the bottom is 50 miles. Yeah, that's going to be well over 100 miles wide, judging by the scale on that map. So that's quite a difference. Really quite a difference. Let's see if we can find out. Let me. San Antonio. All right, let's see.
Ethan knows why. Why does Ethan know why?
Okay, Ethan, let us know why. Pop on up here. Tell us. We want to know. Stack your odds. Da, da, da. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask it another question. Magic computer, answer me that. Riddle me this. All right, so. Okay. How wide will the eclipse shadow be in April 2024? 108 to 122 miles wide. And the last one was 70 miles. That's a huge change. That's a huge change for an object that's supposedly within a set distance of 237,000 miles, right? And a sun that's at a pretty well set distance average of 93 million miles. We're not changing that drastically to cause a shadow change of that much. And plus, here's what gets me. Even if you run that ratio right there, you're still going to see that if you had a lunar eclipse, which is supposedly their shadow going over the moon, right? The ratio is going to come out to be that it's anywhere between 10 to 12% the size of the moon. The shadow of the Earth on the moon should be running the same ratio. We got the same light source and the same objects, the same distance apart from one another. So that ratio should at least work out within close to one another, and they don't. Not even. So that's pretty crazy. 108 to 122 miles wide. Okay. Well,
I'm gonna do some more thinking about this. from like a flat Earth perspective, for sure. Because I guess I haven't really thought about it. Like, why are the paths in different directions? Why are the shadows different sizes?
Yeah, I mean, well, they'll tell you, oh, there's an umbra and a penumbra, and let's see. Here's where I'm going to be in Ohio. I thought this was going to give me a map, but apparently it's not. Come on. Ah, here we go. There's where I'm going to be. It's going to be awesome. I'm going to be right in it, man. It's going to be cool. Oh, look, it's Brenda. Hi, Brenda. How are you tonight? You're muted, by the way.
Yeah, I know. I always come in muted.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. Sometimes people don't know they're muted.
I can run a PC.
Okay.
So have you guys got
already
talking
on
about the eclipse? What sort of prompted me to come in was you were talking about the eclipse.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got.
Are you excited?
Well, I'm sad because I won't be able to see it.
Oh no, why not?
Well, I don't have the money to travel to Texas.
You don't have
You
to
don't
go
have
to,
to go to
where do you
Texas.
live?
Huh?
Is Texas the closest point that you live?
Well, there's a few Globers going down there. I think Mike Toon is going down there. I'm in Minneapolis with Mike Toon.
I'm going to Ohio to see it. I mean, I won't get to see it for as long.
I don't have
but
money.
Ohio would be much closer to you than Texas, I feel like.
Yeah.
I don't own a car.
Oh
Yeah,
no, that sucks.
I'm poor folk.
Yeah.
Damn, that sucks.
Oh well, it's over with. So you guys got
stop
you guys
spending
got
so much time on the internet and better your position in life.
So you guys got predictions based on the flat Earth. Can you predict or even explain a solar eclipse?
I don't know. I'm going to go look at one.
Well, see, that's the thing.
It's when something goes in front of the sun and blocks it out.
What's the
solar eclipses have been predicted long before anybody had even invented a heliocentric model.
Mm-hmm.
They don't even today. They don't use a heliocentric model to make predictions of eclipses. They use the Saros cycle. They use what's known as the Saros cycle, which is a geocentric system that does not rely on the heliocentric model in any way, shape, or form. There's not some magic. There's not like a 3D computer model of a heliocentric model.
There literally is.
They're literally. So send me that link to that model. I would love it.
Yeah. So number one, geocentrism is not flat Earth. That's a globe Earth model.
I've heard you say that on other YouTube channels.
Because
I've heard you say
it's true.
It's diversion. It's exactly what Whitsitt said to you.
How is it diversion? It's people thought that the Earth was the center of the universe long ago, but they didn't think it was flat. They thought
that was one type of geocentrism, but that's not the type we're talking. There were people that believed the Earth were flat and the center. That's all that means.
Yeah,
you're literally playing.
Listen,
you're literally playing semantics. We're here having an actual
words have meanings, right? So geocentrism.
And what does geocentrism mean? That the Earth is the center. It doesn't imply a shape at all.
That it means that
it doesn't imply a shape. Break down the word. It does not imply a shape.
Just calm down. It
doesn't imply a shape. Geo, Earth, centrism, center. No shape in the word, brother. Or sister.
They believed that the Earth was a globe, and they thought that the sun, moon, and planets revolved around the Earth.
That was one type of geocentrism.
There was no type of geocentrism where they thought the Earth was the center of the universe. Flat Earth isn't
just
geocentric.
every ancient civilization that has ever been. From the Hebrews and the Greeks and the ancient Egyptians and Mesopotamians and Babylonians and everybody who's ever existed, brother. What are you talking about?
Thinking that the Earth is flat with the foundations of the earth below, and the springs coming up from below, from the abyss, and having a dome over the top. That's not a geocentric model.
It's the Earth center. Yes,
That's-
it
that-
is.
no,
it's
it's
a type
not.
of I know what you're doing, and it's simply diversion and semantics. It's kind of pathetic.
No, it's not.
It's a pathetic way to approach an argument at
No,
best, because everybody understands what you're doing. Nobody's
No.
you did it in a conversation with Whitsitt in one of his streams just a
I
couple weeks ago.
humiliated him.
You're
I
like, no, you
humiliated
didn't. No,
him.
you humiliate yourself on a nightly basis, my
Well,
friend.
you say that,
And you're
but
like, oh, geocentrism, so you accept the globe?
The-
You accept the globe? You sound like a loser when you say stuff like
I
that.
don't care what you think. So the biblical ancient Jewish cosmology is not geocentric, right?
Sure it is.
It's completely different because it doesn't have the sun, moon, and planets going around the earth.
Sure it
They're
does.
attached to a firmament. The Egyptians didn't have a
They're not
geocentric-
attached to a firmament, they're in the firmament.
that would
And
be
they make a
attached, wouldn't it?
circuit. And they have you even read the Bible?
A long time ago, yes.
A long time
wouldn't
ago.
they
So
be?
so you know that the Bible and other books that are not in the Bible, like Enoch, it literally talks about them being on a circuit. Can you define the word circuit for me?
A path.
What kind of path?
Not necessarily a circular path.
The
Simply a
definition
path.
of circuit, a roughly
right.
circular line, route, or movement that
Why don't
starts
you-
and finishes at the same
Great.
place.
Why don't you?
So
Why
I
don't
just
you show
can you
me?
concede? So can you concede this one point?
You're so triggered. You can't let
I'm not.
other
No, no,
people
no, no, no.
talk.
Can you just concede? Because
Just
your
pause.
voice is so gay. I don't want to
Dude,
hear you
just
talk. Dude.
pause. Just pause. Take a pause.
Why don't you
Show
just
me-
concede simple
take a-
points?
Just be quiet.
You don't even accept basic words, bro.
Show me on the Judeo cosmology map with the foundations of the earth and the dome overhead. Show
Mhm.
me the circular path of the sun around the earth.
So first off, the word geocentric does mean earth-centered. It has nothing to
Yes.
do with the shape. However, the first geocentric idea that was put forth, of course, and it was just a dumb fucking argument to bring up in the church, was of whether the globe Earth was stationary and the sun went around it, or whether or not the Earth went around
Yeah,
the sun.
yeah. Thank you for making my point for me.
So
It was about a globe Earth.
yeah, this can be exemplified a little bit. These
literally
movements.
just said globe Earth.
Okay, good. That's fine. What
Yeah,
the fuck?
thank you.
So what?
Thank you.
Here, globe Earth.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, that's what
it's a
geocentric
theory. It's a
is.
theory.
Flat
It's a
Earth is
theory.
not a.
Okay.
the
So are
various-
you going to let me finish talking? You came in on the muscle, Brenda, and there was no reason for that.
I was
Okay.
not on the muscle.
Right.
Stinky
You were
Cash
kind of on the
was.
muscle. But let me finish what I was saying. It still does not denote anything about a size, or I'm sorry, a shape or a condition. It merely is in reference to whether or not the sun moves or the earth moves. That's all. Okay. So geocentric.
No,
can
it's
be
not about
used
whether
in-
or not the
in-
sun moves or not. It's not
It
about
is.
whether or not the sun moves.
What
No,
does
it isn't.
geo
It's
mean?
about-
What does geo mean?
It means the earth.
Okay. What does centric mean?
It's the center.
There you go. Okay. Does it
Yeah,
say
the earth
does
is
it
not
mean
the cen-
anything?
the earth is
Wait,
not
but
the center
where's the
in-
word?
in
Wait a
your
second. We're just
dome
discussing on whether
cosmology.
or not. Wait a second before you get all freaked out. So
It's
geocentric.
The
does not
center of
mean
what?
globe
The
does
earth
not
is
mean-
kind of towards the bottom of that dome, isn't it? It's
No,
on
no.
the
What is
bottom.
it?
It's not in the center.
Of, the word geocentric. What is that meaning? The center of what?
The universe.
The universe.
Yeah, and in the geocentric and in the flat Earth
Mm-hmm.
cosmology with the dome, the Earth is on the bottom.
No, oh my
It's not
God,
the
dude.
center.
Dude, your attempt to play semantics is so pathetic, bro. It's so
Right.
pathetic.
Words have meaning.
Are you talking about
Words do have meanings, and you're
Are you
denying
talking
the
about
meanings.
from a plan view projection or from a side view projection?
When you look at the typical Jewish cosmology
Okay, I'm
that I
asking
see
you.
with
So
it
profile.
has like foundations. It has the abyss underneath.
Okay, so the
and it has the
profile.
dome. Yeah, the
profile
Yeah.
view. Okay, is the profile view, is that a 3D representation of what we're talking about? Because
Well,
what's
you
missing?
can imagine it in your head and turn it.
Well,
in your head.
you could, but you also are not seeing the you're only seeing a profile orthographic depiction. We're not seeing a plan view. The plan view would be a top-down projection of that object.
Sure. Do you have that?
Are you familiar with how like blueprints work? How
Yes.
they
Do you have
an
a top?
orthographic projection?
Do you have a top-down view that corresponds with your cosmology?
Well, yes, of course.
Yeah,
What is it?
the
It's
Flat Earth Clock app.
that, or
That's
you
not-
can.
That doesn't depict the Earth.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, it absolutely
doesn't.
does.
It
What are you
doesn't- it
talking
doesn't-
about?
That doesn't depict the Earth.
In
No,
what
you-
way
Right,
doesn't
because-
it depict the Earth?
It gets the continents and the distances all wrong.
Oh,
You
well,
know
that's
that.
because there's no actually true
Says
accurate
who?
maps, Brenda.
Says
Do you know
who?
why? Do you want to know why there are no true accurate maps?
Are you saying you can't figure out the distance between Sydney and?
Wait. How would you measure the distance between Sydney and Santiago? How would you measure
Perth.
that?
Perth.
Huh?
You
No.
drive. You drive.
You can't drive that distance.
He would drive.
can.
You don't even own a car. You would
Did
drive.
did they build a bridge? Did they build a bridge that I'm
You could
unaware
drive.
of?
You could drive that distance between the length. You think that people
Wait,
don't?
wait. That's not what I ask you. How do you measure the distance between Santiago, Chile, and Sydney, Australia?
I'm talking about between Sydney and Perth. I'm talking about
Okay, how do you?
nobody was
I'm
talking
not
about
even
that.
talking about
I
that.
know that you want to
And I'm
avoid
about to
that
tell you
because
why.
it's not
I'm
correct on your
about to-
map.
All right, I'm about to
Right?
tell you why no maps are correct. Okay.
They actually are.
No, they're not.
Yeah, the globe.
No,
the
they're
globe
not.
model.
No, they're not.
The globe model is correct. It's accurate.
No, it's not.
It absolutely is.
No, it's not.
Well, you
No.
can just say no. That's all you did.
Well,
in
no,
your
I'm just
debate.
saying it's not.
That's all
and
you
I'm
did in
going
your
to tell-
debate with.
you can keep talking, or I
Yeah.
can explain to you why it's not.
Well, explain why.
Okay, because you're trying to mix calculated distances with actual measured distances.
What's the
Okay.
difference?
What's the difference? Well, that
What's
just
the difference
shows
between
that
a
you're not very
calculated-
bright.
No,
Now,
just
if I
wanna
sit
frame it
here and I
correctly.
go, wait a second, if I sat here and I go, okay, now to that lamp looks like if I put maybe 6 or 7 of these right here in front of me, it might reach that lamp. So if this is this big, now is that an actual measurement? Or if I take
Yeah.
something and physically measurement? No, that's a calculation. Calculations
wrong
are
with
not, shut up, Brenda, when I'm talking. Calculations are not measurements.
Do they
Measurements are
yield?
physically taken. Calculations are done by making observations and calculating them.
Yes.
Okay?
Can I calculate and therefore know the distance
No.
between two places?
Not with any,
Yes, I
not
can.
with any certain degree of accuracy. No.
Calculation.
How do
will
you do
give
that in the South?
knowledge.
How do you
Huh?
do that in the South? How are you going to calculate the
So
distance?
if I have two measured distances of 5 miles and 2 miles,
Where?
I can
Where?
add
What measure?
5 and 2. I can
Right.
add 5 and 2.
Those
and get
are
7.
measured distances, Brenda. Those are
Right.
measured distances. How did you measure those distances to start with?
I drove.
Okay, how do you measure distances in a vast sea with nothing, no
You can
landmark,
fly.
nothing? Huh?
You can fly.
You can fly.
Yeah.
You can fly.
you
You
can
can
take a boat.
fly. You can fly.
Or you can take a boat.
Or you could take a boat. Still, how do
Yes.
you know how far you've gone?
A distance is speed over time, isn't it?
No, not necessarily.
No,
What
it
if there's
always
a
is.
current?
Distance is
How would
not
you
speed
know
over
you
time.
even moved? So you don't know how distances across the ocean are calculated?
Yes, I do.
How?
Distance is speed.
Speed over time.
No, speed.
No,
Yeah.
kinda.
They know
You
how
Speed of
many.
what?
calculate your speed from distance.
Speed
and
over
Speed
time.
of what?
No, what are you
The
talking
speed over
about,
time.
bro?
How many?
Okay,
if you're
speed
on a
of what?
boat. If
Speed
you're
of
on a-
what?
Speed is the variable you're looking for, you idiot.
No, it's not. You know
Oh
your
my
speed.
How do you know your
How do you know
speed
your
on
speed?
water?
It's called knots, dude. You don't know
Yeah,
what
how
a
do you
knot
get
is?
that? Why is a knot? What's a knot?
It's a specified. You toss a rope. The rope has knots in it,
No,
right? And that's literally
no,
where it comes from.
wrong,
They would
wrong.
toss a rope overboard,
That's a myth.
and it has
No,
knots.
that's a myth.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
It's based off stellar navigation observations.
No,
That's where you get a nautical
that's
mile
not
from.
how,
Yes,
That's not
yes,
how it originated.
yes.
You're just
yes,
lying.
Hey,
yes.
hey, can we mute Brenda and just go to like Google or ChatGPT and just get an answer? I don't like to debate things that should just have like black or white answers. You know,
Look,
like just
here's
like
what you got
facts.
going on.
No, look up the origin of nautical miles. I'm curious. I don't know the answer.
Let's
I
do
would
it.
love to know the answer. Apparently, it's about knots in a rope.
I'm not talking about nautical miles. I'm talking about speed. Knots is a measure of speed, you fucking moron.
Based
So
on
what, they
what?
had a rope tied to the fucking dock in England, and they knew how fast they were going all the way
No,
to
you
America?
fucking
What the fuck are
clown.
you talking about?
Did a
you fool?
transgender just call me a fucking moron and you a fucking clown? Did that just
Yes,
happen?
yes.
Do you
Knots
are you
were-
post or pre-op? by the way?
Yes, because you're so stupid. You think that knots are like marine miles? How fucking stupid are you?
Okay,
Right?
Back again. How do you know how many knots you're going when you're in the middle of the open fucking ocean, Brenda?
They tossed a rope overboard.
They don't have a rope on board. How do they
Yes,
know
they
how
did.
fast
They had
what's it
ropes
tied?
in the
It's-
19th century. Absolutely,
Oh my
people have had
fucking
ropes
God.
for
So-
centuries.
so
You are
then
a
what if you're in
clown.
a current?
You're a
What if
clown.
what if you're in a current?
Can you stop? Can you guys give me the
Right. So you're
the
just
floor?
a fucking clown. You
Can I
don't
speak
know
real
anything,
quick?
but you're just a contrarian.
Okay, so
Okay.
just stop talking. Let me speak. The term knot in reference to currents is defined as 1 nautical mile per hour.
Oh,
It's used to measure speed.
Oh,
nautical-
That's
you
what I
mean not
said.
rope?
That is
Not
not what
rope
you said
tossed
at
in the
all, you
water?
fucking goon.
Yes. Nautical knots are a measurement of speed. Speed over
Yeah.
distance. There you go.
Right. Based on what? Not a rope,
Oh my
Brenda.
god.
Not a rope. Based on
Brother,
what?
you called
it
me
is.
a fucking moron when I literally was just
Here.
spewing facts. And you're talking about knots in a rope. I
Here,
think
let
your
me-
AI, dude, Brenda, your AI glitched and you read the wrong definition, bro.
No, I didn't. So not until the mid 19th century, vessel speed at sea was measured using a chip log, consisted of a wood panel attached to a line or a reel and weighted on one end to float to the water surface. The chip log was cast out, the line allowed to play out, knots tied at a distance
What was the
that's
distance?
47 feet from each other, passed through the sailor's fingers, and they would call out the knots.
That's the etymology of the word.
That's the origin of the
Yeah,
concept
the
of that
etymology.
speed.
The etymology.
Yes.
Thank you.
So
Yes.
your
You're
distance
such
over
a
time.
contrarian. You have to correct people when there's nothing to correct. It's bizarre.
No, you were wrong. I was right. Knots are literally knots in a rope that's thrown overboard.
It's a unit of measurement of speed,
Yes,
my
that's
God.
what I said.
which is
from the
what I
beginning.
said. No, that's what I said, and you
No,
called
you
me a
didn't.
fucking moron.
You didn't.
Dude, play
You said
back
it was
the
something
tape.
else.
That's not no. It's all on
Yes,
tape.
you did. You said it was
Brenda,
something
it's
else. I said
recorded.
it's speed.
You said it was about a rope, and I said it's a
Yes.
measurement of speed, and you called me a
Right.
fucking idiot. Yeah, you're.
Yes,
oh my
because you
God.
are.
No, I'm
Right?
not actually.
Because-
You're a
because
trans
it-
fucking gender,
Uh,
bro.
Hold
That
on.
doesn't- that's
all right,
irrelevant.
Stinky, stay off of that, right?
Yeah.
Well, you're making me. I didn't come here to debate with someone with
Wait a second. Hold
literal.
on.
Well, you can
I
just
just-
cry.
I just-
You can just
stop.
cry about
You guys
Here's
got to
what you
keep your
do,
fucking
Stinky.
feelings.
Stinky,
Everybody
I
got to
think
keep.
you get a pillow.
I
You
came
get a
here
pillow.
to talk to Dave.
And then you
I didn't
cry
talk-
into
I
the
didn't-
pillow really
I
hard. and
didn't.
you'll feel
I
better.
didn't
Everybody
come here to
gotta-
talk
hold
to
on.
a mentally ill man. I want to talk to my friend Dave, not
All
this
right,
mentally
look.
ill
Just
freak.
cry.
You're
If
a
we
freak.
could-
You're a freak.
If we
Yeah,
could
yeah,
just
that's great.
get
That's
the
great. I don't
emotions
care.
all out of this on everybody's part.
I don't
okay?
care about anything that you guys say because you're just trash. So
Okay, well,
yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
trying
so
to I'm
can
trying
you
to
predict-
I'm trying to rationally talk, and there's no reason for any emotion in all this
Yeah.
whatsoever.
Oh yeah.
What
there
I'm
is.
trying to
being-
point out is that your speed over time, you're kind of right, and this is why they ran into
Kinda
such
right?
a
It's literally what the definition is for distance is speed over time. And if
All
you
right.
think it's if you're
Speed of
trying to do something else,
Speed of
it's
what?
just you being
Speed
a
of what? Because
contrarian.
listen, Brenda, if my ship was in a current and I was actually not moving at all, I was just going the same speed as the current is coming at me, and I throw my rope in the water, it would indicate that I was going a certain speed, and I would calculate that I've gone this
And you can
distance. But
compass
did I
the-
really
the-
go that distance? No,
You
I didn't
really
really
think
go that
that
distance.
sailors
So
that
now,
sailors
as
for
I'm
hundreds of years
Brenda,
couldn't compensate for the speed
Brenda,
of the ocean's current?
Brenda, shut your fucking pie hole for a minute and let me talk. Now, these distances and everything were based off of observations. This is why they use these
Yeah, just like
sections,
taking a
right?
flight,
Right.
right? Just like
Brenda,
flying or
Brenda,
driving
I'm
using
still
observation.
fucking talking.
Nobody cares.
Yes.
Literally
everybody
his channel
cares.
and his show.
So goddamn it, just relax yourself for a goddamn minute. So you have to base these distances off of, yes, as you said, time and movement, but it's based off of time, movement, and observations of the stellar points in the sky using a sextant. Now, where we start to run into problems is once we get past the equator. Okay, because we're already calculating distances based on observation, not actual measurements. They're calculations.
Those are all measurements. Observations are
Brenda,
measurements.
Brenda, what did I just say? I'm still talking.
Nobody cares.
Okay.
Nobody cares.
Once you get down to the equator, now you start to have a problem because your fixed point, that being Polaris, is no longer visible. And so one of the problems that they ran into, one of the problems that they ran into is because, as you pointed out, Brenda, time and speed of movement. Now we don't have a stationary reference frame like Polaris anymore, and we only have some of the known constellations, a few new ones, and we have some of those constellations. So we had to work out a way that we could keep time accurately on these ships. And of course, the most preferred way of keeping time was with a pendulum clock, but of course that's not going to work. And a spring clock wasn't accurate enough because it would start to slow down as the spring got looser. So this is where the quartz clock actually started to come in. And then they had to make observations of the movements of the constellations based on the amount of time it took for them to move, and added more to their calculations. It was really quite an ordeal. So much so that they had to come up with a Royal Society called the Royal College of Longitude. This is a real thing. And they are.
I know all this. This is boring.
Well, if you know all of it, why the fuck do you say the dumb goddamn shit you say?
Well, I didn't say anything dumb.
You said all
how do you
kinds
know
of
the
dumb
difference?
shit. People throwing
no,
fucking ropes overboard and counting knots.
Right. You eventually agreed with me. And Stinky Cash agreed with me. You tried to pretend that what I said is what you said. You're trying to gaslight. That's what you do.
Brenda,
right. So we know the distance.
Brenda, I'm just going to say
the distance between
you are
Perth
really an
and
immature
Sydney
person.
and
How old are you?
Santiago.
How old are you, Brenda?
I'm 66.
You're 66, and you act like you're about 14.
No, I don't care.
You have a very childish mentality.
No,
about
I couldn't care less.
No. You're very childish. You're very childish.
I don't care.
You're an unpleasant person.
Don't care.
I bet you have a very, very, very small social circle because you're kind of a turd.
No, I'm just fine. It's just only on the internet when I talk to.
Well, why do you want to come talk to me?
Because it's entertaining.
Why is it entertaining? Are you an evil little creature that gets off on being a dick?
I'm not.
You obviously are. You find this entertaining. You find it entertaining to go on people's shows and be an asshole. Why would that entertain you to go on other people's shows? Are you going to cry some more? I'm not crying. You're just an asshole. I'm pointing you out for what you are, Brenda.
Just stop crying, right?
I'm just pointing out what you are. You're an evil little miserable fucking person.
Whatever you think.
I don't have a miserable little fucking life. You don't have a car. You're probably on welfare. I
So
mean,
I don't
Christ almighty,
care
you're
about your
just a
opinions.
dismal,
None
you're
of this
just
has
a
to do.
dismal, dark little creature.
None of this has to do with how we know how far it is from
Oh,
Sydney
shut up, Brenda. You
to
don't know fucking
Santiago.
shit. You couldn't find your own ass with a map and a flashlight. Shut the fuck up.
So none of this has to do with how we know the distances on the
Yeah,
Earth,
well,
which was
here's
what started
how we
this.
know. We don't
And
know.
I embarrassed
You don't know.
just now.
You've been told.
I know what
You've never
knots
been
are.
any
You
further
didn't.
than a
You thought
couple
it
of
was something
states
else.
away. You have no
You're
life
just
experience.
crying now.
No, I'm not crying.
Yeah.
No one's
Just
crying,
like
Brenda, except for you.
on Jeranism, you and Dawn cried and cried and
I
cried. That's all
know.
you
We
did.
cried and cried and cried. There we
It
are.
was
exposing-
embarrassing.
You know, I gave you benefit of the doubt and
Other
said
flat earthers.
that you acted about 14 years old. I want to take that back. You're about more like 12.
Other
What-
flat earthers think that you're shills. That's how bad you are.
I don't give a fuck what anyone
They
thinks.
think that
Brenda.
you're deliberately
When are
making
you
flat
people
Earth
going to
look
ever
bad.
understand that I could give a flying rat's ass what any other motherfucker on this world thinks of me?
Yeah, but
I
they
don't.
think that you're
Real
deliberately
women
making
think
flat Earth
you
look
make
bad
them look bad.
because you're so incredibly stupid.
Oh, I
Right?
know. it,
Women
yeah.
think you
Yes.
make them look bad.
Brenda.
That's what they said in
You're
Jared's
you're
chat.
an
I was
old
watching
man.
them.
You're an old man tucking your balls and wearing women's clothes, coming on shows, being an asshole for entertainment, and you want to say other people are embarrassing or other people are stupid, dude. Do you have mirrors in your home?
Yeah, you are just the most pathetic thing I've ever
You're an
encountered in my life.
obnoxious, evil little creature. You're obnoxious. You're hateful. You're spiteful. And you're just a weirdo.
And you gave
The
up
only
on
reason I
life.
let you come on here is because you're so goddamn entertaining. Because what the fuck? Define irony. Really. I mean, and you just make the globe look so fucking good.
Are you done?
You want to talk
Yeah.
about other people? Fuck off.
So I just explained to you how we know the distance from
Yeah. How
Sydney
you
to
calculated,
Santiago.
how you
right?
calculated a
Yeah,
distance.
It doesn't matter if
based
you
on
calculate.
observations, which you didn't fucking calculate, and you
doesn't matter
don't
if I
know
did it or not,
shit because
fucking
you
moron.
don't even have a fucking car. Why don't you have a car? Probably a drunk
doesn't
driver all the
matter.
time, right? With
It doesn't
DUIs
matter.
all the time. Yeah.
You're
Right,
a failure at life.
We know the distance from
You
Sydney
don't
to
know shit.
Santiago
How do you
by
know?
Stop
calculation.
You don't know shit.
Stop
you don't know
Yes, you
talking.
do.
You're a failure at
You're
life.
just-
You're a
yeah.
66-year-old loser
So many
without a
shit.
car.
tears. So
You
many
have no
tears.
money.
Brenda. How do you know that?
So
How do you
many
know
tears.
that? How do you know
Right?
that? Tell me how you know that, Brenda.
Oh, I just look it up in a map on a map.
So whatever somebody else told you is what you know. That's my
No, it's
point
because-
exactly. You
because
don't
they
know
are
shit.
Yeah, it's because they are reliable.
Are they? When was the
Yes.
last time? When was the last time you traveled between
Every
those two
time I've
cities?
used the map,
When was the last time you traveled
Brenda, you
between those
haven't
two
left your
cities, Brenda?
basement in years.
Every time I've used a map in my entire life, it's been reliable.
Yeah, I
for
bet you.
getting
How long
distances
ago was
right.
that, Brenda? When was the last time
Doesn't
you used a
matter.
map? When was
That's
the last
not the
time you used a
point.
map in your real life, Brenda?
That's not the
When was the
point. The
last
point
time
is
you
it's
left your
reliable.
basement, you fucking loser?
That's not the point. You can still cry, but maps are reliable, right?
Are they? When was the
Right?
last time
Are
you used
they?
one to go
Right?
between Santiago and the other place?
Yeah.
When was the
maps
last
are
time you
reliable.
left your fucking town,
so-
Brenda?
You don't know
You don't
anything
use
about
a
me.
map for nothing. You ain't
doesn't-
use a
that's
map
all
for fucking
irrelevant.
shit, bro.
Brenda, you're transparent. We can
sad.
figure out
So many
everything about
tears.
you.
So many tears.
You're
So
see-through.
maps are reliable.
Are they?
to
When
get
was the
the
last time
distance
you used a
How
map?
can a map be reliable on a sphere?
because you can measure distances on a sphere.
Oh my God.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
How? How do you measure distance on a sphere?
You can drive, you can sail, or
You can drive
fly.
across the ocean?
What did I say? Sail or fly
Oh, you can sail. So how do you measure distance over water?
with knots. Remember?
No, you
This
when
is so
was-
circular.
Time.
Bullshit.
Speed over
Bullshit.
time.
Bullshit.
So speed over time is
speed of the
bullshit.
sky over time.
Huh?
Speed of the sky over time in conjunction
Yes.
with your location. But
That's
when was the
also how
last
you
time
can measure
when was
distance.
the
with
last
a
time you
plane.
used a map, Brenda? When was the last time you used a map?
Been a long time, but that doesn't
Yeah,
mean
but
they're
it
not
sounds like
reliable.
it. What'd
Does
you
that
do?
mean
Use a
that they're
map
not
to get to the
reliable?
fucking grocery store or something?
Does that mean that they're not reliable, moron?
I don't know. I never used a map to go across, but I know that it's not accurate.
Talk
I
about
know
You've never
why
used
it's
a
not
map.
accurate.
If Brenda had a
You've
car,
never
he'd
used a
drive
map.
around with a
Is that what you're
globe for
claiming?
home goods.
Of course, I've used a map.
Yes, and they're
I
reliable.
travel on
aren't they?
land. I travel on land. You don't use a map to travel on the fucking ocean, you retard.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't.
You use marine charts. Those are
No,
maps.
you use marine charts, not land
Yes,
maps.
those are
Stupid
maps.
fuck.
How
It's a
fucking
chart.
stupid are you?
It's a chart.
Yeah, that's what they are.
Yeah,
They're
yeah,
maps.
yeah. Based on what?
You gotta factor
Based
in
on
the
measurement.
curvature.
Based on what? Where do they base these locations from in the ocean? Where do they base them from? They base them from the
They're
fucking
based on
sky, you
measurements.
moron.
They're
They
based
base
on
them
measurements.
from the sky, you fucktard, and they're not measured.
No, they're first laid
calculated.
out with ships on the ocean. to
Oh,
measure
shut the fuck
distances.
up. Shut the fuck up.
You don't think ships could measure distances?
No,
You don't think ships can measure distances?
no,
Why not?
because what are they measuring with? You think there's a guy on there
What I
holding
told
rope
you.
out there? They're holding
Speed
rope
over
out there?
time.
Yeah,
It's a
the sky.
giant tape measure.
Speed over time.
Yeah, there's guys
Right.
standing at the back of the boat with a big rope, right?
If you know how fast you're going and how long it's been, do you know how far you've gone?
How do you
No.
know how fast you're going?
Yeah,
Yes, on a boat with
Yeah.
Yeah,
knots.
how do you know
me-
how fast you're going on
It's
water?
measured in knots.
This is
well, what if you're
circular as
what if you're
fuck, you
going against the
retard.
current? What if you're going against the current, Brenda? Now what?
Do you really think that sailors for hundreds of years have not been able to compensate for ocean currents? Yes, they have.
Yeah,
know
but
that there's
do
ocean
you know
currents.
how they told their location? By looking at the fucking sky, you retard.
They can account for ocean currents, and you just
They
adjust,
didn't account for
right?
nothing. They didn't account for nothing.
Yes,
they
of course you did.
posted. They knew their location based on the fucking sky, not on some.
Well,
because
yes.
they had some guy
Yeah.
throwing fucking rope out the back of a boat and shit.
So you don't
Get the
think
fuck
that's
outta
how
here.
that's how people measured time hundreds of years ago? You
With
throw
rope.
a log overboard. The
Oh,
log
yeah.
is attached to a rope. The rope has knots in it every
Oh.
47 feet, and you call out the knots.
What if you're in a current?
That then they can adjust for that.
How would you know? You
I'm
might think
not
you're
a sailor,
carrying the
so
mail.
I don't.
You
I
might
don't
be
know.
going.
I'm
you
not
might
a
be going
sailor.
actually slower than the current. You
You're
could
gay
actually
like
be
one.
traveling.
Yeah, they might
backwards,
be. Yeah, they might be.
and you wouldn't know it.
Yes, they would.
No, they wouldn't.
They adjusted for it.
No, adjusted for what? How would they know? They had to go by the stellar navigation.
Yeah,
Shut
they
up
also
with your
use.
fucking.
Yes, they also use
No,
sextants.
no.
Sextants were invented in what?
Yes, it's not a
What, in the
speedometer. A
17th
sextant
century or
isn't a
something like that?
speedometer, Brenda. A sextant isn't a speedometer.
The knots are.
It's-
Yeah, that's literally a speedometer. It tells you how fast you're moving.
Okay. So
Brenda,
you
when
think
was the
that there was a
last time
guy,
you
wait a
tied a
second, you
pair of
think that
shoes?
there was a guy that stood at the back of the ship measuring the speed all the time with
They
a
would
rope?
toss out. They
Shut
toss
the
out
fuck
a
up.
log.
Get the
The
fuck
log
outta
has
here.
a rope attached
Get
to
the
it,
fuck
and
outta
the
here.
rope has knots every
So
47
this
feet.
guy was back
And
there all
then
day,
guy-
3 shifts. They had 3 shifts of guys out there, 3 shifts of guys, 8 hours a day, fucking throwing a rope over the edge, sitting there checking the speed and shit. And say, okay, Charlie, your shift's over. It's time for your friend Ahab over here. It's his turn now. Okay, well, shit, I lost count. Fuck, I got to start over again. Pull the rope back in. Get the fuck
That's
out of
not
here,
how they
Brenda.
did it.
Jesus Christ, man.
That's not how they did it. You're just exposing how deeply ignorant and stupid you are.
No,
Right.
you expose how deeply ignorant you are because I've looked into this. I've studied into this. I know exactly how.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. I just told you how. It's
No, you
based
don't.
off of.
You told me what?
I told you that the distances across oceans are calculated, not measured.
It doesn't matter if
Yes,
you
it
calculate.
matters. Yes,
if-
it matters. 100%.
If you calculate,
matters.
if you add 2
Yes.
and 2, that's a calculation, right?
It's no.
2
no.
plus 2 is a calculation, right?
Yeah.
Then
yeah.
you know that you've got 4, right?
No, because we only
Yes.
the two. Wait a second, Brenda. What 2 what? You just had 2 in your head. 2 what? So there is no 4. Your imaginary 2 plus imaginary 2 equals imaginary 4.
It doesn't matter. 2
Yeah,
plus
it
2
matters.
is a calculation.
It matters. It
knowledge.
matters. Okay, that's a calculation, what you just did, and it's fictitious. Right here is an actual fucking measurement. I have 2 and I have 2 and I put them together. Now I got 4. That's a physical.
That's not a
fucking
measurement. That's a
That is.
calculation, not a measurement.
I'm showing it to you right there.
Yes.
How many is there? How
Yes,
many is
that's
there?
a calculation.
1 cigarette equals 1 unit. How many
that's
units do I
addition.
have?
That's a
How many units?
calculation.
How many units? How many physical units am I showing you right here? 4, right?
Yes.
Okay,
That's a
where's your 4?
calculation.
Where's your 4?
That's a
Where's
calculation.
your 4? Where's your 4? Show me the 4 you came up with. It's in
That's
your
a
head.
calculation.
You understand, right? So if you have too many moving variables, it's very easy to miscalculate.
You only have
Very
2 variables.
Very
Speed
easy.
and
This
time.
is why. Tell us about the Royal College of Longitude, please.
You only have 2 variables.
No, tell
speed and
me
time.
about the Royal College of Longitude and why this was such a difficult task for them to set up this coordinate system. Tell me
because
why.
measuring time is because measuring time was very difficult. So
Mhm.
eventually the Swiss chronograph was invented in order to tell accurate time
Mhm.
so that they could accurately estimate the distances that they traveled.
Estimate. Thank you,
Yeah,
Brenda. Estimate based on stellar observations that were even less accurate when they got in the southern seas. Thank you so much,
Yes.
Brenda, for
That
admitting
that
that.
doesn't mean you don't know the distance.
Woo!
Right? Right.
Woo!
My
You don't know
speedometer.
the distance. Prove
My
the distance.
speedometer. My
Prove
speedometer
the
in my car is an estimation.
Prove the distance between
You
Santiago.
don't own a
Chile.
car. What are you
My
talking
speedometer
about?
in my
You
car is
don't
an
own a
estimation.
car, Brenda.
The odometer in my car is an
don't
estimation.
have
You own a car, Brenda. You haven't
That's
even
not
tied
relevant.
your shoes in months. Stop talking about a hypothetical car you don't own. We're trying to stick with reality, not your fantasy.
Well,
You're
it's
a man
reality.
without a car. You're a man
It's a
without a car
reality.
who doesn't tie his shoes.
It's
You
a
haven't left your
reality.
basement. No. Yeah, your delusion is reality. Your mental
No, it
illness
isn't.
is reality. Oh,
No,
yeah.
so it's a reality that odometers are estimate your distance. They're not absolutely accurate.
When was the last time you drove a car, Brenda?
It's irrelevant. You just said it was irrelevant.
They took that windowless van away from me.
You just said it was irrelevant, and then you asked me about it.
How many
It's not
children
relevant.
have you lured in
So
your
it's irrelevant. All of this is
easy,
irrelevant.
thank
It's
you.
just you crying. This is just you crying because I
crying.
showed you that we can know the distance
You
from
just
Sydney to
how can
Santiago.
you know? How can you know something that's estimated?
Huh?
You just got done telling me it was estimated. Better
Yeah.
ways to estimate. Estimations are not measurements, dumb shit.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not. Because I can
Absolutely they are.
estimate how much money I've got to spend from the stuff that's in my grocery
Yeah.
cart. Is it going to be right? Is it going to be exactly right when I get up there to the fucking checkout? No, because it was an estimation. Is an
Doesn't mean you
estimation
don't
accurate?
know.
No, an estimation is not accurate. Thank you for admitting
You can
that.
estimate distances, and you can know
estimate
that you
shit.
don't have
You
to
can
have.
estimate. An estimation is not a fucking measurement.
It's yes, it is.
No, it's a guesstimate.
That's fine. It's
No,
still.
it's not fine.
still
It's not a
counts as
measurement.
knowing.
It's not a measurement.
It absolutely does.
If you guesstimate measurements within
Yes.
precise measurements and mix them together,
There
your
aren't
shit's
any
not going to
precise
line up
e-
correctly.
There
Okay?
are no absolutely precise measurements. There are
There
none.
are.
No, there's not.
Yes,
There's not
there
a
are.
single. There's not a
Yes.
single tape
Yes.
measure that is absolutely
I'm not
accurate.
talking about a
Hey,
tape
Dave.
measure.
That's
Dave.
exactly what you're talking about. You're
No, I'm
saying
not.
if
Dave,
you put up a tape measure up against, say, a length of wood, a board, you're estimating because it's not going to give you an absolutely perfect measurement. It's going to give you something close.
Okay, stop
yeah.
talking, Franny. The definition of estimation, a rough calculation
Yeah.
of the value, number, quantity, or extent of something.
Yeah.
Not the rough measurement. It says
Yeah.
specifically a rough calculation. Should we look up the definition of the word calculation?
Calculation is
a
still counts.
mathematical determination.
Yes.
It's not a measurement.
It's absolutely
It's
a measurement.
theoretical, mathematical. Math is done on paper. It's theoretical.
It's just you try. Yes, addition is done on. Well, you probably have to use your fingers and your toes.
Right.
But the rest of us can just do it in our heads.
Yeah, I got a 720 on my SAT math section, but
I can take my
Yeah, I did
pants down
80.
if I have to get to 11.
Right. So the point is that calculations are measurements because all measurements involve calculations.
You have denied the basic definitions of over what 5 or 6
all
words
measurements. All measurements
now.
involve.
Can you define the word woman
calculations.
while we're at it?
Don't
all
just
all
stay
measurements
off that.
involve
Thank you.
It's
calculations.
just basic Matt Walsh. What is a woman?
And I'm
I know.
embarrassing
I'm not
you,
trying to
showing
take the
you
show there. I'm not
showing
trying to
you
take the show there.
this
'Cause,
this all
listen,
came from you
the
claiming
best thing,
that
the worst
estimate.
thing you could do right now is give this thing an opportunity to be a martyr. Okay,
Dude,
Just
he's already
Yeah,
a martyr, bro. He did that to
So
himself.
all you're doing is showing how what low moral character you have.
Moral
Low moral
character.
character, right? You're moral degenerates.
You reject basic truth, which means you have no morality.
No, I don't.
Yes,
Right,
you
so-
do, because you don't even believe in man and woman. So you deny
so
the
I
most
don't care
basic
about any of
principles
this.
of
This-
God.
You can try to derail it to something
You
else.
hate God because you hate yourself because your dad hated you. So
No,
you
that's
hate
not
your
how-
dad.
that's not how
Yeah,
atheism
you have a
works.
terrible relationship with your parents,
Actually,
and
I
it's
don't.
caused. And yeah, you do. And it
regardless
has
of
and it's
all
caused
that,
a bunch of mental
regardless of
illness
all that,
inside
Actually, I
of
don't.
you.
Brenda, you have been wrong on the definitions of these words. You
I'm
have
not.
categorically wrong.
About what?
That an estimate is not a measurement, that it is
Sure
an
it is.
estimate, it's a rough calculation
Yeah, that's
based on,
fine.
and when you are doing it using observations, then you're also throwing a little bit more air into the mix. Okay, so my point being that these distances across ocean based off of movement, especially in the southern
Right,
seas,
and it shows that
and
your map
movement
is
of
wrong.
the movement of the sky.
Right, so this
and-
all shows,
and
Dave, all of this
boy,
shows
you just
that your
have
map is
no
wrong.
self-control, do you? You have not got one fucking lick of self-control, do you? You
No, I
can't
do.
let a fucking guy
You just want to
get a
filibuster.
breath out before you got to start twisting your fucking panties up
Keep
your
crying.
crack.
Keep crying, little boy.
Jesus Christ. Are you
So this is
capable?
all-
Are
this is
you
all to show-
capable of a fucking discussion or not?
That the distances on the map you claim are wrong.
They're on all maps, they're wrong.
No, they're not.
Yes.
No, you have to show that. Prove it. Prove
Yes.
it.
Prove
Prove
that
it.
they're correct. It's your claim
No,
that they're
you claim
correct.
that they're wrong.
No, you're claiming that they're accurate.
No, you have
You're
to claim
claiming that they're
you just
accurate.
said that
I'm
they're
telling
wrong.
you that based on research into the whole coordinate system and how it's come about, that it is not accurate.
How do
And
you know
you're-
that?
If you did just a little bit of research into
Yeah.
it, you would find out why.
So tell me, how is
Yeah.
it that all maps are wrong?
Because of just what I told you. It's a
What?
mixture of actual physical measurements mixed with calculated distances. You understand?
Brenda is
some
killing
of
the
it
ratings.
is
Make it wrong.
estimated. Some of it is estimated. Great parts of it are estimated, while small amounts of it that we call land are measured. This is why they keep you confused with nautical miles and
You don't think
statute
that
miles.
you don't think that people can measure the distances between, say, ports on the ocean,
How
between
far
Sydney
would the port-
and Chile?
No.
You can't measure that distance.
How would you measure it?
We've been through that the last half hour.
No, you're wrong though.
How? How am I wrong?
All right, first off, you have nothing for reference while you're
Yes,
in the
you do.
ocean. What?
Speed and time.
Well, wait a second. If you're in a current and the ocean is going in an opposite direction as you're sailing,
Right.
It doesn't even matter
Okay.
about the
And I
current.
told
How would
you
you? How
that's
would you
going to give
determine
you a false.
speed
Is
on
that going
water?
to hold on? So that's going to give you a false speed, isn't it?
So they can compensate that for that. Then you just subtract, right?
How would they know? How
They
would
would
they
know by making other observations,
Like what? Name one.
like celestial
All
observations.
right, wait a second. How do they know they're not in a current?
Because they make celestial observations,
Well, what?
right? With the
Yeah.
sextant.
And
Right?
you're in the
And so they
south.
can tell that
Yeah.
they might be drifting, right,
Uh-huh.
compared to some other previous.
All right. So is that going to be a calculation or is that an actual
It's
measurement?
going to be a calculation.
A calculation, and a calculation based off of observations or estimates is not a measurement.
It doesn't matter. You still
Yes,
know.
it does matter. It
if
does
you
matter. It
calculate-
absolutely fucking matters. You're
If
talking
you
to someone
calculate a
who has
distance,
done
you know the
machine
distance.
work. It matters.
If you
It matters.
calculate a distance, that means you know the distance.
No,
Yes, it does.
not until you've actually measured the distance do you know.
No,
the
it doesn't have to. If I'm in
Yes,
my
it does.
car, I know
Yeah.
I've gone 60 miles an hour, and I've
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Hold
I
on,
have
wait
an
a second. Hold
odometer.
on a second. Brenda,
How does the
you're
odometer work?
physically, wait a second. You're physically measuring because your odometer is directly connected to your wheels. And
Yes,
every so
and-
many
and the-
rotations of your wheel makes a mile.
Yes, and the log
Okay.
tossed out the back
That's
of the
a
ship is
physical
physically
measurement.
connected to the ocean.
That's a physical measurement, dipshit.
Yes, it's a physical measurement. When you toss the
Right.
log out, it's connected to a rope. That's a physical
And you're in a
measurement.
current. You don't know how fast the current is, so you don't know how to adjust it.
You don't
and
know.
they're not doing
your
that,
wheels could
Brenda.
be spinning. Your wheels could be spinning. You might not know that.
No, you would know that, Brenda,
No,
because
you
would not
wouldn't.
see it. Yeah,
How would
don't
you
see
know
any-
that your wheels are spinning?
Because you would not see any scenery going by.
Right, like I said, on the
So
boat.
how do you know in the ocean? You don't have any frame of reference.
Yes, you do. You have
What?
celestial navigation to
Yeah,
measure.
right. And once you get past the equator, you've lost the pole star. So this
You don't
makes it
use
even
just the
more
pulse.
difficult.
You just don't use just Polaris.
I know that, but that's your anchor point.
You can use other objects as
Yes,
your
but now
reference.
they're all moving, and you're moving, and you have to know how long you've been traveling.
That's
and
why
how
they
fast
needed a
they've been
coronagraph.
moving, and how much they've moved in that period of time.
Yes,
So
that's why
you're
they needed a
estimating,
coronagraph.
Brenda. You're estimating. This
That's
is why
fine.
This is why Southern navigation was a problem for so long.
Yes, I know that.
Well,
doesn't
then what
matter,
the fuck
though.
are
It
you
still
talking
gives you
about?
distances.
So it's not measured, dumbass. It's
It
fucking
still is because
calculated.
we do have coronagraphs.
We've got what?
Coronagraphs.
Chronographs. We've got watches. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
They
So are they
needed.
physically measuring the distance or are they calculating it?
They're calculating it based
And it's
on.
not a physical fucking measurement, you
Of course it is.
moron.
It absolutely is.
No,
Why
it's
does
not.
why does Brenda keep saying coronograph and not
'Cause she's
chronograph?
retarded.
Chronograph.
It's not a
Whatever.
coronograph.
It's not
You
a
can't
big
even
deal.
say the
dude.
word right, you fucking moron. I just wanted to
It's
get
not
that
a big
in.
deal. Just don't
You
worry
said
about
it
it.
wrong 5 times
Chrono
since you
from
entered
Greek.
the show.
Chrono.
Yeah, just don't worry about
Chronos.
it. It's not a big deal.
Don't worry about it.
Chrono.
I just don't know the words I'm using.
Yeah, you
and
just don't get your panties in a bunch over it, little girl.
It's called a chronograph, and it's
It doesn't
from the
matter.
Greek.
Chronograph.
It does.
No,
a
it's a
corona
corona
is a
Yeah,
crown.
chronograph.
So
Yeah,
it's a
that's
graph.
How many
Wait,
vaccines that Brenda
Stinky,
shoots into
Stinky.
his ass?
Nobody
Hold on.
cares. It's not a big
Listen.
deal.
So you have a graph that measures crowns.
I didn't say crown.
You said coronograph. Corona means crown.
Whatever. It's not a big deal, dude.
Oh, it
Get
is.
over yourself.
Chrono. It is a big deal. There's
Dude,
a
you were
chronograph.
playing
It's
semantics
not a big
over
deal.
geocentrism.
It's a big deal for little minds.
Wait a
Little minds
second.
get worried
Hold
about
on.
these
You don't
idiot.
think that there's a difference between time and a crown?
It's a chronograph.
Chrono.
You still said it wrong. Do you have a
It doesn't
speech
matter.
impediment or a learning disability?
How people pronounce words isn't the big deal.
Oh my god!
absolutely
You're not
is.
pronouncing it wrong. You're saying
Doesn't
it wrong.
care. It
Stop
doesn't
trying to
matter.
save
It's a
face. You're a
chronograph.
moron.
It's a chronograph.
Thank you. So now you can say it right.
Whatever. It doesn't
Now that
matter.
you've been corrected and called out, now you can finally say it right.
Oh, you tiny little man. You got your tiny little win, didn't you? You tiny little man. You got
We've
your
been
tiny
winning this.
little win.
We've been winning this whole time. You've
Oh,
denied
my.
basic definitions of
No.
basic words this entire time. From
The point is-
geocentrism, from calculation, from
The point is-
estimation.
Your map is wrong.
Oh my God, your
That
whole
was what started
lifestyle is
all
wrong.
this.
You make me fucking cringe.
You said to look at the biblical cosmological side projection from the top down, and I pointed out that map is wrong. You've got it all wrong. It's not the map of the Earth. Our map is correct.
What map is that?
The globe.
Globe's not a map, you moron.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. Nobody's got a fucking globe in their glove box. They're not using a globe on the bridge of a fucking ship. There's no globe in the cockpit of a fucking airliner.
It
You
literally
are
is.
stupid.
They
You
literally
are
do.
literally
They
fucking
do.
Brenda drives around in his imaginary car, holding a globe, navigating to his
Right.
his
It's literally
hairdresser.
mathematically projected onto either the
Oh,
flat
shut
screen.
the fuck up. You're so
It's-
full of shit. Your
It's
eyes are
projected
brown,
onto
Brenda.
the flat screen of your
Jesus
computer
Christ.
or
You
onto
know why?
the
Do you know
paper.
why Brenda never got anywhere in life?
Hey, your
Hey,
mic.
hey,
He's been
Stinky,
navigating with a fucking globe.
you're
this whole
blowing
time.
out. Try to. I know you want to. You want
Look at
to.
the
Hold on,
chat.
Brenda.
They love me and they hate you.
Stinky Cash. Your microphone's breaking up really bad. It's like
That's
bleeding
because
in.
he's deep. That's because he's deep throating the mic. Maybe he's getting excited.
Why do you always go to that sick kind of fucking shit?
Oh,
Brenda?
like you haven't. Holy shit.
That's what you do, man.
Like
That's
you
all you're
haven't.
about. You're just
Like
your
you
fucking
haven't.
mind is your mind is just
Oh yeah,
trapped in your
that's all
fucking
me,
groin.
not you.
Your mind
you're
is
a
trapped in
sodomite.
your
So the
groin, dude.
globe. So the globe is an accurate representation.
No, it
That's
isn't.
a map.
Why does it say on the bottom of it that? And I've got one. It fucking says it's not for education. It's for decoration
You think
purposes.
that those are the only fucking globes made? You fucking
Dude,
moron.
Dude, this came from in a
You
fucking
think
school.
that those were the only globes ever made? You
Well,
fucking
you got
moron.
one. You got one that's not. Can you show
Yeah,
me one that's not?
there's some that are made that are
Where?
more accurate.
Where?
Just Google it.
Google it.
Yeah, sure.
Just Google
Just
it.
use
Google
Google Earth.
it.
Just
Google
use Google
it.
Earth.
Google it. Google it. Google, baby. Google it. Google.
Just use Google Earth.
Google.
Use Google Earth.
Google it. Google.
Google. Fuck you,
I
Google.
just love this display of maturity on your part.
Dude, we enjoyed that so much because Google's like
Yeah.
your god, man. You appeal to authority.
No.
Just Google it.
It's a repository of a lot of good information.
It's a
Okay.
$1 billion
Repository of
corporation.
shit too. It's a repository, all right.
Yeah.
He
You
could say
could use-
he could say repository correctly, but he can't
Yeah,
say
I know that.
chronograph.
I don't know nothing about no coronagraphs.
It measures how much coronavirus you have in your blood.
So now that I've humiliated you and shown that your model of the flat Earth is wrong,
I don't feel humiliated at all.
I know, I'm so embarrassed. My God, ouch.
What
Jeez.
projection? What absolute projection?
where's your
God.
prediction? Where's your prediction of the upcoming solar eclipse?
I predict
Our
that
model
the
predicts
solar
it perfectly.
I predict that the solar eclipse is going to pass through Ohio, and I'm going to be in Springfield, Ohio, when it does on the 8th of April. There, how you like that? And I didn't even use the
Based on what?
fucking network. Based on that's why everybody's going there.
Based on the Soros cycle.
Yep. Based on the
The Solar
Soros
cycle is not used to predict eclipses.
Yes,
It absolutely is for
Absolutely
thousands of years.
It's not a
It literally
prediction,
isn't.
anyways. You retard. It's a post-diction.
You do understand pattern recognition?
No.
Do you know that predicting eclipses is simply observations and pattern recognition? It's basic mathematics. It's not based on any. It's not based on a
Eclipses
heliocentric.
never repeat themselves.
Oh my god!
Oh my God, they do. They're on a pattern. You fucking.
They actually aren't. They never repeat.
What's up, Moon Bounce?
Hey, man, I have to come up here and balance the show out.
Yeah,
I
right.
hope y'all don't like hate me for it, but I have to balance the show out because man, I've been listening. And it's like, man, come on. I mean, don't agree with Brenda a whole lot, but I gotta like, you claim that mockery makes the world go round, but man, all I keep hearing is retard, stupid, moron.
I gotta tell you, man, this thing has come on here hostile, threatened the channel, acted like a complete asshole every time that it's here, and I don't have to
That's
fucking
because of
tolerate
I
it.
give as good
you
as
know?
I get. When you're
That's how you start
disrespectful,
right
then I'm
out, Brenda. That's
disrespectful.
how you start right out on the muscle,
No, I
man.
didn't. I didn't start off that way.
Right off on the muscle.
No, I didn't. No. When you're disrespectful, then I am. If you would like grow up maybe a little bit,
Well,
then
if you would
I would
actually say
adjust.
something that made some sense.
Everybody's grown up. Everybody's grown up. Let's just understand it.
Doesn't sound like
Everybody's
me.
grown up. Understand that. Can't we? It's like that Rodney King thing. Man, can't we all get
Yeah,
along?
right.
There's too much
Well,
name calling. There's too much retardism, too much morons. If that's the only way people can get their point across is to call the other person a moron or retard.
I'm sorry. If you've explained something so simple to somebody 4 or 5 fucking times and they're still, and it's like, holy shit, there's only one or two things
Sob.
going on.
I have to do that to my 90-year-old mom, but I don't call her a retard. I have to do that to my 90-year-old mother, but I do not call her a retard.
Your 90-year-old mother is sincere. Brenda
It
is
sounds like you're
not.
getting called out there, Dave. Sounds like you're getting called out, Dave.
Okay, Brenda.
No, it don't sound like nothing. It's just, man, it's like, what is going on?
Well, when Dave and Don were on Jeranism, the people in the chat were claiming that they were making Flat Earth look bad.
Oh man,
that's what the Flat Earthers were saying.
Well, that's
So I would think that you would want
feedback. That's not the feedback that I got from.
Just watch
people,
it.
But
I've literally been reading the chat the whole time, and everybody's laughing
I'm
at
not
you.
talking
Brenda.
about this place. I'm talking about on Jaren's the other day.
Oh.
Right?
First thing, hey,
So I would think that
Dave
you would
smoked y'all the other day.
want to just make a little bit of effort to be the bigger person.
Can you point to something that I had said or whatever in that debate that would have made Flat Earth look bad?
Well, the fact that you didn't bring any evidence.
I did.
You were asked for evidence and you didn't bring any.
I
No, you
did.
didn't.
Absolutely.
Where's your measurement?
Here's my evidence.
Where's your
my
measurement?
evidence is that your globe is bullshit, and I can prove that it's bullshit. That's all I have to
That's
do.
not evidence.
Oh, yes, it is.
No, it
When
isn't.
you
You don't know
cannot,
anything.
Brenda,
The globe is the plot positive claim.
that's
Nuh-uh is not
Yo-ho.
evidence, Dave.
Yo-ho.
Dave, nuh-uh
What?
is not evidence.
No, you're the one with the nuh-uh. You're the one with the positive claim. You have a positive claim of a globular Earth with a specific fucking size, a specific speed of rotation, a
You have a
specific
positive claim,
atmospheric.
too.
Shut up, Brenda. I'm fucking talking.
You have a positive.
Shut up, Brenda. I'm fucking talking. Okay? So, your positive claim with specific dimensions and speeds. No, I don't see that. I don't experience
Don't
that.
care.
I've never observed it. Therefore, you have this positive claim, which incorporates physical impossibilities. Right?
No, you
from
can't
jump
show
to.
that.
Yes, I can.
Dave, you
Yes,
have a
I
positive
can.
claim.
Yes,
you have a
I
positive
can.
claim.
I can. I can
Dave,
show
you're not
that.
listening. Dave, you're
What?
not listening. You have a positive claim.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do. You claim
What's
the Earth is
positive
flat.
claim? It's observably so. It's an observation.
No, that's a claim. That's a claim.
That's an observation.
It's a claim.
That's an observation.
No, it isn't. It's a claim.
Yes, it is. You're telling me that I look out and I don't see a level.
It's the
stationary
default
plane?
position, even if you
There's
believe
no
in the
default.
globe. Yes,
There's no
because of
default
relativity.
position.
Because of relativity, you're basically saying that even though the Earth's a globe and it's spinning and orbiting and tilting and wobbling, it feels flat and stationary. So it is the default position that the Earth is flat and stationary. You need to claim rotundity. You need to claim 5 different motions, and you can't do it.
The default
Hey,
position is
Stinky.
you don't know. If the default position is you don't know. You claim to know that it's flat.
I observe a level stationary plane. You have specific claims of a globular Earth with a specific diameter, a specific rotation, a specific orbit, specific distances. That is a positive claim that goes against my observed reality and my experiences.
That's called begging the
Therefore,
question.
that is called a positive claim, Brenda.
Yes,
And if it-
you claiming
yes.
that the Earth is flat.
I
is a
am claiming
positive
that
claim.
the Earth is what I observe. You
That's
claim that it
begging
is
the
not
question,
as I
Dave.
observe. No, you
It's a
claim that it is
logical
not
fallacy.
as I observe.
Hey,
It's a
Saul.
logical fallacy.
No,
Saul,
it's not.
let me ask Brenda. Brenda,
Literally-
have you observed the Earth spinning at 1,000 miles an hour? Have you observed all the stuff that you're claiming actually exists? Have you observed it with your own mind, with your own eyes, with your own heart? Have you observed it?
Yeah, I don't have an impoverished epistemology like you do.
Okay, so that wasn't the question.
That was the
answered your
gayest
question.
answer I've ever heard.
Have you ever observed the Earth spinning, or that, or any of this in anything?
I
other
don't.
than-
Again, I don't have the impoverished epistemology that you have.
So
Right.
then you have never observed what you claim to be true. Thank you.
I
That's
know.
what I was
I
looking
know
for.
that. I
No,
know.
no, you are told this, but you
I'm
don't
gonna tell
observe
you.
it.
I'm going to tell you something. I know that the Eiffel Tower is in Paris, France, and I've never been there, but I can know it.
Well, I'll verify it for you. I've been there, and it is there.
That's not verifying it for me.
Well,
That's
yeah.
called a false equivalency fallacy.
No, it isn't.
Yes, because people have been there. People have seen it. Unfortunately, and
How do you
common
know
folk,
that?
not just flying Freemason wizards, actual
you don't know
everyday
that.
people have seen. Yeah, of course.
Based on your epistemology, you can't say that
Oh my God.
unless
There was
you've
a
been
lot
there.
of
You
people there.
can't know it, right?
I got to say, there was a lot of people there. especially-
Thousands of people see it every day.
Have you ever been there,
for-
Stinky? Have you ever been to Paris, France?
My parents have.
So you haven't.
My friends.
You haven't.
Thousands of people go there every day.
So you
do
haven't.
do
Brenda, hold
thousands
on.
of people see the curve of the earth
You
every day?
haven't.
Up the Eiffel Tower.
So what's the
So,
measure?
Brenda,
The
you
measure
just-
is,
Brenda,
have you
you're
done it?
making a false equivalency, which is a
Brenda, you
logical
just proved my
fallacy.
point.
Concede.
No, so you
You
haven't
just
been
proved
there,
my
so
point.
you can't know.
Hold on. You just proved my point. Is that the only way that you really know this is because you were told this?
No, I'm
We'll
not
go with
arguing
that.
for
Now, wait
that.
a
That
second.
was-
Wait, no. I'm
Dave,
still
that
going.
was an
I'm
internal
setting up my
critique.
point. So
Do
we
you know what-
you only know the Earth is a globe because you were told this. It's not
That's
because you
false.
observed it.
That's false.
It's not because. Oh, so you observed this? When did you observe this?
I don't have to observe things to know things.
Well, wait a second.
So who did observe it?
Who did observe it? That's what I'm wondering.
Other people have.
What other
Thousands of
people?
average people observe the curvature and motion of the earth every single day, just like the Eiffel Tower.
Other people have made observations. Right?
Who?
So what I was doing.
Who
was-
has left
what-
Earth to see the Earth?
What I was doing is what's called an internal critique. When you said, listen. When
You need
said
an
that-
internal critique, bro. You need to look internally
That
bad, bro.
made me laugh too.
When you said that you knew that the Eiffel Tower is in Paris, France, and you hadn't done it yourself, according to your own logic,
No,
you can't
no,
say
that's a
that.
straw man
That's
and
not
a
a straw
false
man.
equivalency. Sure, it is. Yes, it is.
Well, even if it didn't exist and I'd only heard about it, I know that it could possibly exist because we build structures on the ground all the time. So it's not out of the realm of possibility at all. However, when it comes
That's
to
an
the
appeal to
claims of
possibility
the
fallacy.
globular Earth, Brenda, again, when my mouth is talking, yours isn't. Okay. So we know that that's not out of the realm of possibility, even
That
if I've
doesn't mean
never
it's
seen
real.
it. Okay. All
That
right.
doesn't
Even
make
if
it
it's
real.
not, it's not impossible, is it?
That doesn't make it real.
Wait
That's
a
an
second,
appeal to
Brenda. It
possibility
does.
fallacy.
I didn't ask you that.
Yeah,
So
it's an
even if it
appeal to
weren't real,
possibility fallacy.
even if it weren't real, it's absolutely possible because we know we have other structures that reach up into the sky. People see them all the time. There are various different shapes and architectural designs. Now, that being aside, as I was saying, you were told that the Earth is a globe and you believed it. Okay.
No, that's
Without
not why I
ever
believe it.
observing, without any of your own observational experiences telling you, yeah, I think I'm on a globe. Hey, that's exactly what they're saying. So, hey, I was right.
No, that's
No,
not why I
that was
believe
not
it.
your idea. It was given to you.
No, it
But
wasn't.
it goes against the observed reality that every person has. The
That's
observed
false.
reality is that
All of
we
that is
feel
false.
the observed reality is that we feel no motion. Okay.
That doesn't mean it's
And
not
we
moving.
seem to have this vestibular system that reacts
that
to
doesn't
this
mean it's
thing
not
called
moving.
level. It reacts to this thing
Yeah,
called
level means
level.
conforming
Okay.
to the curvature
Well,
of the
that
earth.
no, it doesn't say that.
It
And
literally does. I can
Say it
literally
again,
bring
Brenda.
up.
Say
It
it
literally
again.
does. I can literally bring
No,
up the
it
dictionary
says
that it says.
conforming. It says conforming to the surface of water on the earth.
Yes.
Okay.
Level means
That
curve.
doesn't
It's okay.
say
Let him have
curve.
it. Level
It
means
doesn't
curve.
say curve.
Yeah.
So get off of that shit right to
It-
start with. All right.
Yeah,
So
the
before you
dictionary
start
entry literally
freaking
says
out,
conforming to the
Brenda,
curved
before you
portions
start
of the earth.
freaking out, before you start freaking out, I'm not finished. Right? So we have this vestibular system. We experience a level earth. We experience no motion.
That's all begging the question.
Claim you're losing your mind again. You think you probably just hold on to your fucking shit for just a minute.
Stop saying stupid shit.
It's my show. I'll say whatever the fuck I want to, whether you
Yeah,
like it or
it's
not.
stupid then. It's
Well,
stupid.
I don't give a fuck about your opinion. You
Yeah,
wear
stop begging
dresses.
the question. Stop
You
begging the
wear
question.
dresses. You're a man in a dress, and I'm worried about what your
Yeah.
fucking opinion is.
Yeah, stop
Give me a
begging the
break.
question.
Somebody has lost too many debates to Witsit and finally learned about logical
I
fallacies.
humiliated Witsit.
No, you didn't. He
absolutely
humiliates you on a
The
nightly
only person
basis.
that gets
Stop
humiliated
begging the
is
question.
you
Stop begging
humiliate
the
yourself.
question. I'm glad you've been watching him, though. You finally learned something.
Jesus criminally. So,
Right?
as I've been trying to point out, the claim of a globe Earth goes against observable reality.
Well, prove
And
it.
therefore, it has been told to you.
Well, that's what
You
you say.
did
That's
not
not true.
know this. You
I
were
do know it.
told this. How do you
I do
know this?
I do know it
How?
because it's logically consistent and
Why is
reliable.
it logical? Why is it logical to be
It's
a
logically
ball?
consistent
Consistent to what?
to itself.
To itself? That's
The
stupid.
models-
Don't explain that. What you just said. Explain that dumb fucking statement you just said.
Right. The models that we use to describe the Earth
We're not in a model.
are logically consistent and correspond to the actual true measurements that we make.
You don't have
That makes-
measurements. We've already been over
Yeah, we
that.
do.
No,
Yeah.
you don't.
Now you can
No,
deny,
you don't.
but
What is the
nobody else agrees
Hey,
with
Brenda.
Where'd you get where'd the R value come from, Brenda?
People have been making measurements of the radius of the Earth for
How?
thousands.
Where
of
are you
years.
getting the R value from?
How do you measure the distance to Polaris?
One question at a time.
Yeah,
Okay, but I've been trying to get a word in for a while.
I
Well,
want to know
talk
where
to
you
Dave
got
about it.
Where
Talk to
did you
Dave
get
about
the
it.
fucking radius of Earth from?
From measurements? You measure
What
the
measurements?
curvature of the Earth.
How do you measure a curvature?
You do geodetic surveying. You can
Oh, so
measure
you
the
count. Wait, whoa. Hold on a minute. So they did geodetic surveying to determine the Earth was a globe. I thought there was some guy with his fucking wells or some shit.
Yeah, that was 2,500 years ago.
Yeah.
But-
Okay, so
They keep
So
adding
he
years.
went into this already with the presupposition of a sphere without any experience of one. He already went into
No,
this.
he
whole
already
thing
had
right?
good. He already had good reason to believe. That
Why
the
would he
Earth
have
was
good
sphere.
reason for that?
Because of the arguments of Aristotle and the observations of
Yeah,
Aristotle.
but there again, it was just an argument. Nobody had any observations.
Yeah,
Of
that gives you arguments. Give you reasons to believe things.
What somebody saying something is not evidence of fucking shit.
An argument isn't just somebody saying something. It's
It
an argument.
is obviously.
No, it
obviously it is. It
It
is
isn't
because he was postulating something that went against observable
Hey,
reality.
can I cut in?
His arguments were
Can I
based
cut
on
in?
observed reality.
Yeah, let
Hey.
Moon get a second.
Can I cut in?
Yes.
It doesn't give you a reason to believe. It only gives you a reason to consider. That's it. That's all it does.
No, that's not true. Arguments, if they're well formed and sound.
Yeah, but you're claiming they're well formed. They
Yeah, they
only
are.
give you a reason to consider,
Yeah,
not a
no, they
reason
give
to
you,
believe.
no, good arguments give you reasons to believe.
But you're claiming it's a good argument. How do
Yes,
you
yeah.
claim it's a good argument? What do you get to claim it's a good argument?
Because based on the premises, I can see that the argument follows.
What was the premise, and what were the points that made it so?
Well, Aristotle said that based on observations, right? They observed lunar eclipses, and they observed the Earth's shadow on the moon over many years. Just wait.
Earth shadow.
Just wait. They observed Earth's shadow over many years, and they reasoned it was always curved, and the only shape that is always curved from every angle is a sphere. Therefore, it's likely that the Earth was a sphere.
My turn. You had to assume that was the Earth's. First of all, you had to assume it was a shadow crossing the lunar surface. Then you had to assume
you can just
that
see that it's a shadow.
No, it could be a lot of
You can
things.
just see it.
You're assuming it's a shadow. You're assuming it's a shadow cast by an object. Then you're assuming it's a shadow cast by the Earth. So there's two assumptions built in there.
There's nothing else in the sky.
You're assuming the Earth is in the sky.
The moon is in the sky, so is the Earth.
No. The Earth is not in this. The Earth, by everything, the Earth is the Earth. It's absolutely not in the sky.
There's a distance.
The sky is the opposite of the Earth.
There's distance between the Earth and the
Listen,
moon,
I know. You believed level is curved, up is down, stationary is motion, male is female, Jew is Greek. I get it. You believe in a bunch of nonsense. I get it.
Right. So there's distance between the Earth and the moon. That's space.
How do you measure the distance?
Well, today we can measure it. You can use radio waves. You can ham radio operators can bounce.
But how would they have done it when it matters? Long before the radio waves, they would have had to make a measurement. How'd they do it?
Well, you can use take two different
tape
observers
measures,
from
right?
different places, right, and make trigonometric observations and calculate it from there.
Calculate.
Yes.
Calculated, not
Yes. If you
measured.
calculate something, you know it.
No.
Yes. Yes. Calculations give you knowledge.
The calculations actually say the moon is much smaller and much closer than any nonsense.
Okay, show me the calculations. You won't be able to, because you're a clown.
Because I'm on an iPhone and I there's no way for me to actually show you.
Just verbalize it.
How can I verbulate it? What is that? What you said?
verb-
Verbulate? Did
I
you
said
just say
verbalize
verbulate?
Verbulate it, yeah.
Yeah.
Did you just say verbulate?
I said verbalize. So run away, little man. Run away.
You're such a fucking child, Brenda.
Run away.
You really
Run
are. I
away.
can't believe you're
Brother,
actually.
they used a sextant to calculate the
you're
distance to the moon.
66 years old, and you
said
act.
calculations. You said calculations show the moon is a lot closer. Go ahead, show me those calculations.
Do you realize
they're
what a child
out there,
you are,
dude?
Brenda?
The
Show
internet.
me.
Use Google. You
Show
love
me.
Google. But you love Google. I
Google will tell
I
me it's
can't Google it for
240,000 miles
you.
away. That's
I
what
can't
Google will tell
send
me.
you a link. I can't Google it for you. I can't do your research for you. I know Eric DeBay's got the information on the internet for over 10 years.
So it's just a fucking YouTube video. That's all you've got.
Oh my God.
Brenda, you are such a child.
YouTube
I
videos
cannot
about
believe
You're
aliens.
that a
intellectually
grown-
dishonest.
I cannot
You don't
believe
just
that a
lie to other
grown
people,
man-
but you lie to yourself.
I
bro.
can't believe that you're
Yeah,
a
it's just a
grown
YouTube
man.
video. What does that mean? That doesn't mean
Grown
anything.
man, 66 years old, acts
Yeah.
as childish
Right.
as you
So
do.
you got nothing. So far you've got nothing.
You've got everything,
I
Brenda.
told you
You
how to
suck
manage.
You
and
don't
we
even own
rule.
a car. Talk
You
about
suck
nothing.
and we rule, dude. That's how it really is.
No, you don't.
okay?
No, you
Yeah,
just
we
like-
do. We rule.
No, you don't.
There's three
You
awesome
humiliated
dudes up
Flat
here
Earth.
and some
Flat Earthers
weirdo.
were humiliated by you
Oh,
and
I
Dawn.
know.
Dawn and her stolen
What
valor.
did I say that was humiliating? What did I come up with that was humiliating?
Wait,
Well,
stop,
Dawn's
stop,
stolen valor.
stop. Everyone stop. Did you just accuse Dawn of stolen valor?
Yeah, how old is she?
I have no idea.
I don't know how
man.
old she is.
I'm not Dawn. Do you realize that I'm not Dawn?
Substantiate that claim. That's a big claim. So substantiate it.
She claimed that she was in some top secret program for 15 years. She's barely 22.
You think
How do you
Dawn's
know how old
22
she
years
is?
old?
I think that's what she said. How old she was?
Dawn looks at least 45. Are you retarded?
She's not 40. She
Are
looks
you
really young.
retarded?
She looks really young
So-
then, but she's not 45.
No,
So you
you
realize,
just age
Brenda,
terribly. Other people age well. You age terribly. Dawn is in her 40s. Clearly.
It's because you're evil, Brenda. It's because you're evil. It really is. It's because you're an unhappy, miserable person, and it's going to age
You got to
you.
boot him for
claims
that. You
to have
can't. You
scientific-
can't allow him to accuse a veteran of stolen valor.
Oh,
based
wait,
on
let
nothing.
let him have all the rope he needs. All the rope he needs. Okay.
I think it is.
But here's the problem, Brenda. I'm not Dawn. Okay. So now I
Okay.
would like you to tell me what it was that I said that was wrong. I'm not Dawn.
The fact that you didn't bring anything.
I didn't.
Yeah, you
You
didn't
mean to
bring
tell
anything.
me that you actually can demonstrate a way
were-
that you mean to tell me that you can show me a way that a gas such as hydrogen or helium can form together into a mass so huge that its own weight or gravity pulls in on itself? How do you get a mass of gas to form anywhere? That's
You
pretty
were-
much something
you
right
were,
there.
You were tasked with bringing evidence for flat Earth, and you failed.
I was not tasked with any
That's
such
the whole point
thing.
of it.
How
No.
can
Uh-uh.
any human being on Earth be so disconnected from reality that they look at Dawn and think she's 22 years old?
She looks really young.
Dude,
gotta
you're a
hand it to her.
creep. You're a creep if you can't tell the girl's age, dude. That is
But
weird.
she doesn't look
So,
40
wait a
at
second.
all.
She absolutely looks like she's in her 40s. She acts
No,
like
she
she's in her
doesn't.
40s. Oh my God,
So,
you are clueless, dude.
Not on my screen, anyway.
As I was trying to say before, okay, so you come with this positive claim of a globe, which
No,
dies.
you have a burden.
Brenda, if you have to, put your fist in your mouth while I'm
You
talking.
have a burden.
Okay,
of
I'm
proof.
not done. No, I don't. No,
Yes,
I don't.
you do.
Your
That's why
claim
you
goes-
embarrass
no,
flat Earth.
Your claim goes against my observed reality.
Yeah,
Okay?
there's no
And
such
also,
thing.
your claim goes against the science that you scream
No,
so
it doesn't.
loudly. Yes,
No,
it does.
What you're doing is
Oh,
called
it does.
tagging the
It does.
question.
It does. I will task you with providing me with one single gas law that takes gravity into account. Also, I would task you to show me an instance where a gas will gather together without being contained.
None of those
Okay?
have anything to
That's
do
all.
with
No. You want to
Stop.
scream fucking science?
Nope.
You want to
Stop.
scream science? Use
You
your
have
science
to
on that shit.
Stop.
Where's your evidence,
Stop.
Dave? Where's
It
your evidence?
doesn't stop. It doesn't go against their science. Their science is what they're claiming is their proof is. It doesn't go against their science. So that's the tricky thing, is to go, oh, it goes against your science, and it's like, no, it doesn't. See how quick Brenda goes, no, it doesn't, because their
Well, it does
science
that anyway.
dictates that.
No,
No, there's
because the
actually
science
no
is logical
science
and consistent.
behind. Okay, there's no way that you can break these fundamental gas laws, man. Ever.
So, right.
Okay?
So
You
they
can't
don't.
show a downward acceleration of air. I don't give a shit about Galileo rolling barrels down an incline. We're talking about
He
a
didn't roll
downward
barrels.
acceleration of
They
air,
were
a
probably
downward
marbles.
force of air due to gravity. There is no such thing. You want to point
It's
to
just
your
denial.
brain.
You're just denying science. Is all
I
you're
am
doing.
really well. You tell me the
Yeah.
science behind. Just tell me the science behind a ball of gas forming without any containment. Go
It's
ahead.
called gravity, dude.
How does gas have gravity? Show
It
me
has
gas
mass.
having
Everything-
gravity.
Everything with mass has gravity.
Show me gas having gravity.
Yeah, I told you. I just
No,
told you it
that's
has
a
mass.
postulation. That's a postulation. I
No,
don't
you can
believe
measure
that.
Stop. Show her that same thing as the three object law. Show her that thing that if the
object
sun
law?
is
What the
losing
fuck?
so many masses a day,
Fucking stupid
if
as
the
hell.
sun loses so much mass a day, how does all the planets stay in that orbit? If the sun loses that much mass a day and mass is attracted to mass, show how that everything stays in orbit when the sun is losing that much mass a day.
Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it, Moon?
Because all of your gravitational fucking numbers change when the mass of the object changes.
Yeah, by how much?
Well, it doesn't matter. It has to be
Yes, it does.
precise. Well,
It
it's
matters if
nonsense
it's
to
just a
begin with.
little or if it's a lot.
Here's why, Brenda. Because you cannot demonstrate gas having gravity. You cannot demonstrate
I just
gas
did.
collecting. No, you did not. You cannot demonstrate gas collecting together for any
Yes, I
reason
can.
other than being contained. Go ahead.
Yes, I can. The sun is all hydrogen gas practically.
How
And
did
it's all
how can
together
you
because of
form?
gravity.
How does hydrogen form? How does hydrogen gas form into a mass?
It forms into a star because of
How?
gravity.
How does it come together?
Because of
Gas
gravity.
has perfect elastic collisions, Brenda. How does
Doesn't
it
matter.
form together?
Because of gravity.
No, there's no gravity in gas.
Yes, there is.
No, there isn't. Prove that.
Sob, it doesn't matter whether she or Brenda claims that mass attracts to mass. It's like because of the nuclear furnace, it burns off so much mass per hour. And
Yeah.
if that happens, how does everything stay in orbit?
Well, why wouldn't it stay in orbit, Moon? What would be the problem? Even if it's moving
Isn't
a
it
lot.
Because
dependent on the mass of the-
mass attracts mass. And
Yes,
if it
so?
loses mass, it loses attraction.
Yes, but how much?
continuing all the time, every
no,
day.
I asked for a number. How much? What
I don't
percent?
know. That's your story.
No, that's your claim. You just
No,
made the claim.
it's your story that there's a fucking thing of ball of gas out there that's doing this shit. You cannot demonstrate any possible way that a gas can come together into a fucking mass to begin with. You
Because of
claim that this
gravity.
mass of gas has a gravity to it, but it's burning up, and the gravity is dependent on the mass. And if
Yeah.
it's burning material, that means that it's losing mass.
Yes,
And
it
so
is.
as it loses mass, our whole orbit is dependent upon a certain mass of
Yeah.
the sun and
Yes,
a
it
certain
is.
mass of the earth. And this is what puts us in that perfect little spot that we're at.
Yeah.
So if this thing is losing attraction day by day by day, year by
Yeah.
year by year by year,
It
our
is.
orbit should
It
be
is.
becoming bigger and bigger all the time.
No, should it? What's your
Of course it should.
calculation? Show me the calculation that shows that the
Show
Earth
me the
orbit-
calculation that has it where it's at right
You just
now,
made the
Brenda.
claim.
You
You
wouldn't
just made
know
the
if I
claim.
showed you the fucking calculation or not. Because
show
the
me the
concept,
calculation.
the whole idea dies on inception,
No,
Brenda.
show me the calculation.
Okay, well, after you show me a mass of gas forming together for any reason.
It's called the sun.
Yeah, that's not a mass of gas, obviously.
Yes, it is.
not. No,
It's
it isn't.
virtually
Prove
all
that.
hydrogen. It's
Prove that.
hydrogen, and it's held there
Prove it.
by
Prove it.
gravity.
Prove
And
it.
as you
Prove
said,
it.
and as you said, right, it's losing mass every second.
That's
Yeah.
because of what your story claims.
Yes. Yes, we
Okay.
do claim that.
I don't. That's horseshit. So
Well, nuh-uh isn't an argument.
Prove to me. Prove, not speculate, not hypothesize. Prove to me that a mass of hydrogen can form together into a mass.
That it can. All I have to do is show you.
Prove
that
it. Show
does.
it. Show it. Get
Yeah.
a mass of fucking gas
That's-
and get it to
that's
stay
the sun.
together.
That's the sun.
We're
No,
asking you
no,
to
no,
replicate
no,
the
no,
sun.
No.
That's
I
your
don't have to.
claim. That's your claim of the sun. That's
What?
impossible. Your claim is
You're
impossible.
using
What's
You
impossible?
understand?
you're using the claim to substantiate the claim.
No, I'm
bro.
not.
Completely. Yeah, sure you are.
No, I'm not.
You're saying the sun is a ball of gas. We're telling you to prove a ball of gas can exist, and you're saying, well, the sun exists.
Yeah, I'm saying
That's
his
fucking
claim-
circular.
No, it's not.
What?
Because his claim was that prove to me that a ball of mass can form, right?
Like in a controlled
ball
experiment, like in a
of
scaled
gas.
experiment.
Gas.
Yes. Prove. You
Yes.
said show me a
Make
mass.
a ball of
Brenda.
gas. Make
Show me a mass
ball
of gas.
Give
Yeah.
me a ball of gas.
Brenda,
Yeah, that's the sun.
Show me
In a
gas.
controlled, scaled environment.
No.
Show me,
Brenda, Brenda, prove that all of that mass getting deleted from the sun keeps everything in orbit over years upon years upon years.
It's
That's
not
it.
our moon. It's not our claim that the mass the sun is losing is what keeps the Earth in orbit. That's not our claim.
Well, how can it if it's losing mass?
What do you think the answer is? If you had to guess, what do you think the answer is?
It's sucking more hydrogen in or something?
What do you think the answer is?
The answer is that it's a cockamamie horseshit story.
Well, maybe, but what do
No,
you think
not
the real
maybe,
answer?
definitely, because you cannot get a ball of gas to form under any conditions.
What
unless
if you're
it's
wrong?
contained.
What do you think the real answer is?
That is the real answer. It's
No,
horseshit.
no, you don't know that.
Yes, I do.
You asked me the question,
Okay.
right? And I'm challenging you to think outside of the box and imagine what conditions would obtain if it was in fact the case that in spite of
I got it. It's dark matter.
That's
Refraction,
Energy.
gravity parallax.
Nope.
Google.
Those are all incorrect. So let me finish.
Google.
With the hypothetical. Let me finish with the hypothesis. You said the sun loses a lot of mass. How can it keep the Earth in orbit? Right?
Yeah.
And I challenged you to think outside of the box and imagine a way in which the sun could lose a lot of mass and yet still keep the Earth in orbit.
Dark energy.
Can you think of a reason how that would work?
Dark
Gravity.
matter.
Gravity.
Gravity,
Those are all wrong.
refraction, grab a
those are all wrong.
refractolax.
All
Grab a
wrong, all wrong.
refractolax, right?
Yeah. Do you want?
Grab a
Would you like me to tell you why?
Refractor gravelax.
Are you interested
No,
in knowing
tell
the
us.
answer?
Yeah,
Sure.
tell us.
Unicorn.
Grab a D's nuts, Brenda.
The answer is it's such an infinitesimal percentage of the total mass of the sun that it makes virtually no difference.
Okay.
How
Brenda, if
many
I had
tons
a
get
bank
burned
account,
off
listen to
per
me.
hour?
Let me-
Ask her,
wait,
how
just
many
wait a second.
tons of the sun get
I don't
burnt
know.
off per hour?
I
So
don't
listen.
know. I don't know.
All right. So if I have $1,000 in the bank and I spend a penny every day, just a penny, right?
That's more than Brenda actually has.
So will that bank account diminish in its value if I do that every day? Each day that I spend another penny, does my bank account dwindle down? And it's no longer $1,000 anymore, right? Now it's down, say, to $900. We've gone for a while spending one penny a day, right? So now we're down to $900. And over the course of maybe 10 years now, I've spent a penny a day, and I'm even less than $1,000.
Dave,
There's going to be a point where that $1,000 is going to end up being $1.
I agree. I agree.
All right,
There
you
will
go.
be a point. There will be a point at
There you
which
go.
the amount of mass lost by the sun will affect it greatly. Absolutely.
Okay, so now
But it's not now.
What we need to have, though, in order to have this sun, in order to have this condition that you claim, we have to have a mass of hydrogen come together. Now, gas particles having perfectly elastic collisions will
don't.
expand to fill the empty space. They will never collect together
there's
for
no
any
law.
reason.
Brenda,
No law that says
Brenda, what makes it not now?
the size of the sun does.
Yeah, but how
How
would
do
it
you
collect
know?
together in the first place? How does gas collect
Well,
together?
it seems like you're changing. It seems like you're changing the question. So the original question was, the sun loses so much mass every second.
I know. That's
How
not
can
my
it keep?
question. I
How
don't
can
care.
it keep the Earth in orbit? Right. So we're still on that. Right. And the sun loses 4.7 million tons of mass every single second, and yet
Right.
the Earth's orbit is not affected. And how can that be? It's because the sun is really big.
How did it form together in the first place?
It's a different question. Are you?
I
Are
know
you?
it's a different question, but it's still.
Oh, are you
it-
conceding?
It's
Is-
like
poignant.
Sounds to me
Brenda,
like
no,
it's
it's
a
crazy
concession.
because people will go, these nuts are really big, Brenda. These
The sun is
nuts are
really big.
really big.
The
You
sun
have
is
to
pretty big.
understand, you can't go because it's really big.
Yes, I
Because if
can.
it's really big, no, if it's really big, we would be sucked into the sun.
No, that's not how gravity works.
Oh, fuck.
It
Mass
isn't.
attracts mass.
Yeah, that's why we're in orbit around the sun.
All right, so with this mass attracting mass, show me a mass of fucking gas collecting together for any goddamn reason outside of containment, please.
That's
This is
the
what
sun.
the whole crux of your fucking argument comes on. The
That's the
sun
sun.
is impossible because in a void, hydrogen gas particles are not going to ever come together for any
Well,
reason.
prove
And
it.
if they do come
Prove it.
together, they will collide with one another and go in opposite fucking directions. They do not
Unless
collect together because gas molecules are not bonded to one another. Thank you.
unless the gravity is
There is no
stronger.
gravity without the mass. Do you not
have
understand
mass.
that?
They
How
have
do you
mass.
get the fucking mass to be in a mass in order to have any fucking gravity? You've not proven that gases have any
All
fucking
matter.
gravity. It does not have, they're not bonded molecules to one another. Hydrogen molecules are not bonded to one another. They have
doesn't
elastic
matter.
collisions and they bounce off one another and go in
It doesn't
opposite
matter.
directions. They do
It doesn't
not
matter.
ever collect together for any reason outside of
You're
containment.
triggered.
Well,
Right,
it's because
so-
I've been trying to get that fucking point across to you
Yeah,
now
but
for
you
20
just-
goddamn minutes,
Yeah.
and you keep going, the sun.
Because you're wrong, right?
No,
So
I'm not wrong.
all
Until
matter.
you can prove me otherwise, until you can show me definitively gases coming together for any
That's the
fucking
sun.
reason whatsoever, you have an impossible claim.
The sun. The sun.
That's not an
the
answer.
sun
That's
comes
a
together
stupid ass
because of
answer.
gravity.
That's a stupid fuck answer.
No, that
That's a
isn't
stupid
a
fuck
response.
answer. If you point to the sun again without
Yes.
demonstrating an instance where you can show me a gas collecting together and staying together for
That's
any
an example.
fucking reason, I will kick you off this fucking panel the next time you
Right.
point to the fucking sun.
Well, then
Don't
Jupiter,
kick Brenda off.
then Jupiter, or we can see stars
Here
being
again,
born in
speculation. That's a
nebulous
story.
clouds.
It's a cool story, Brenda. No proof,
Yeah,
nothing.
that's an
Bullshit.
example. That's an
Bullshit.
example. You
No,
asked for an
it's
example.
it's an example of you making another goddamn claim you cannot
That's what
substantiate.
you asked for. You asked for an example.
You
I gave you
made
one.
all you did was bolster it with another
Jupiter,
fucking
Saturn,
unsubstantiated
Neptune,
claim.
Uranus.
Another
Those are all gas
unsubstantiated
giants. They're
claim.
all composed of mostly
Those are
gas.
all unsubstantiated claims.
That's your claim.
No, that's unsubstantiated
No,
claim.
we haven't. It's substantiated what they're made out
you
of.
don't never done nothing. So stop saying we.
I don't have to do the things.
you
other
don't.
people
You're
can.
not part of we.
Yes, I am
Okay,
part of
when
we.
you say that shit, you just say it the right way. Other people have said that because
Yes.
you're not part of we. Okay, get that out
Yes,
of your
I
head.
am. I'm
No,
part
you're
of
not.
you. Yes,
You've
I
not
am.
done any of this fucking shit.
No, you're just crying now.
No,
because
when have you ever detected and analyzed a fucking planet, Brenda?
is this you
Have
conceding
you
to the
ever
former
analyzed the
point?
motherfucking planet, Brenda?
Is this you conceding to the former point?
Have you ever
Yeah, I'm going to take this as a concession.
No,
This is a
you
concession.
have
Brenda,
not
you need
ever
to
meant.
stop it.
So
No.
stop
He
with the
analyzes
we.
Uranus every freaking night.
Stop
This is a concession
with
that the
we
previous point
shit.
I was right about.
No,
That's-
you don't have a point. You've not been
Yeah,
right
I just
one
showed.
time.
I just
don't
showed
think
you
you've
the
been
reason
right one
why is
time in
because
your
the sun is really
miserable
big.
fucking existence.
Wait,
The
wait,
reason
wait,
why is
wait.
because the sun is
Wait,
really
wait.
big, and you're conceding that point.
Well, I'm not
You're
conceding anything. You have
Brenda's
an
saying
impossible
the sun
point.
is really big.
Yes.
It's really big. That's it. It's
Yeah.
just really big.
Yes.
Now, Brenda, think about that. What does really big mean? Put it into an equation. Put it
It
into
means
a
big
mathematical equation. No, put it into a mathematical equation that proves it's really big enough that it can lose tons and tons of mass and not affect the orbit of the planets. Prove it with a mathematical equation that not just say it's really big. Prove
big
it
is
with a mathematical equation
How
that
big is
it won't affect the the planets that are around it in the solar system.
How big is the damn thing?
The mass of the sun is 4.4 times 10 to the 30th pounds.
How big is it? What's its diameter?
It's something like, I don't know, a million miles.
Figure it out. You got that mass. You love your math and shit. Take that mass and convert it down so that you know the diameter.
I just told you. It's 4.4 times 10 to the 30th pounds.
When does it have to lose enough mass before it affects the orbit of the planets?
In about 5 billion years.
Come on. Give the equation. 5 billion years.
In about 5 billion years, the sun will expand into a red giant.
Brenda,
can you show your math
mass
for that,
is attracted to mass.
Yeah,
Think about that. Mass is attracted to mass. And you're claiming is 4.5 billion with a B is only when it will affect the orbit of any planets.
That's not what I said. I said that in about 5 billion years, right, the sun will have lost enough mass that it will expand into a red giant and turn the Earth into a crispy cinder.
Why would it expand?
Right, because the internal pressure will exceed the downward pressure.
Oh my God! Downward.
Hey, Brenda,
downward.
Do you understand? No, wait. Brenda, do you understand those claims that you're making that you think, and then when you claim that morons are the flat earthers, do you understand anything of that? Those claims and the claims of the flat earthers are somewhere the same, that they cancel out? But they cancel out.
What are you talking about?
That you're claiming in 5-point-something million years or something, that billion, that then it affect the orbit of the planets. Like, how do you know that?
I'm saying that in 5 billion years, the sun will expand to the size of the Earth's orbit.
I'm going to hold you to that. If it don't happen,
yeah, you just hold your breath.
Brenda, I'm coming back. If it doesn't happen, I'm holding you to that.
Yeah, that's great.
If it doesn't happen, can I ask you a question here, real quick? How the fuck do you know any of that shit?
Oh, because other people who are smarter than me have figured it out.
How do you know they're smarter than you, and how do you know they figured it out? Did you check their math?
Yeah,
it's
his priests of power.
Quit thinking that people are smarter than you.
Stop talking over.
Oh, sorry, Saab.
Yeah,
but
they're
Brenda,
reliable.
Quit thinking that people are smarter than you. Quit thinking that people are smarter than you.
I don't think everybody is, but I just I'm humble, and I acknowledge when people are smarter than me. Mike MC Toon is smarter than me. Craig,
is Austin Whitsitt smarter than you?
No.
You're a fucking liar.
Wait a second. You base your intelligence on whose information you regurgitate? Is that what I'm getting here? It sounds like it.
That's what you do.
It sounds exactly like it.
MC Toon is smarter than Brenda.
Absolutely.
My dog is smarter than Brenda.
That's fine. So MC Toon, he has a degree in he's electrical engineering or computer science or something. Craig has a degree in nuclear physics. That means
I call bullshit.
Brenda, you don't even know what MC Toon is smarter than you in. Do you understand that you just said that? I'm not sure what MC Toon is smarter than me in.
Yes.
But he's smarter than me in something.
Yes. Yeah, he knows more than I do. So does Craig.
So does Sovereign. Just say that.
No, Sovereign is as dumb as they come.
Really? Yeah, you can't explain to me how
you don't understand grade
school. Wait a second. You cannot demonstrate a gas forming together into a mass. You can't demonstrate gravity affecting a gas.
I've told you all these things before.
Nothing you could. Nothing. And I call bullshit on Craig's nuclear physics.
Just saying bullshit. Just saying bullshit just
I'm
indicates
just calling it,
how
man.
low
The dude,
IQ
the
you
dude
are.
might have been a mop hand, you know. I don't know. He probably was on a nuclear submarine as far as being a nuclear physicist. Nah, I'm not buying it.
He was in Her Majesty's Navy.
I don't give a fuck. I was in the United States Army. Does that make me a nuclear physicist?
But you swapped
Did he just say Her Majesty's Navy? Aren't you American, Brenda?
Are you one of those Anglophiles, man?
Yo, Brenda, aren't you American?
Yes.
Then why the fuck did you just say Her Majesty's Navy?
Isn't that how you would say it?
You're a fucking
No,
homo.
I'd call it the British Navy.
Whatever. Who cares?
Well, I don't never see Her Majesty out there fighting a fucking war.
I don't refer to another country's queen as Her Majesty. We should fucking tie you from the end of a rope, you fucking traitor.
Easy, Stinky. God damn it, man. Hold on to your fucking emotions, everybody. Jesus.
Well, he's basically, a child. I mean, that's
no,
all.
Brenda, you're the last one needs to be doing that. You're like
Really?
66 going on 12.
Really?
Come on.
You think so?
But you
I've been spanking
that.
I've been spanking your shiny butt this whole time.
You base your intelligence on the information,
beet
whose
red
information you regurgitate. And
No,
this is
that's
why
what
you
you do,
continuously use we. When you're not part of we, you've made no accomplishments. You've done none of these discoveries. You've done none of these analyzations. You've done no
I don't have to.
observations or anything. You just
don't
glom
have to.
on to people. You're trying to be smart through proxy is what it is. You rely
that's
on
not what being
someone
smart
telling
means.
you. No, you rely on being told. You're not capable of
I don't.
learning. No, you're not capable of learning. You're only capable of
I am.
memorization.
You can't. You're the one that
Oh,
just
yes,
goes,
I
"Nuh-uh"
am
to
very
everything.
capable of learning. Very capable.
No, you can't.
Very capable. This is why I have a wide variety of skills, Brenda.
No, you
I have a
don't.
wide variety of skills. This is because I do learn things. Okay? I do learn things. And I don't
What do you
need to
claim?
be told things to learn things, you see? You
If
need to be
somebody
told
tells you
things.
that- if somebody tells you the truth-
You rely on your perception of the
I
person
don't.
giving you the information.
No, I don't.
You give an unwarranted trust in
How is it unwarranted?
authoritative academia. Okay.
How is it
Now,
unwarranted?
we just showed earlier how both McToon and FTFE were full of shit tonight.
You didn't
on
show
the
that
whole
at
thing
all.
about that. Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did.
No, you didn't.
Because we went over how does the Zamboni work, man. We showed how the Zamboni works. And you know what? You know what it uses to level? You know what it uses to level on that ice? You want to know? A laser.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
depth, right? That's the
Yeah,
depth, isn't
yeah.
it?
Yep, lasers on
It
that
measures-
cold ice with an
Yeah,
object carrying cold water and cold snow. Oh
Does it
my
measure
God.
the depth of the ice? Does it measure the depth of the ice?
Why would you measure the depth of the ice? You don't need to. If you've got
Make it
level,
even.
you don't need to have depth to know to make something even.
Does the laser on the
You only
Zamboni?
need to have level. You only need
Where's-
to have level.
where's the laser on
You
the
realize that
Zamboni
if
placed?
you ever seen a swimming pool get frozen or even a lake get frozen? You notice how the surface of the ice is level, but underneath of
Yeah,
it
level
is
means conforming
not.
to the current
Underneath
portion
of
of
it
the
is
earth.
not. Isn't that something? So what it is under the ice is fuck all to what the condition of the surface of it is, correct? Yes.
Very often, yeah, on lakes.
Yes,
Sure.
all the time, all the time.
No,
all the
you
time.
don't know that.
No,
You
no,
didn't
no. The
make all-
bottom.
did you make
the
all the measurements?
conditions of the bottom do not have any effect on the surface.
You can't say all the time unless you've
Yes.
personally done all the
Yes,
measurements.
I can say all the time.
No,
I can
you can't.
confidently. I can
You say
confidently
that people can't know things unless they personally measure them. You haven't
can
personally
say
measured.
confidently. I can
No,
say
you can't.
confidently. Yes,
No,
I
you
can.
can't. You say you can't know something unless you
I
personally
know
do
you
it.
are, but what am I? I'm rubber, you're glue. Come on, back up to the fucking adult age here, Brenda. I know it's hard for you.
Right. So
See if
your
you can
claim
stay
is
up a little bit. See if you can rise up just a little bit and not be a child.
so
Try it.
your claim is that unless you can't know anything unless you personally do it, and you haven't personally
That's not
measured
what I said at all.
all depths.
That's not what I said at all. I
That's
said
literally what you just said.
You rely on being told shit. Everything you think you know is
Sure.
stuff you've been
There's
told.
nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, there is.
No,
Absolutely.
there isn't.
Oh, yeah.
I'm told that the tower,
Listen,
the
this is
Eiffel
how
Tower is in Paris,
salesmen work.
France.
You understand how a salesman works? A salesman sells himself, and then he sells the product. You
Yeah,
understand?
yeah.
This is why you're caught up in a cult of personality. You're trying to be smart through
What
proxy.
personality?
You use the term "we" constantly, when you've not really done any of this. All
I
you've
don't
done
have
is
to.
read about it, and your perception.
That's your standard. That's not my standard.
Your perception of the person that gave you the information is what guides you as to whether or not it's true. Not truly
That's
looking
not
at
true.
the information,
So you're
not
just
dissecting the
gaslighting.
information.
You're just
You just go
gaslighting.
by what someone told you. That's what you do.
All you're doing is
You've
gaslighting.
proven that. You've proven
You're just
that.
gaslighting.
Okay, I'm gaslighting.
Yeah, that's all you do is gaslight.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I'm doing. All right.
Yeah.
Sure enough.
So
Okay.
none of that is true. You know,
Okay.
I don't
Yeah,
just
it is.
blindly accept what other people tell me.
You
That's what you
obviously
do.
do. You obviously
Brenda,
do.
you're beautiful.
Wait,
No,
wait.
it's based
Brenda,
on whether it's logical,
Brenda,
consistent, and
Brenda,
reliable.
why do you do what you do?
And how do you do it so
Well, I do the
Because
things I do
he's
because
an
I enjoy them.
unhappy,
I'm not
divorced,
unhappy. That's you
middleaged man.
gaslighting again. This is
No,
just
you are.
gaslighting.
You're very, Brenda.
When you
You're
tell
a
other
very.
Let
people,
Brenda
when
answer.
you tell other
shows
people
in
how
your
they
Brenda.
feel,
looks.
that's just gaslighting.
Brenda, it shows in your looks. You look awful.
Nope, that's
You're
you. That's your
haggard.
interpretation.
You're
You're
tired.
gaslighting.
Stop. Please stop berating Brenda. Just
Yeah,
let her
that's all he
answer the
does. That's all he
question.
does.
Or let,
Because he's
No,
a
why
child.
I'm not.
do you
I'm
do
not. This
what you
Brenda
do?
That's
is
all
an
he does.
evil.
Is he's
Brenda
just
is an
triggered,
evil creature.
and he has to defend
Brenda
himself.
is an evil creature.
No, I'm
Okay?
just
A
smarter than you.
demonically possessed creature.
No, I'm just smarter than
No,
you.
you're a demonically possessed creature, Brenda.
No, I just know more than
No,
you.
no, you are a
Cretin.
That's
demonically
all.
possessed
And
creature.
it's
What
like
makes
it's
you
like a cat playing with a
what
mouse.
makes you think you know more than everybody else?
I don't think I know more than everybody else.
You just said I know more than everybody else knows here.
That's a lie. I didn't say that. I said I know more than Dave does.
No, you
Okay,
don't.
what makes you think you
And
know
stinky.
more than Dave does? What makes you
Because
know
Dave has
you may know?
demonstrated because Dave demonstrates his ignorance every time he debates somebody.
No,
Brenda,
but
tell
what
me what I
makes you
do. Tell me
know?
what was
No,
ignorant.
no,
Wait, no.
Brenda. Don't bring Dave into it. What makes
That's
you
what it
know?
originally started with. Right? The way that I know that I know more than somebody else is if the other person displays their ignorance.
What was I ignorant
Well,
about?
how
then?
do you know they're ignorant?
Wait, no.
When they
I
say
wanna know
things,
He
What-
knows they're ignorant because they display their ignorance. It's another
No.
circular argument.
Brenda?
Yes.
No, it's not circular. That's
Holy
you
fucking
gaslighting
God.
again. That's
What
you
did I
telling
say
me
that-
what my argument is.
Brenda.
You can't tell me.
Brenda, what did I say that was ignorant?
Well, you don't understand any of the physical laws. You don't understand.
I don't.
Gravity.
What physical
You
law don't I understand? What physical law don't I understand?
All of them.
Newton's first law, for one.
Really? Okay. What don't I understand about that?
Do objects continue to move unless they're acted upon by force or not?
No.
Yeah, that's your ignorance. Yeah.
No, that's a postulation. There's no proof. Another postulation.
Wait, I have something.
That's a law.
Dave.
That's a law.
Dave,
It's
let
an
me
observation
interject.
that's observed always.
Let me interject. Let me interject.
Wait. Then
Please let me interject.
Shut the
Please,
fuck up.
please.
Moonbound,
Please
stop.
let me interject.
No,
She
I'm not
said-
going to let you interject. God damn it. So if what you say is true, and I'll bring you back up in a minute, Moon. But if what you say is true, then that means that the gas would fly out into space. The particles, there's nothing acting upon them. You've not given any demonstrable evidence of gravity affecting gas particles at all. So based on what you're saying, those gas particles will continue out into space.
If gravity didn't exist, you would be right. But gravity does exist.
No, you haven't proven gravity. And you
Yes, we
certainly
have.
haven't proven
Humans have
gravity
for
affecting
hundreds
a
of years.
gas. You have not proven gravity affecting a gas.
Yeah,
Not
that's
at
just
all.
more displays of your
No,
ignorance.
it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Then where's your proof of gravity affecting a gas?
Galileo demonstrated that there's
No, he did
downward
not. Rolling
acceleration.
are barrels gas, Brenda?
He didn't roll barrels.
Well, whatever he rolled, did he roll gas down a hill?
He rolled. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was.
Was
glass.
it gas?
Dave, just let me
Was
finish.
it gas?
Dave, when you ask a question, let me finish. I
It's
don't know
a
what they
yes or
were.
no answer. Did he roll fucking gas down an incline or not?
No, of course not.
Okay, then what the fuck has that got to do with what we're talking about?
He rolled different masses down an incline
I don't
plane.
give a fuck what he rolled down a hill. Did he
Yeah,
roll
and-
air down the hill?
No, he didn't.
Okay, so he didn't roll air down the hill. So that's out. We're not talking about fucking
That's
objects
wrong. That's
that
not
are
out.
heavier than air, are
That's
we?
not out.
We're not talking
Because-
about objects heavier than air, are we? We're talking about the air itself. Can you demonstrate or prove a downward acceleration of air due to gravity or show gravity affecting
Yeah.
a gas in any way?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
go ahead.
Yes. You take a scuba canister and you put it on a scale and it will have weight.
It's contained.
Doesn't matter. It's
yes, it
irrelevant.
does. Yes, it does matter.
This is you just being ignorant again.
If the pressure inside the tank is the same as outside the tank, what will it weigh?
You'll just be weighing the weight of the canister.
Okay. There
the
you go.
scuba tank.
Oh man. So
Right?
no downward acceleration of air.
No, that doesn't follow logically.
Sure it does.
No, it doesn't.
It absolutely does.
Absolutely, it doesn't.
It
Right?
does. Can you
So the
show a
tank-
downward acceleration of air? You can't
fact
have a
that the
volume.
tank- if-
Brenda,
if
do you not understand? You cannot have a volume of air outside of containment.
That's you. You need to prove
No,
that.
that's reality.
No, that's
Yes.
your claim.
No,
Prove it.
that's reality, Brenda.
No, that's your claim. Prove it.
Okay, well,
Yeah, you can't.
yeah, I can. I don't have to prove a negative, by the way, Brenda. I don't have to prove a negative. You claim that a physical impossibility is possible.
It's
You
not
have to
physically
demonstrate
impossible.
this. Demonstrate a downward acceleration of air due to gravity.
I just did.
No,
You
you
can-
didn't. You told me
you
about
put it in a scuba
Galileo
tank.
dropping fucking. No, you have to have a contained volume, don't you?
You have to have a container for water to weigh it on a scale too. That doesn't
There
mean
you go. There you
that
go.
doesn't that
There
doesn't
you
mean
go.
that water-
Exactly. Now that brings us to the problem of the tides. You're treating it as though the molecules are bonded.
that shows that they
No,
have
they're
weight.
not.
That
Does
shows
it?
that they have weight.
Only in a contained volume.
That doesn't show that.
Under pressure.
That's false.
No, it's not.
It's literally false.
You just explained that.
Right. So the
You
fact
just explained it. So now if I have an object on a scale
so you can bully your way, but that's not going to change
inside
anything.
of a vacuum chamber,
So you can bully your way, but that's not going to change anything.
yeah,
the
it
fact
does.
is,
It changes everything. It shows
if I have a cup,
your claim is bahui. That's what it.
if I have a cup and I pour water into it, that
Mhm.
shows that water has weight. right?
That amount of water, a volume
Yes.
of water. Yeah.
And if I have that same cup and I can pour very heavy gas into it, and I can do that, and it will show weight.
Oh, well, is it a contained volume though, right?
Yeah.
So what you have to demonstrate though is a downward acceleration of the air that we're in. Do you have a downward acceleration of this air? Can you show
That's
it?
the definition of weight. Weight is the acceleration due to gravity.
Wait. Okay. So can you show me where there's a downward force of air on us?
I just did.
No, there's not. I don't measure this downward force of air out here. Where is that?
Oh, that's air pressure.
No, that air pressure is due to displacement, my friend, not
No.
due to weight.
That's more of your ignorance showing.
No, it's not.
Displacement
No, it's
isn't the
not.
force.
So a barometer will work sideways. It'll work on its back.
It won't. No, the traditional
Yes.
barometer won't.
Yes, because
displacement.
it's based on displacement of the medium.
Displacement isn't a force.
Displacement of the medium
That's
is
not
the
a force.
pressure. And we
Not a
have
force.
approximately, yes, displacement is a force.
No, it isn't. It's a
Oh,
volume.
yes, it is. Oh, yes, it
Displacement
is.
is a volume,
Oh,
not a
yes,
force.
it is. Oh, yes, it is, Brenda. If you have a full tub of water and you step into that tub, something forces that water to come out of the
Yeah.
tub.
Your
What is
your,
forcing
your
it out?
body your body applied a force to it.
Displacement.
Yeah,
The
displacement is not a force.
displacement of the water by your body caused the water to yield to your body. And guess what? it exerted pressure against your body as well, too, because that water wants to be
pressure
where
is
your
a force,
body is
but
at.
displacement is not a
That
force.
what water
You're
wants
just
to be
showing that
where
you
your
don't even
body is
know
at, you see.
children's
And
grade
so the
school level
14,
science.
the 14.7 pounds per square inch of air pressure, which is not a constant, I might add. It's
No, it's a gradient,
approximately,
which
it
proves
changes
gravity.
daily. It changes all the time throughout
Yes,
the
it
day.
proves gravity.
Okay, wait a second. So the 14 whatever PSI is the pounds per square inch that you're feeling due to displacement. This is on
No,
every
it's not due to
square inch
displacement.
of your body. It is not a downward force of air.
No, it's
Otherwise,
all
you
around
feel
pressure.
more pressure laying down than you do standing up.
No, it's
So
atmospheric pressure. It's pressure. It's not a,
that's
yeah.
what is Atmos made from?
There's no such thing as Atmos.
There
It's a word
isn't,
that you made up.
isn't it? There
There's
isn't.
atmospheric pressure. The
Okay,
atmospheric
what
pressure.
is the atmosphere made of?
It's gases.
Gases. Okay, shut the fuck up now. You just proved my
Why?
point. You got pedantic over
I didn't prove any
atmospheric
point. You
pressure
didn't prove
and
any
gas
point.
pressure. And if the goddamn atmosphere
No,
is made of gas,
atmospheric pressure
it's
is
a
not the
goddamn
same as
gas
gas
pressure,
pressure.
isn't it?
No, it's not the same.
Yes, it is.
Because it has a
So,
different cause.
oh, is it?
Yes, it has a different
It is.
cause.
It's a different cause.
Atmospheric pressure is caused.
Where's the downward weight I'm supposed to feel from the air then?
It's all around you.
It's all around me. How can I feel weight sideways?
It's all around you. It's pressing on your top of your head, on the sides, all around you.
Yeah, just because I'm displacing it. It wants to be where my body is.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So it's displacement. It's not gravity. It's
Displacement is not a
displacement.
force. It's a
Obviously it
volume.
is. Then what
No, it
forced
isn't.
the water out of the tub?
Your body did.
What did my body do to the water to cause it to go out?
Because the water in
Because I
your body,
displaced it.
the water in your body
Because
can't
I
occupy.
displaced it.
So when you ask questions, you fucking child, let the other person talk.
You just
fucking child.
explained with a million words what I just said with one.
No,
I
it's
displaced
because your
the
body
medium.
and the water can't occupy the same points.
So the water had to go
Fucking
to
child.
another point, which means it was displaced. In other words, moved from one location to another. And this,
not a
so
force.
the displacement is what forced the water to go out.
No, it isn't. It's not a
Yes.
force.
It's not. Well, what
Right.
was the force that made the water go out then?
The size of your body, the volume of your body.
Right?
Right. It forced the air, it forced the water to move
forced
aside
it.
because water and your body can't occupy the same place.
So I displaced the water.
Yes.
Right. So the force
You
was
applied a force.
displacement.
You applied a force
My
to it.
displacement of
You
the
applied
water,
kinetic
my
energy to it.
displacement of the water forced it out of the tub. Very good.
Because you are a solid, right? So
Right.
therefore your
Mhm.
body exerted a force on the water.
Right. Displacement.
No, displacement isn't a force.
Of course it is. Obviously
No,
it
it
is.
isn't.
Because without my body present where that water would be, it wouldn't have been displaced and it wouldn't have moved.
That's affirming
right?
the
So
consequence
then when it
fallacy.
moved
That's not
was
logical.
because, do you know what the word displace means?
That's affirming the
Do you know what the
consequence
word
fallacy.
displace means? Do you know what the word means?
Right? It means that something has been moved out of the way.
It means it from one place to
Yeah.
another. That right.
There was
that's
a
right.
force applied to it, but
Right.
displacement is not a
What
force.
What was the force?
In the case of your body, it's probably just the intermolecular forces of your body holding it together, preventing the water from occupying the same place that your body is at.
So I displaced the water.
Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
you applied a
What I
force
just
to the
said.
water.
What I just said.
No, you claim that
Yes.
displacement is a force. It's not.
Well, then what was the force that caused the
I
water
just
to
told you, you fucking moron.
move? I displaced it with my
No,
body.
I
Yes,
just told
you
you what
just
it was.
described
It's the
displacement with
intermolecular
more words.
forces. Those
Oh,
are not
that's not
displacement.
molecular
you
forces.
fucking
Shut
clown.
the fuck up. Now you're making shit up, Brenda. Stop it.
It's the intermolecular forces that
The
hold your body
intermolecular
together.
forces. Digress, please.
Yeah.
Please break
the
that
chemical
down.
bonds.
Intermolecular forces. Please
Yes.
explain that to me.
Yes, your body is held together by intermolecular bonds, chemical bonds.
Mhm.
That's how it holds you together.
I understand that. So what? What's
Yeah.
that? So that's what made the water move?
Yes, because they don't permit the water to take the same point in space that you're occupying.
So I had to displace the water.
That's right. That's right.
Well,
You
that's
applied
what
a
I just
force.
said.
You
So
applied a
that
force.
was so displacement was the force, wasn't it?
No, that's not. That doesn't follow. Displacement
Of course
isn't the
it
force.
does. Of course
The
it
force
does.
is the force is the intermolecular
You
bonds.
just
You
got
fucking
done
moron.
saying, Brenda, that by me displacing the water
Are
forced the water out.
intermolecular bonds displacement? No, they're not.
No, they're just what
Yeah,
prevents me
intermolecular
from
bonds are not.
mixing with.
Yes, you just admitted that displacement is not a force. You admitted that the
No, I did not
intermolecular
say
bonds
that
is
at
there's a
all.
force on the
Brenda,
water.
Brenda, you're losing your mind here, honey. Get a grip. Get a
Really?
grip. Yeah.
I'm the
Get a
one.
grip.
I'm the
Yes,
one.
get a grip. So you
Yeah.
just said because of my molecular bonds makes
Yes.
me a solid object
Yes.
that won't mix with the water. And
Yes.
so therefore my presence in the water displaced the
Yes.
water. Okay,
Yes.
thank you. That's
And
exactly what
displacement
I
is
said.
not a force.
That's,
Displacement
well,
is
then
not the
what was
force.
what was the force?
The bonds, the chemical bonds.
No.
Yes. Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No. How?
Cry harder. Cry harder.
How?
Just go
How,
nuh-uh.
Brenda? Brenda, you're full of shit because you know it's displacement. You don't want to admit it's displacement, and you keep saying displacement, just getting more stupid with it. Explaining why I displaced the water.
Yeah.
That's not an answer.
Yes, it is.
That's not a force. The things that hold
it
me
is.
together is not a force that makes the
bonds-
water go out. It's
the
my
chemical bonds are
displacement
literally
of the
force.
water. Brenda,
The
Brenda, you're
chemical
being
bonds-
stupid. You're
The
wrong.
chemical
again.
bonds that hold
You're
your body
wrong
together
again.
is literally a force.
Wrong. 100% wrong.
No, the chemical
No,
bonds
you
are
are
literally a force.
100% wrong,
When you
Brenda.
break those bonds,
Brenda,
energy
Brenda,
is released.
you displace the water. Okay,
Yes,
you're wrong.
you do displace
I've
the water.
grown tired of you. I don't want you here anymore. I'm tired of you. Go away now. Thank you. Wow. So what is she thinking that just by saying displacement using other words that are not saying displacement but describing displacement? What the fuck? Man, where do these people go? Where do they come from? For crying out loud. You still there taking back Eden? Moonbounce? Either one of you? We lost Stinky Cash. Maybe his phone died.
Hey, I'm still here, but it's freaking me out because, like, does Brenda want to be your wife or what?
I mean, what the fuck is she saying? I'm says it was displacement forced the water out. No, the molecular bonds of your body forced it out. How? Well, because you can't occupy the same space as the water, so the water had to move. You mean it was displaced? Well, no, that wasn't a force, though. Well, then what was the force? They cannot fucking accept that shit. I don't understand it, man.
Yeah, and they don't seem to want to consider the alternative explanation either.
No, not even for a second. And that thing says it's smart. Get the fuck out of here with that.
Yeah, so hi there, Moon. The reason I jumped on Soul is because I wanted to share some videos that I found online for the laser ice laser leveling system. So I shared a YouTube link where they demonstrate exactly some of the tools that they use to make sure that it is level.
Level ice laser thing. I see.
Yeah.
It. Yeah. Let me get it.
So feel free to check it out. I sent some links to Jaren as well on
So
Telegram.
the whole thing is only what, 3 minutes and 36 seconds?
Yeah, the second video. And if you get to minute 2 and 27 seconds, you'll see the equipment that they use. It's a nice visual there.
Oh, okay, I see it. Let me get it.
Yeah. I thought you'd like it, or I thought we could review it.
Yeah, wasn't it McToon and them were saying that there was no can't use a laser on the ice because of the refractive index, and what'd you say, 127?
Yeah. 2 minutes 27 seconds. Yeah, there we go.
27. All right, there. I see right there. We got sound. Oh, wow.
Yeah, for high stakes hockey, I'm sure they're going to need flat ice.
Oh, yeah, man.
Yeah. And it's good to see that they actually use lasers technology, despite what FTFE stated earlier.
Yeah, he's talking about somebody who carved out some snow and poured, let the garden hose run in there and let it freeze overnight. Well, yeah, it's going to kind of taper off at the edges maybe, but it certainly isn't going to be fucking curved. That's for sure.
Yeah, yeah. And I was reading about the Zamboni. It looks like there's many patents just for that Zamboni, at least 15. So when they add the laser technology, there's a few more patents.
Yeah, there's a authorized distributor. Please contact. That's an ad for them, huh? What's this other one that we had? Is that ain't the same one, is it? Oh yeah, it's the same one.
Okay, yeah, and I shared also a link to their website where it talks about how they actually eliminate. Where is it here? Eliminates the variable results achieved by different operators.
Oh yeah, look here. Yeah. Let me pull that up. Hold on. Let me stop this screen. I'm going to close it down here in just a minute. So we're going on 4 hours. Long time. Laser focused precision ice resurfacing. Introducing the Level Ice Laser Leveling System. Automated precision blade control provides consistently level ice and significant savings of energy, water, and time. Well, isn't that special? So I guess they do use lasers. How about that, McToon?
Yeah.
Bastard.
So great find today, Sol. Thank you for pointing that out and finding that for us.
Yeah. I mean, that's some stuff you got to look into. And that guy, he did have a little bit of a language barrier, I think. I don't think he realized he was eating up his time.
I noticed that, yeah.
The man is disintegrating before our eyes. Who's that? Oh, yeah. Brenner's proof of entropy, right? Yeah, I mean, it's just like there's just that kind of shit. I couldn't believe that thing was up here telling me, no, it was not displacement, and then goes ahead and describes displacement. I'm sitting here going, what are you even talking about, man? So what forced the water out then? If it wasn't displacement, what force was present, right?
Yeah. And what about mass attracting mass? Because there are types of mass that will repel each other, right?
Yeah.
So,
but I mean, this first off, that would have to start with an observation, wouldn't it? Wouldn't somebody have to actually witness things and go, hey,
great point.
Them two big things over there, I swear to God, they're getting closer to each other. I'm going to keep a measurement. Yeah, by golly, I'm noticing that big objects want to draw towards one another. Let's develop an experiment to see if this is true. No, that wasn't even
step
none
one.
of that. Oh my God.
They skipped step one.
Yes.
Skip the observation.
Yes. And the whole idea, and if you claim the mass of the air is attracted to the mass of the earth, I notice you don't have any problems picking up objects and dropping them and going, oh, gravity, right? Well, show me some fucking air dropping then.
Yeah.
Show me this downward force. I'm in this air. I should be able to feel a downward force of it on me, right?
Yeah.
I don't.
Gravity doesn't seem to affect it the way temperature does.
No. No. And this whole idea of it that's just going to collect together in a ball for some reason, that's retarded.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody has ever witnessed that, ever, for any reason.
Yeah, it's true.
You know, that's just an assumption made. It's fairy tales, storybook fairy
imagination.
tales for children. It really is. And as we just witnessed, a 65, 66-year-old man in a dress that comes on and acts like a fucking literal 12-year-old, you know? I mean, wow.
Yeah, and it tries to project that we're under a delusion, perhaps.
I got to say, it was kind of funny, though. We kept going, Google, 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 Google.
Google, yeah, / Vanguard.
Oh my God. Yes, I know. It's like, holy crap. That's why I'm very skeptical of online resources and shit. If I get onto something, man, then I want to start looking at some paper and ink. I want to see some writings, because we know what the Ministry of Truth has done to online references. You know,
Oh, yeah.
look how many people actually rely on fucking Wikipedia, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, still. Yeah. I like what Kent Hovind called it, Wikipedia.
Wikipedia.
Yeah. I wonder if Brenda has seen the Nat Geo and the PBS exposés that Jaron has been pointing out.
What are they about?
Oh yeah, but remember the videos that we showed Max and Nick the professor?
Yeah.
Professor of physics?
Yeah.
It's so funny. Actually, I have a quote from that video that we were sharing. This is what he said. The professor of physics, just before you were to sign out, he stated, one of the problems with science is that we do a very bad job of explaining it. You know, we do stupid stuff like this where we're doctoring videos to make it look good because it's too hard to do the experiment. So that's pretty interesting to have a professor of physics stating that they're doctoring videos. So at least
Well,
you can admit it.
I have to point out too, though, that there's another one that reverts to a very sophic level, a very immature mental level at very quickly.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
And this is a pattern that I've noticed, that once that cog disc, they start getting all pissed off, you make a point that they can't back out of, and automatically they just start acting like a little insolent 12-year-old. You know, and it's like, oh,
very true.
I don't know.
I've even seen this from Christian globe defenders.
Yeah.
Like I'll meet Christian globe defenders on Modern Day Debate, and then when I start hearing their point of view, I'll ask him instantly. Because I want to find out what type of Christian I'm dealing with. So I'll ask him, can you name the 10 commandments in order? And the majority of the time, it's no. I've even met, Jaron hosted a debate once, and there was a self-proclaimed greatest living biblical scholar who was an ex-pastor or something along those lines of 40 plus years. So I sent in a super chat and I asked him, can you name the 10 commandments in order? It takes 30 seconds. And he said no. So, I mean, this is the type of people we're meeting online. Even the Christians, they don't believe the Bible, many of them. So, but yeah, but great stuff tonight, Soul. Thank you so much for everything you do. You're amazing.
Shit, I didn't even realize I was muted there for a second. Shit, I didn't want bong hits ripping out through the galaxy. You know,
what a blessing.
Yeah, right. Thank you so much. Flatzoid's Perspective and I are gonna probably get together here soon and take on another team on Jaronism. I think the new format's pretty good, man. I really do.
Yeah. I think your input helped as well, for sure.
Yeah, it does. People got to realize when you're on that, you're on a timer. Don't waste all your time searching for shit. Have your ducks in a row, man. Have your stuff ready. So that's we ended up, I think Dawn wasn't used to it, and she was eating up a lot of our times hunting stuff down and that kind of thing. And I was like, well, that's all right. I'm just really kind of test driving this format is what I was doing. So.
I'm sure she'll learn from watching it over.
Sure.
Yeah.
So that's yeah, and Brenda likes to come up here and right off the bat be a fucking asshole, right off the bat. And I'll tolerate it up to a point, but I even have my limits with it,
Yeah, oh yeah, me
Um,
too. Yeah, you have to draw the line somewhere, otherwise it's a black hole of
But
just a
in
cycle.
reality, I think it's a great thing. I mean, this is what it boils down to, man. Demonic, totally demonic, man. This
I
whole
agree.
thing, it's an inversion of reality reinforced with gaslighting. And these
And then,
people that are really hating on this idea of flat earth, they hate on it. I mean, they just hate it.
yeah,
They don't know jack shit, but they'll scream and holler and yell like Brenda. And most these people, man, they're just miserable, unhappy, fucking demonic people, man.
yeah,
And it shows they look unhealthy, they look haggard, upset. Who's that one guy? PhD Tony. That dude looks like he needs to go in the corner and fart real good or something, man.
yeah. You raised such a great point. I remember one time I raised the demonic point to McToon, and ever since that question, because I had a direct question to him and it related to Satan, and from that moment on, from the debate, when he was debating, I think it was Flatzoid. Flatzoid was smiling. He had a genuine smile.
Mhm.
And then McToon, it was like he lost it. He didn't have that joy in it any longer.
No, and
So
you can tell the only time they ever seem like they are happy or they're having any joy is when they're ridiculing someone else or something, that's
or
the only
repeating,
time.
absolutely, or repeating like a fact from the globe, like 93 million miles away,
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
like they proved it,
Because they were told they were smart for memorizing that dumb shit. See,
right?
that's where it comes down from. And when they can't concede that this is nonsense, because then it's like you taking away their smartness.
Yes, yeah.
You see,
Great
they're
point.
not really smart. They just remembered a bunch of dumb shit that they were told. And it's
Yeah.
like, wait a minute. That's what I was trying to point out to Brenda. I was like, look, man, your claim goes against all observed reality and experience.
Yeah. And
Okay.
your senses, or his senses, their
Yeah.
sense.
I mean, nobody's ever seen somebody turn into a chicken in their life.
Yeah.
And
In
so if
all
I
of
came along one day and I said, hey, man, guess what? I can turn into a chicken.
right? In all of recorded history of 6,000 plus years.
Yeah, yeah. So who's got to prove that I can turn into a chicken, me or you?
Oh, yeah.
You see, that's the whole thing right there, because your first thing is, well, I never heard nobody turning into a fucking chicken before. I want to see it. Prove it. Right. And even if I come to you with evidence and say, look, I got some feathers. I show you some chicken feathers. See, that's from the last time I became a chicken. So that's evidence. And look, I can go like this. See, feathers and this. Is that enough evidence for you? Right. And this is what they're doing with the globe. Same thing. Same thing.
Speaking of the chicken, did you hear that a supercomputer supposedly discovered that the shell, the egg, the chicken came first?
No, I didn't hear that.
Yeah. I think it was about 2017, or it might be, I did a video on it, 2014 perhaps. Supercomputer discovered that something to do with one of the enzymes is only formed within the egg. It's the chicken itself. So
right. Oh, there's Thomas Drury. Thomas Drury is a retard from Facebook. This guy is totally retarded. Thomas, hit the link, please. Come up. I want you to dazzle us with your brilliance. I really do. He's one of those paid Facebook trolls,
Yeah.
Goes around, says the same bullshit script all the time. He's really quite a hoot. If you guys ever run across him on Facebook, block him immediately. He's fucking stupid.
Time is precious. Time is priceless.
Yep.
But yeah, I asked him about in the chat if gravity is a force, and he stated yes. So
Oh fuck, he doesn't even know what his own shit is. Man. Wow. I don't have a mic on my headphones. Picking one up tomorrow. Well, get your broke ass to the store and get some equipment and shit. You're gonna run your fucking mouth. Come up and do it in person. Jesus Christ, right?
Yeah.
Cowards. He won't get no microphone tomorrow. He won't, and he damn sure won't show himself on camera. He damn sure won't show himself on camera. They never want to show themselves on camera for nothing, man.
Yeah,
Ever.
that's true. That's a
Yeah.
great point. Yeah. I've done it. I debate on Christian channels as much as possible. My target audience is the Christian pastor. I'm trying to help them see biblical cosmology. So,
Well, see if you can get them to see these freaking Mandela effects, man. This is what they've been waiting for.
yeah.
It's prophesized in Amos and in Daniel. It's all over the place, man, and it's obvious now. It's gotten to the point that it's fucking obvious.
Oh, yeah.
And these people are just going, oh no, it's a psyop. And that goes right down to what I said when I was a kid. I told that Bible school teacher, I says, how do you know that the devil didn't disguise himself as this church?
Mm-hmm.
And now
The
here
Bible
I
says
am
he
all
will.
these years later, and I was like, fucking hey, that's exactly what's happened.
Yeah. It's true, because we could just look at what happened at the papacy and how long the cover-ups have been going on there, and now they teach opposite of what the Bible teaches: evolution, Big Bang.
Oh yeah. That's the dumbest shit you ever saw. That evolution thing. I was a proponent of that at one time, but
Yeah.
then I found out, I was like, oh my God, man, you mean, oh, this one was a fake? They find out that it was somebody just glued a bunch of monkey parts together.
Oh yeah.
And I mean, finding all these things were fakes and shit. And I'm like, man, if you got to lie to make a point, you don't have a point. That's all there is to it.
Yeah. Well stated. Yeah, Ken Hovind really helped me, and Ken Ham, the lies in the textbook lecture.
Mhm.
After I watched that maybe like over a dozen times, and I ended up meeting through Facebook a professor of physics. I reached out to her because she was attractive, and I thought she would be great for Flat Earth. So I messaged her, and she's like, "Oh, don't even get me started. I'm a biology professor and that graduated. I'm a professor of biology." So I got into the details. She said she graduated with honors. So I debated her about evolution, and about a week later, she agreed about creation. So, but when I pointed out Flat Earth, then she got triggered. The name calling was so funny.
Listen, the programming of that shit is deep, and it's one of the first things they blow at you. You don't realize it, but it is. It's one of the first things they blow at you. They really do, and tell you how smart you are about it. To a little kid, that means a lot, and it embeds itself. And that's why I think that once you destroy that or you challenge it, that's why they revert to that age. I really do. I think.
Wow, great point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm going to wrap it up. Any last words before I sign out here?
No, just thanks again, and everyone listening. I hope you had fun tonight. Thank you, Soul, and I hope you all get a chance to study the 10 Commandments. And thank you.
All right, thanks a lot,
night.
Eden. Thanks a lot.
Thank
all right,
you.
well, I'm going to wrap it up here, and like we always like to say, the Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey. See your doctor and get rid of him. He'll probably kill you. Y'all have a good night tonight. All right, or morning, or whatever the fuck it is.